Good morning, everyone. Could you please take your seats so we can start on time? We have a wonderful program and we want to get started on time. Thank you.
Everybody set? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Women's Global Leadership Forum. Doesn't that sound great? We have waited a long time for you, 18 months in the planning. Several people have asked how we came up with this idea in the first place. So just 1 minute in terms of how we got here. 4 women sitting under a shade tree at Morven Farm had the following idea. What if the University of Virginia could begin its celebration of its 3rd century by focusing on women and global leadership? Now, for those of you not familiar with UVA, you have to know that it wasn't until 1970 that they let women in here in the first place. And then a few years later, we were running it. So that's not a surprise. Not a surprise to most of us. But we will have a chance this evening to salute President Teresa Sullivan, who's done a remarkable job of leading UVA as its first women president. So we're really excited about that. Sarah Kenny is here as well. So you can see women are presidents of everything now. So the 4 women, you will meet some of them. Renee Grisham, Bruce Murray, and Dorothy McCullough, who graciously agreed to be the chair of our operation. And what you need to know about these women is they don't get the word no. So no to them means maybe, and maybe means yes, and yes means we're already halfway through the project and we want to talk to Jim about how do we raise the money for the next one. So that's sort of like the attitude that they approach this with. So we started with the idea of bringing together this constellation of exciting women with the idea maybe we'll get 100. Well, after 2 days, 400 had already signed up, and there were 4 of us running it, so we had to sort of put a pause on the registration. But let me give you just an idea of the kind of young women and a few men that are here. First of all, a remarkable United States Senator, who you'll be meeting in just a minute, Sharon Capito. We have 3 women who have run for president of their countries, and you'll meet all 3 of them, including Hillary Clinton tomorrow, which is very exciting for us. We have 4 college presidents, 4 captains of industry. We have 30 emerging leaders from 25 countries. And I particularly wanted to say welcome home to the Young African Leaders Program. There are several in the audience here. These women and men, in some cases, have raised their own money for plane tickets to come back home for this reunion. So thank you so much for being here. We also have 5 First Ladies of Virginia. And one of them, I don't know if she's in the audience yet, Linda Robb, has really been instrumental in getting us to the start line today. So thank you to Linda and to all of them. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about what women always work on, which is education and health and economic access and political empowerment and how we measure progress. And at the end of the day, hearing from these emerging leaders about what it takes to get from an idea to implementation. The youngest of our participants is 8 years old, and the oldest is nearing 90. And we also are going to have later this morning 20 high school students from Charlottesville High School. So we've got really an interesting game plan for you. Then the final question is, what might we accomplish? And really, this part is up to you. We've set the table and gotten everybody in the room, but what you're going to have along the way is an incredible brain trust. And thanks to Bobby Battle and the Bicentennial, we hope that we can sort of keep this brain trust going through the course of the celebration. This book, which is pretty remarkable, will give you 40 people that you might want to look for and learn from while you're here. For example, if you've got a dream and you want to find somebody to help you implement it, they're the next generation of your leadership. And finally, we have these little green cards, or blue cards, or whatever cards that you got in your packet, and it says, I will, going forward, do the following. So that's a sort of our non-tech pledge to the future, so it's not totally free coming here. You actually are going to have to sign up for what you want to do going forward. And then lastly, I just want to have a shout out to 5 women who really made this thing possible. Susan McGill. Susan is someplace doing a lot of work. So Susan spent 25 years in the United States Capitol working for Senator John Warner and had an illustrious career after that. And she has really spent the last year helping us make this thing happen. Team Morven, Danielle Long-Ling. When you see this cool logo, it wasn't Madison Avenue. That's Danielle's great work. Rebecca Deeds, there's a million that run perfectly. That's on me, because Rebecca's been up night and day trying to make this possible. So Rebecca, big shout out to you. And then we had to call in all of our friends and relatives as well. So Kristen Zorquist and Susan Carr, we've called in everybody and all of our chits. So you all have to have a great time, because after this, we're not going to have any friends left. They're all having to stay up all night helping us to get this thing to happen. So from my end to you, thank you for coming. It's really a joy to already have you here. And I want to introduce to you Jim Murray, who doubles as the founder of the Presidential Precinct, but also is Vice Rector of the University of Virginia. Just out of the way, Jim. There you go. Oops, there's your green card. Jim, you get a green card, too.
I'll fill it out. Thank you, Stuart, and welcome, everyone. As Stuart has outlined, we have 2 remarkable days ahead of us. Some of you already know, and as will be obvious to all of you before the 2 days are over, Stuart is the driving force behind everything you'll see and do for the next 2 days. None of this would have been possible without her. Stuart Gamage and her cohorts, Susan McGill, Renee Grisham, Dorothy McAuliffe, and my wife Bruce, they helped organize all this, and I would point to them as living proof of an old adage. The adage is that a woman who wishes to be the equal of men lacks ambition. Now, on behalf of the University of Virginia and the Presidential Precinct, I'm here to welcome you to the Women's 2017 Global Leadership Forum. You see, I speak here on behalf of 2 institutions because what we have happening this week are 2 parallel events, 2 overlapping women's programs. Stuart has spoken of the goals for the next 2 days for the UVA Bicentennial Celebration event that you're attending this morning. But UVA is also a partner in the Presidential Precinct. The precinct is a consortium of 2 of the nation's oldest and most prestigious public universities, the University of Virginia and the College of William and Mary. It is also joined in that consortium by 3 presidential sites, Thomas Jefferson's Monticello, James Madison's Montpelier, and James Monroe's Highland, as well as William Short's Morven Farm, which is part of the University of Virginia. The precinct's mission is to use the power of these historic institutions, the power of this place, the epicenter of the founding of our oldest constitutional democracy in the world. We use the power of this place to bring together young people, young leaders, where they can discuss and debate the power of representative democracy, the power of ideas, and the rule of law. One of the key topics we try and incorporate in almost every precinct program is the power of women to enable and grow a country. We frequently incorporate that theme in both our physical and our digital programs, and so it's quite fitting that the precinct would be partnering with the University of Virginia and its bicentennial to produce the program that's happening this week. So this week we'll go on beyond the next 2 days for some special guests. We have here with us today 29 promising young leaders from 27 different countries. We have representatives from almost every continent. They will be staying with us, continuing through the rest of the week. They'll have a greater opportunity to discuss over this week and debate the power of empowered women, and to work with UVA's Curry School of Education on issues of gender equality in education. I would ask that our 29 visitors please stand so that they could be recognized. Thank you. So when you leave here tomorrow evening and think back about what was learned, what you experienced, think also of this. The lessons of this week are going to leave here and be carried to 27 countries. Around the world, we will use the power of these 29 young leaders to spread this message. And on top of that, the Presidential Precinct operates a digital network that has over 10,000 connections around the world. So what happens here will be spread through the internet around the world. So this is not just a 2-day conference. This is a conference intended to have ripples throughout the world that we hope will provide lessons and empower women in places none of us have even thought about. So take heart that what we're about to accomplish in the next 2 days is important work, and I'd encourage all of you to contribute with ideas, help us in any way you can to make it a success. Now, it would not have been possible to do this without some key financial support. And the largest and most critical supporter of what's happening this week is Tupperware Brands. Rick Goings, the CEO of Tupperware, and his company have made a major effort to sponsor this forum. And it's logical. Tupperware employs over 300,000 people. Almost all of them are women. And almost all of them are getting their first job working for Tupperware. So Tupperware has done an enormous amount of good over the years empowering women. So we thank Rick and Tupperware. We'd also like to thank Robert and Molly Hardy, the Jefferson Trust. I think Wayne Cozart is here today. Wayne, thank you, and the Jefferson Trust. Also, the UVA's Bicentennial Commission. Stuart has mentioned Dr. Bobby Battle. Dr. Battle, thank you. And I'd also like to mention a note that was hand-delivered to us about 10 minutes ago from UVA's Z Society, one of UVA's great secret societies. I will not read the entire note, but it begins with a quote, which is worth repeating. Neither the chains of dictatorship nor the fetters of oppression can keep down the forces of freedom for long. So says Angela Merkel. Their note goes on to say, women serve as the impetus for change through the contribution of their intellect, labor, creativity, and spirit. The bicentennial celebration calls us to thoroughly examine how women will continue to usher all of us into a more just, equal world, both on the grounds and beyond. This is premised on the belief that when women lead, we can and we do transform communities and nations. Our charge here today is forward-looking. The Z Society commends the many individuals who are involved in creating today's program, and we welcome those who have traveled from across oceans and borders to be with us. So thank you to the Z Society. Now, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce an inspirational young woman leader to you, a person who I am proud to say has become a friend of mine. Sarah Kenny is a fourth-year student here at the University of Virginia. You should know that UVA is distinctive among American and most world universities in a tradition that dates back to our founder, President Thomas Jefferson. It's a tradition of student governance, a tradition of having the institution managed by the students themselves. It's a rich tradition, an important one, and chief among the hundreds of student governing organizations, the chief one is the Student Council. And Sarah Kenny has served on UVA's Student Council since her first year here. And earlier this year, Sarah was elected by an overwhelming 82% majority as president of UVA's Student Council. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Kenny.
Good morning. I'm so excited to be here today. I am Sarah Kenny, and as Vice Rector Murray said, I have the pleasure and the privilege of serving as the Student Council President of the University of Virginia. I'm a fourth-year student, and I'm studying political philosophy, policy, and law, as well as government with a minor in women and gender studies. So as you can imagine, when I first heard about this conference last spring, I was quite literally giddy with excitement. Not every day do students get to contribute to a gathering that so directly aligns with their personal, their intellectual, and their professional interests. I am deeply grateful to the female leaders who have supported me along my UVA journey, and to those who I look up to beyond these grounds as well. It is my great privilege today to introduce one such role model, Senator Shelley Moore Capito. Senator Capito is the first woman elected to the United States Senate from West Virginia, winning her seat in 2014 by the largest margin of any Republican in the history of the state. Prior to her election in 2014, she served in the United States House of Representatives for 14 years and the West Virginia House of Delegates for 4 years. Senator Capito received her BS from Duke University in 1975, and more importantly to us, her master's in counseling from the Curry School of Education at the University of Virginia in 1976. She is the 2009 recipient of the UVA Women's Center Distinguished Alumni Award, which recognizes extraordinary contributions to excellence and commitment to service. As a senator, she serves on 4 committees: Appropriations, Environment and Public Works, Rules and Administration, and Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Senator Capito chairs on 2 subcommittees. During the last session of Congress, she and former Senator Kelly Ayotte of Maine introduced legislation to combat wage discrimination in the workplace. In an opinion piece published in the Concord Monitor, the 2 senators said, quote, "In 2016, it should be common sense that women and men get equal pay for equal work," end quote. Senator Capito believes strongly that bipartisanship is critical to our ability to solve our nation's problems. This year, she joined a bipartisan group of senators in promoting important legislation to combat sexual assault on campuses by protecting students and increasing accountability and transparency. Senator Capito is a former chair of the Congressional Caucus for Women's Issues as well, a decades-old bipartisan organization in the U.S. House of Representatives that works to promote legislation important to women and families. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker back to UVA, Senator Shelley Moore Capito.
Wow. Thank you, Sarah. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you all for the warm welcome. It's great to be back here in Charlottesville and to see the growth and the energy here at UVA in Charlottesville. I must admit to a little election envy when I heard that Sarah was elected with 82% of the vote. I thought I was doing pretty good at 62, till I had to hear about Sarah. But in any event, I asked her sort of off screen, I said, are you thinking maybe this is an aspirational dream for you to be in public service, to be in elective office? And she kind of tipped her hat and said maybe she would. So wouldn't that be a great tribute to everything here and to her? Jim, thank you for your leadership, and it's wonderful to meet you. I want to thank Susan McGill, my friend who I've known in Washington, who worked for Senator John Warner, another friend, and I think that's how I ended up being your keynote speaker here today. So thank you for that, and if you don't like it, blame them. It's just wonderful to be here, particularly to the Women's Global Leadership Forum. I'm a little intimidated. Our international partners and our international emerging leaders, welcome. You couldn't have picked a better spot, and you couldn't have picked a better training ground to really learn and get to know the forces at play when you're trying to develop your leadership style and what direction you would like to go. I would also like to thank President Teresa Sullivan and First Lady and Chair Dorothy McAuliffe for their invitation to join here today. And I guess it's the bicentennial of the university as well. I was relating to the writer for the Cavalier, right? Yes. Cavalier Daily, sorry, the Cavalier Daily. That back in the day, I think my class was the first class that was ever admitted to UVA as women. But I think I was wrong on that. I graduated in high school in '71, so I had a good friend who came here, was one of those first classes, and to this day, she runs to be able to visit and be in Charlottesville. So it's a great tradition that began, and obviously, how long did it take us, Stuart, to start running? Not long. I'm an Appalachian woman, born and raised in West Virginia, just the neighbor to the west. A state like ours has great challenges, but it has great opportunities, and I'm absolutely blessed to be able to represent them and our state in the state of West Virginia. So when I look back on my time here at UVA, when I learned from the Curry School about how to be a counselor, I learned a lot of really valuable lessons and valuable skills. For the students in the room, sometimes you're probably wondering, is this relevant to where I'm going to be? But it is. I learned to listen, I learned to support, I learned to reflect, I learned to interpret to what people were actually telling me. And the other thing I did 20 years after that, I returned to the campus to a program where I don't think is still actively going on here at the university, but it was an emerging leaders program. I was in the State House in West Virginia, and they asked us they invited emerging leaders from the State House to come to the university here in Charlottesville for 4 days to learn about leadership and governance. And when I looked back, when I got elected to Congress, one of my colleagues came over to me with this class picture from my emerging leaders conference here at UVA, and there we both were. And it was kind of interesting because we were both in the State House, then serving in the United States Congress together. So I have great memories of Charlottesville here. But as I said, one of the things that I learned here at UVA that I think is important, whether you're a man or a woman, but I think it's especially key in today's world, after all the lesson plans and all the things that you learn, I learned that listening cannot be overvalued. Many times people ask, well, who was your mentor? Who really spurred you on to what you're doing? And the person that really spurred me on actually was my father. My mother, very active in my life as well, and spurred me on in different ways. But my father was a political leader. Linda and I were talking about that last night. Yeah, good. Our dads taught us well, I think, with the great supports from our moms. And my father was a 6-term member of the Congress from West Virginia, but he was also a 3-term governor of the state of West Virginia. And he really knew West Virginians because he knew their hearts and their inspirations. And so when it came time for for me to get elected to the Senate or to the House, you know, as a former member of the House of Representatives, they're allowed to be on the House floor with you as you get sworn in. So I was getting sworn in 2001. You can imagine, very prideful day for our family and for my father. He was down on the floor of the House of Representatives with me. And that particular day, you do a roll call for everybody. Well, 435 names takes a long time. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at Dad, and we're kind of moving around because you don't have to stay in a seat, you're kind of moving around. And I said to Dad, I said, gosh, Dad, you know, he left in 1968. This was 2000. I said, Dad, you know, do you happen to remember where the ladies' room is around here? And he said, honey, when I was here, there were only 6 ladies, and when they had to knock at the men's room door. And I'm like, Dad, things have changed. But he also gave me really good advice when I started my political career, when I started in West Virginia. Because you're kind of intimidated. You're like, what am I going to do? Am I going to say the right thing? Am I going to learn the right thing? Am I going to know how to vote? What do I do? He said, the best thing you can do, Shelley, is sit down and listen. You don't have to speak. You don't have to say anything. Sit down and listen. So listen served me well in my first career as a counselor. I was able to, college counselor, to listen to students, their aspirations, their goals. And it's served me well as a wife and mother. I have my husband here with me, Charlie. I hope he'll back me up on that. I do listen to him. Although I'll tell a little story on myself. The USA Today called me because I was just becoming chair of a pretty powerful subcommittee over on the House side. And some of the issues that we dealt with in the subcommittee were issues that my husband works in his career of many years, over 30 years at that point, kind of worked in that career. And, you know, when I think about this story, too, I do really think it's kind of a sexist thing on USA Today's part, which they called me and they said, you know, you're getting ready to chair this powerful committee and your husband is working in and around this area. Doesn't that present a conflict to you? And I was a little insulted to think I couldn't make the separations of this. We do it every single day. And my quote was, well, that's fine and dandy, but who listens to their husband? That kind of wrecks the theme of my speech today. It did get the USA Today correspondent off my back because she couldn't believe I actually said that. Anyway, you know, as we look back, I think about parents today, and we have 4 grandchildren now, and I'm going to have 6 by the end of April next year, so we have a very growing family. I think about when you talk about listening to your families and listening to your spouses and your kids, it's really changed. It's really changed. I know when we go out to dinner with our grandchildren, if they have to wait 5 minutes for the order to come or the waitress to come, what are they doing? They're not only complaining, and how do you get them to stop complaining? iPad, iPhone, nobody's talking. If you try to talk, nobody's listening. So I think that presents a great challenge for the families of tomorrow. I really do. We used our dinner table as a time to talk to our family about what was going on, how things are going, and all of that. The communication and listening skills that are being developed now are different. I'm not saying they're necessarily worse, but you got to have a way to make sure you're listening. So when I started out, all of my peers, not all of my peers were supportive. I remember one of my good friends said, how can you leave your family? And I thought, how can I leave my family? And then I reflect back several years later after our daughter, who's the youngest, I was feeling extremely guilty, which we're all very good at. Extremely guilty because I was going to miss something. She was at that point about 16 years old, and she stopped me dead in my tracks, and she said, Mom, do you realize how proud I am of what you're doing? You are there. You are making the decisions. This is where my source of pride. So if you miss my volleyball game or you miss something like that, you know, I'm going to get over it, but I'm so proud of what you're doing. So I sent her immediately over to my friend's house to, no, I didn't really, but... Anyway, those of you in public service will find that some allow personal and political decisions to take precedence. It's just human nature. But I do my best to listen to them and to listen to everyone, to my constituents, to the ones I agree with, and to the ones I do not agree with, or don't agree with me, more likely. I took the time when I first started to listen to the people who work in the West Virginia legislature, who work in the Congress, who really know what's going on and how to do things and who are the best folks to talk to and what are the best connections and what's the quickest way to the ladies' room and all the important things that you need to know. And I learned, because no one person is above the pursuit of knowledge. Everyone has a story to tell that can give you a more complete picture of where you want to go in the world as it is. And it can help you make you be what you want it to be if you just listen. Humility and an open mind, I think, are a powerful tandem. So when I was first elected as the first female senator from West Virginia, one of the most pressing issues then and now is our struggle with the opioid epidemic. It's particularly bad in Appalachia. It's particularly bad, oddly, in New Hampshire, which is sort of a little different dynamic, but it's really hitting the rural areas of our country, and it is devastating. Charlie and I have personal friends who have lost children to this devastating disease. So in many pockets of West Virginia, addiction to prescription opioids has become addiction to heroin. And apart from the obvious dangers, which has caused our state to have the highest overdose rate in the nation, something I'm not too proud of, the prevalence of heroin has brought up prevalence of intravenous drug use and the chronic diseases that can come along with that. Across our state and nation, it could be hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV, which can present a whole host of other problems on top of the addiction issue. So for health professionals in Cabell County and across the country, really, experiencing a huge intravenous drug use, spike in intravenous drug use, they came to me for help. And they said, we really need to have a needle exchange program. And my mind was totally close to this. I said, wouldn't a needle exchange program prompt more drug use? And aren't we trying to curb the drug use, curb the addictive behavior? But I kind of put my pre-existing opinions down to myself and sat and listened to what they were telling me. Local leaders presented their case about how this would save lives, save health costs, and save these diseases from spreading in our communities. They really opened my mind because I listened to what they were saying. And we have now collaborated on a program of needle exchange. We probably have 8 of them now in the state and certainly across the nation. But what it does is it brings that individual into the public health sector. It has that person an opportunity to not only prevent these diseases from spreading, Hep C, Hep B, HIV, but it also brings them in contact with an addiction counselor, somebody that they can talk to. So I use that as a small example of how listening can really open your mind. We're nowhere to the end of this tunnel, but we are listening to one another to find the better way to serve people who are addicted and who have families who have these horrible crises. So, where are we? I think we're at a pivotal moment, certainly in our country. Changes in our society, I think, are resulting in systemic deficiencies in our politics, social media, and the proliferation of information, which allows us to make significant strides in education and other areas, has given us both the tools and the license to wall ourselves off from information that challenges our preconceived notions. I mean, we all know certain people are watching certain TV channels, other folks are watching the other channels, and if you watch them, which I watch both ones I have a lot more of agreement on than others, you find yourself either shutting down or cheerleading and it just reinforcing the direction you want to go rather than spreading your ability to understand and your ability to use those tools. So instead of listening to one another's and to those who have different experiences that we can find value in, we're just basically reinforcing our own prejudices. I mean, we see this all the time, certainly see it on Capitol Hill. And this has bled through our political discourse and made it difficult for us to meet the myriad of challenges that face us. Certainly as young people, the young people in the room who may have just voted for the first time this time, or maybe a year or so ago, 2 years ago, I think the biggest danger is what you do is you just take the clicker and turn it off because it's too much bickering, it's too much, it's senseless debate. People, you're probably sitting there going, well, you know, Senator from West Virginia, I don't really see you on the national news media. No, because I'm conducting my business in a quiet and hopefully studied way. And to get onto the media, you got to say something really fiery. You got to say something bad about the other guy. You got to say something that's really going to pop it up, because that's going to drive the ratings. And I'm not blaming the media here. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. When I was on the House side, Congressman David Dreyer asked me to start a civility caucus. That wasn't a laugh line, but that's pretty. A civility caucus. So I did. I joined with Congressman Emanuel out of Missouri, who's an African-American minister, Democrat. We got together. We had civil debate on the floor. We asked our members of Congress to join us in this civility caucus. We got 20 people on the civility caucus. The wine caucus has 150 people. So we should have joined the wine caucus with the civility caucus, drink some wine, and maybe we'd be more civil. I don't know. But in any event, in a democracy, our voices need to be heard. And as I said, is anybody really listening? With all the chatter on social media and in the news, with the yelling of the lack of political civil discourse, it's easy to think that no one is really listening. So how do we go, and where do we go from here, and what is our path forward? I think Stuart mentioned that you're going to have a pledge card that's going to say, leaving the forum, I'm going to. And it kind of pricked my brain here a little bit on a program I've started in West Virginia called West Virginia Girls Rise Up. And it's where I go into the 5th grade with the young ladies. And interesting, I thought that the elementary schools would kind of push back on that and say, no, we don't want you to separate them out. That's not fair. You're a senator for everybody. No way. Well, most of the teachers are women, so they're like, yeah, you go. And so I separate them out, and we sort of divide. I talk about how I got to my leadership position, what I think is important, and then let them ask me questions, and then show them all the different men, or all the different women who have been leaders, from Jeanette Rankin, who started in 1917 before women had the right to vote, all the way through Nancy Pelosi being the first woman Speaker of the House, to some of the female athletes that we see, to try to spark their interest in leadership and being that next West Virginia girl to rise up. But they leave with the challenge card. And I kind of divided into 3 different sections. I divided into physical fitness, because that's important to me. I divided into education, because that's obviously the most important. And then the hard one I call self-confidence. And I challenge them to find one thing of those in those 3 areas they're going to work on, whether it's to read a book, make a friend, take up a new hobby. I try to make it really easy, because that's the last thing you want, is something really hard that they feel like they're failing at. And then we take a nice picture, and hopefully someday when my daughter's walking around West Virginia, somebody's going to come up and say, I did your Mom's Girls Rise Up program, and that's why I'm county commissioner. That's why I'm the mayor. That's why I'm traveling to Africa to talk to other women leaders, because I'm interested in this. So our path forward, I think, women have such an important role to play. Listening is a skill that we cultivate all of the time. I think it is our nature. I think especially mothers. I have 2 daughters-in-law who have children, and my husband has said the same thing to me. How do you hear that? How do you hear the children rolling over in their beds when they're 2 rooms away? And I told him this morning, because I'm listening for it. And it could be because whoever hears it first has to get up first, and you were maybe not listening because you knew I'd get up. But at the same time, I think is it in our nature, and it's hard to believe, but true. I think our innate preference for collaboration makes women integral to the success of any institution, whether it be business, government, and we're making significant strides, I think, in putting ourselves in the position to lead. I already saw on your program CEOs of Fortune 500s, university presidents, governors, and members of Congress. In the current Congress, in the current Senate, there are 21 women. It's the most we've ever had at one time, but that's only 21%. In the history of this country, we've had over 2,100 men senators and 50 women. I know, I'm the 45th woman. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe, but it's true. In the House altogether, in the House, there are 84. When I joined the House in 2000, there were 56. So we are making strides, gradual strides. But significant disparities remain. We need to close the gap. Sitting on the sidelines waiting for somebody else to do it or jumping in is just not an option for us anymore. That's why I'm so pleased when I was kind of pumping Sarah there on her future. The role of the 21st woman is one of piercing the noise, prioritizing selflessness over selfishness, and achieving results. Reaching across the aisle. How many articles have you read that when the Senate gets to an impasse, the women are the ones that break the impasse, the women of the Senate? Sometimes it's only 4 or 5 of us. Sometimes it's all of us. It just depends on where we are. But we have a way of collaborating. There have been studies on this, that women in the Senate and women in the Congress work better together. We work across the aisle better. I work with Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren, I'm not going to get political here, but we don't have a lot of similarities in our beliefs. But we believe that if you're going to get a prescription for an opioid medication, you shouldn't walk out with 56 pills if you only have a toothache. So we found common ground there. Amy Klobuchar and I just worked on trying to rework the sexual harassment employment parameters in the United States Senate. There's a lot of collaborative work that we do. We have dinner together every month, the 21 women of the Senate. Now, this makes the guys really nervous because we're not allowed to talk about what we talk about. So, I mean, it's not like ironclad, but, you know, it's sort of circle of trust. And we're pretty good at that. So when we come back from one of our dinners, there's always a little bit of anxiety over with the men on both sides, like, what are they cooking up now? But it does give us a chance to build relationships so that listen to one another about their families, talk about their states, talk about their individual issues and their priorities, and then find common ground. And I think that's why you see us collaborating as well as we do. So, you know, I think my bottom line is you got to listen not just to the people that you agree with, but with the ones that you don't agree with. Now, if you don't think that that's possible, you can go to a Kroger on a Sunday afternoon in your running clothes with your ball cap on and get stopped at the Green Peppers and told a few things that I don't agree with you about. I know that for sure because that happened to me about 3 weeks ago. And so she was, then after she kind of raked me over the coals, she starts apologizing. And I said, you know, number one, this is a voluntary job. I signed up to want this. So, you know, don't feel sorry for me. And number two, I'll sit here all day. She goes, no, I really have to go. I said, no, I'll sit here all day. She goes, no, you need to shop. And I'm like, I hate to shop. What is it that's really bothering you? And you know what? She just wanted to get it off her chest. And there I was. So, you know, you have to challenge yourself to listen to the colleagues that you don't agree with, challenge yourself to listen to people that you don't agree with, and you'll find success. I think women will be a positive source of the future. I'm so optimistic. Our numbers are growing, but you know what? They're growing. We're not backsliding here. They're growing. The international leaders that we have here are going to be leading their countries in the same way, with the same kind of collaborative, listening, respecting voices from all sides to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. So as we look out from this bicentennial and from this forum, let us commit to making the 21st century one in which women shape a better world. So I'll leave you with this thought from none other than Thomas Jefferson. We know it's 200 years. And quote, to learn, you have to listen. To improve, you have to try. So let's listen and let's improve. Thank you very much.
Take a few questions. Oh, that's okay. All right. Just for about 5 or 10 minutes, and we have a microphone. So if you have a question, raise your hand, and there's one over there and one here. We'll pass it to you. This one. Okay, over here.
Is it on? Hi, my name is Frey Halverson Taylor, and I'm a student from Charlottesville High School. I recognize the importance of listening, But in our society today, I find that women's voices are drastically underrepresented. Without stooping to cheap shots that get the attention of the media, how do you think that we can amplify our voices?
Well, I think, can you hear me okay? Yeah. I think the way to amplify our voices is to get more people, is to get in the arena. We can't just sit back and say our voices aren't loud enough and then push it to the next person to be that voice. So what does it mean? It means political engagement. It means being, active with the media. It means finding your niche of what interests you. What is it? Is it a local Virginia issue that you're interested in? Is it an international issue that you're interested in? Is it all of the above? I think traditionally, in terms of the political arena, the thought is that men volunteer to run. They put themselves out there, but women have to be asked to put themselves out there, to put themselves into the arena. Let's quit asking. Let's do what we want to do and put ourselves into the arena. You can't be afraid to fail. Many people who I'm serving with right now were not elected the first time that they ever ran. Well, they pick themselves back up, put themselves back in the arena, figure out what they did wrong, and move forward. And so I think that will make our voices much, numbers will help. When you're only 20%, you're definitely numbers. Right now, our leadership since I'm in the Republican Party, the Republicans have control of the Senate, the committee chairs are Republicans. We only have 2 committee chairs that are women. Susan Collins is one, and Lisa Murkowski is a chair. So we've got to get more in there so that have the seniority to be able to achieve these things. We're getting there, but it's I think it's just putting ourselves in the right positions from the local level all the way up to make sure that our voices are heard. So I don't want to I would say this in terms of listening. I think listening first and then speaking, I think maybe I didn't get all the way to the point of saying that. I'm not certainly advocating that we don't speak, but I think we speak much more forcefully when we listen first.
Good morning and thank you so much. My name is Catherine Constantinides. I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Wow.
My question is, how do you define success? And linked to that, what keeps you up at night? What are the things that worry you at night that keep you up? Especially after such an illustrious career, what is your definition of success?
Well, my definition, I try to define my successes in smaller steps rather than in grand things. If I can bend the curve on drug addiction and drug use and make a difference for that next generation in my state, and then it would be for the nation as well. That is a success. So helping people individually and in large ways, I consider that success. I consider it a success. I consider being people would look at me externally and say, well, you're really successful. And I feel successful. But I think it's because I don't raise the bar so high that I'm never going to get there. So I try to do incremental successes so that they can feed upon another. So if you're a budding leader from South Africa, you might, rather than tackling the whole economy as a whole, maybe we work on STEM education and we educate more for the next jobs of the future. Incremental steps to me are success. The other question you asked me was, what keeps me up at night? Besides my husband snoring, it gives me more time to think. I worry about and I alluded to this in my talk, I worry about the future discourse that we have. We've gotten so anesthetized to mean-spiritedness, negativeness, it's okay to say things about people personally or professionally that would have been considered way out of bounds 10 to 15 years ago. That worries me. That keeps me up at night because then I worry about the future. I will tell a quick story. Donald Rumsfeld, who you wouldn't know, but many of us would know, was the Secretary of Defense under President Bush. He was also in the Congress in the 60s. And I had an intern ask sort of the same, a different question worded differently. Is the discourse today in the 2000s, in the partisanship, as bad as it's ever been? And he reminded us that in 1968, the city of Washington, D.C. was on fire. That it was the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy had caused the whole city to almost burn itself down. It was very dangerous. And the other thing he reminded us, and Linda, I probably shouldn't bring this up with you, and I didn't even think about it with you sitting there, but you'll remember this. School buses in front of the White House saying, hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? And Rumsfeld was saying that was probably, in his mind, some of the toughest times we've ever had. And your father was such a strong leader during a just incredibly divisive, tough time in our country's history.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
I know that there's specific. Where would you like us to sit? I think I'm supposed to sit between both of you. Okay, that's one thing. Hi, I'm Maya. So I think Becca might be down here. Susan, you would like me to start? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We had a wonderful start to the morning, and I realize everybody wants to chat and network. And actually, that's what this is all about. So welcome, everyone. My name is Dory Fontaine. I'm Dean of the School of Nursing. And just to clarify, yes, women were here officially 1971 and on, but actually the School of Nursing, we have been educating since 1901. And I just wanted to put that out. My alums will always appreciate that. So welcome to our first panel of the Women's Global Leadership Forum. Our topic is advancing health and education for women and girls through women's leadership in the global arena. There are many challenges, as we know, and our focus will be on what kind of leadership is required. To that end, we are honored to have 4 senior and emerging leaders with us today. As you will see, they represent government, multinational, as well as grassroots organizations. And they have strong and unique stories and perspectives and solutions for education and health for women and girls. Our first panelist is Dr. Agnes Binagwaho. Dr. Binagwaho is the Vice Chancellor of the University for Global Health Equity and former Minister of Health in Rwanda. She worked there for 20 years in many high-level positions. I watched Dr. Binagwaho's leadership in action last Friday as we screened the documentary Bending the Arm about Paul Farmer and Partners in Health. Dr. Binagwaho is prominently featured as she stood up for vaccinations for HPV due to the ravages of cervical cancer in her country, as well as her leadership during the Ebola crisis. Next, we have Maya Ujmara. Ms. Ujmara is the president and CEO of the Society for Science and the Public and founded the Global Fund for Children, which has touched the lives of over 10 million children with a unique and highly successful grassroots approach. Her acclaimed book tells the story titled Invisible Children, Reimagining International Development at the Grassroots. Dr. Vivian Pinn. Dr. Pinn is a UVA School of Medicine 1967 graduate and the only woman and African American in her class. She was the first full-time director of the Office of Research in Women's Health at the National Institutes of Health. Her illustrious career has included teaching and leadership positions at Howard University, Harvard, and Tufts Medical Schools. And since her retirement in 2011, she was named as a Senior Scientist Emerita at the NIH Fogarty International Center. Dr. Pinn's work has included a focus on women and girls becoming investigators and participants in global research. A few months ago, I was lucky enough to be present for the fitting renaming of a research building, Pinn Hall, in the School of Medicine in her honor. That was really just 2 months ago. It was a beautiful celebration of a life of strong leadership and truly a complete love fest of colleagues, family, and former students from across the globe. And I am pleased to welcome back to UVA our fourth panelist, Ms. Abinet Tasu Sidota. Of the 2017 Mandela Washington Fellowship hosted by the Presidential Precinct, Ms. Sidota participated, and I understand she loved her time in the program this past summer. She's a gender and nutrition advisor for CARE Ethiopia. She also supports the election of women to parliament in her country. Our facilitator today is Dr. Rebecca Dillingham. She's the director of the University of Virginia Center for Global Health, which is a trans-university center that supports the development of leaders for global health from across grounds. It is Rebecca Dillingham's wisdom in partnerships across not just our university, but throughout the world, built on her powerful relationships and, as our first speaker said, listening. So I know that we have a dynamic team and panel here with powerful ideas, so please join me in welcoming them.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here for this exciting panel. It is an absolute privilege to be able to be here as a part of this conversation and to have the opportunity to listen to the incredible stories that these women have to share of their leadership for the health and education of women. I'd also like to thank Dean Fontaine for her wonderful introductions and for her enduring leadership in nursing, and which is, of course, a key component of promoting the health of women. So, as I'm sure you would all like to know more about the stories of these incredible people in front of us, I will ask first that our panelists tell us a little bit about your personal trajectory towards becoming involved in promoting the health and education of women and girls. And I will turn to my immediate left to ask Dr. Binagwaho to begin.
So, it's always complex, but I always want to care when I was a little girl. I was educated in Europe. My family didn't want to come back because we were not welcome and killings were there in our country, targeting family like mine. So I was born without learning my language, my culture, nothing. I was a very great, stubborn little Belgian. And when I grew up, I joined the medical school and I became a doctor. I want to go back to Africa, but not in Rwanda. And I went in Gabon, and there I found the power, the traditional power given to wise women. Ladies, what we have here is nothing. When the tradition keep the place of the woman where they are, great. It was a matriarchal society among a lot of patriarchal society. So I came back to do a residency. I'm a pediatrician. And then after the genocide, the father of my two kids decided to go back to Rwanda. We resist a lot because I knew nothing about that country. And finally, I went for multiple reasons, notably my two beautiful girls. It's not easy to be a single mom. And when I arrived there, I want to run away because there was nothing I can do because I learned to provide care in another setting. But I decided to stay after fighting with myself. But I decided to stay because children were dying so much. And somebody have to do something. So I stay and I build the health sector I needed. I contributed, I'm not the only one. With many others, we build the health sector where I can provide the care. But doing so in a society where, I guess, when we are going to talk, like all society, women are always behind, even here, are always behind the men. We needed to give a positive discrimination to push women at least to be equal. We did that so well that our parliament have almost 70% of women in parliament. And now men scream for support. That's good. That's good. No, fine. We help them, but it's good to hear. But education is an absolutely tool for development. And when you want to develop, you need to provide health, you need to provide education. And that's how giving a positive advantage to little girls, to women at workplace, because they work like here, and after that they have to come home and work at home, and after that the kid is sick, they have to stay with the kid and recover the time at work because the boss is not happy. So working on all those things, changing the society and educate the maximum of women. So that's how I came.
Thank you. What an incredible story. I'd like to move next.
So it's a pleasure to be here. So my story begins is that I'm the daughter of Indian immigrants. I grew up in eastern North Carolina, in Greenville. My dad was a professor of physics at East Carolina University. I was on a trajectory to become a scientist or engineer. Majored in neuroscience at Bryn Mawr College, but got a fellowship when I was 22 years old to go to South and Southeast Asia to travel and study. And I had wonderful professors who said to me, Maya, if you really want to understand people and understand their lives, get a backpack and start traveling for a year. And so I traveled from Thailand to Pakistan for 1 year. And it was there that I started seeing homegrown innovations taking place in people's own communities. And it was in one place in India, in a town called Bhubaneswar. And I don't know if you've ever been to a train station in India, but they're very chaotic places. And I got off at this train station, and among this chaos, I saw 50 kids, mostly girls, and their siblings, learning how to read and write. And there was a teacher in the middle teaching them with flashcards, and these kids were mesmerized. And they were obviously quite destitute. And I asked the teacher, I speak Hindi, she spoke some Hindi as well, but we were able to speak, and I said, what's going on here? And she said, well, these children live on and around the train platforms. They work, they play, they beg, they eat, they don't go to school. So a teacher in that community said, I'm going to bring the school to the train platform, and I'm going to create a train platform school. And I asked, well, how much does it cost to run one of these schools? And she said, well, it costs, in dollars at that time, it cost $400 a year with 2 teachers and a hot meal every day to give education to 50 kids. And I was 22, and I started thinking, well, that's not a lot of money. How do I help? And how come I don't see more train platform schools all over India? So, to my parents' chagrin, I didn't go and get my MD, PhD at Duke. I ended up getting my master's in public policy at Duke University and started imagining what it would take to support these innovative grassroots entrepreneurs who are really making changes in their communities for children. And I founded the Global Fund for Children when I was 24 years old, with seed capital from a group called Echoing Green that supports social entrepreneurs. And with $25,000 in seed capital, I went to it. And for 17 years, we built one of the largest networks of grassroots organizations supporting children, but many of those organizations supporting girls and adolescent girls. And to date, we've invested $40 million in over 700 NGOs touching the lives of 10 million children. Thank you. As any social entrepreneur or founder, you realize that you can keep doing this for the rest of your life or do something totally different. So I went back to my scientific roots and now lead an organization called the Society for Science and the Public. But there, I'm incredibly committed. It's a spectrum of supporting girls, adolescent girls, and women. And I've had the chance to do this for very poor girls and young women, and now looking at the opportunities of really supporting girls and women to become the next generation of scientists and engineers in our world to solve the world's most intractable problems. And so I'm on this spectrum of supporting girls around this idea of education and for them to dream and become whatever they want to be. Thanks.
Incredible stories of transformational change at the level of the government and the grassroots. And now I'd like to pass the mic, so to speak, to Dr. Vivian Pinn.
Well, I didn't grow up anywhere exciting. Well, actually, it was exciting for me. But I grew up in Lynchburg, right down the road. An easy stone's throw from Charlottesville. And I think because of illness in my family and helping to take care of my ill grandparents, I'm told at the age of 4 that I decided I wanted to be a pediatrician, maybe because the only doctors that I knew were the general practitioners. Those were the days that doctors came to your home and made house calls, and my own pediatrician. But then I lost my mother when I was 19, and I remember going to the physician with her when she had severe back pain, and I can still recall that physician saying to my mother, if you did those exercises and put on those Oxford shoes I told you to wear, you wouldn't have this pain, only to learn that he had missed the bone cancer that she had in her hip, obviously had never taken an x-ray. And at that point, I can still remember being in his office and hearing and making up my mind to do essentially what Senator Capito said, which is, if I do become a physician, I and anybody that I teach must learn to listen to women when they talk about their health and their bodies, because obviously my mother knew something was wrong. It wasn't just her posture. And I think if you talk to any of my students, that thousands that I've taught over the years, they'll tell you that's something that I've emphasized, listening instead of being godlike and telling you what you might not know about your body. But after my mother's death, I then had, and I had taken time out of school to take care of her during her final 6 months of life. And because of that, having a semester to make up at Wellesley, which is where I went, another women's college, I got a summer job which got me involved in research. And that really introduced me into the field of research. And, you know, everybody, I think, grows up. I grew up in Lynchburg saying I wanted to do cancer research, having no idea what cancer research was. I just knew research was important. And I learned really what research is about and what truly research can do and how important it is in changing how health policy, health care, and even our own attitudes about health can change. And then I applied to the University of Virginia to go to medical school because I wanted to come be closer to my father, who was still in Lynchburg because of the death of my mother. Not having any idea that when I went into that first morning's class, I wasn't here as early as the beginning of the nursing school, but it was before, it was in the fall of 1963. And thinking that when I looked around the room and saw only white men, that the other women and people of color must just be late getting there until the dean called the roll, and I realized that I was it, that it was me and my classmates. But I had some classmates who reached out, and I did have 4 years. There were challenges, but I think wonderful years. You can see I'm still loyal to UVA, and I'm still coming back. We just had our 50th class reunion. But I actually trained as a pathologist. I said I got into research, and as actually a kidney and transplant pathologist, because that was what my summer experience had been. And many think when they hear that I've been so involved in women's health, I must be a gynecologist. But I think it's the broad viewpoint of a pathologist who sort of has to know you from head to toe that I hope has really helped us with how we have begun to redefine women's health in this country and around the world, because you have a total perspective. It was in 1991 when I was at a meeting at the National Institutes of Health, actually representing the Fogarty International Center, because I was on the board of Fogarty at that time, when Dr. Bernadine Healy, who was the first, in fact, the only woman to serve as the director of the National Institutes of Health, announced at this meeting this new office Now, and that it was going to focus on research on women's health. Well, you can imagine there were very few women in medicine in the 60s, in the 70s, and the 80s, and we're talking about early 1991. I'd often been the only woman at meetings, the only woman on rounds, the only woman in a group, and I had seen not so much disrespect for women, but things that may have been minimized when they were coming from women. And I still was thinking back, you know, maybe if you listen to women and thinking about the experience with my mother. And obviously, I should say, I didn't become a pediatrician because when I got here, I got to medical school, I learned that the guys all assumed any woman in medicine was going to be a pediatrician because we were good with babies, and I'd never done what everybody expected me to do. But even my father was surprised when I became a pathologist, but that was because of the research. But they were talking about this new office, and I had actually taught Dr. Healy when she was a Harvard medical student. And she asked me to come out to meet with her and asked me to come take this position to head up this new office of research on women's health. And my immediate response was, I'd love to do that because I can see the need to pay attention to women's health, to expand our concepts. And I just had all these ideas. But then I thought about me, you can see how shy I am, and I thought, you know, I really don't think I dare give up a full professorship, a department chairmanship, to come into government because I like to say what I think, and I don't think I will last long. And she suggested I try it, and I did learn about a little more tact and how to say, and I survived and actually retired. I didn't get put out, I retired after 20 years, and I'm still connected. But that to say, when speaking about speaking up for women's issues, yes, and perhaps we'll get into this a little later, but that really changed my whole life and my career, but really focusing on something that had been important to me all my life, that is, what about the health of girls and women? What about women getting into careers in medicine, seeing the change and the shift? And if research is going to really determine health policies and health practice and standards of health care, are we really looking at women or assuming that women do the research in men and assume women are just like men, just put skirts on them and they're going to behave the same way? And here was an opportunity when there was a rich time. The Congress was interested. The media was beginning to focus on women's health. You were seeing fewer articles about how to keep your husband alive from heart disease, rather how to keep yourself and your spouse alive from heart disease. I couldn't think of a better time to focus my energy on women's health. And I must say the last 25 years have really been exciting for me and fulfilling. And hopefully there is some legacy there for not what I did, but for those that, all of you, and all of those who worked with me to change our landscape about how we view women's health and necessarily also how we approach the design of research studies today in this country and actually around the world.
Thank you for your service and for taking your dream and making it a reality for so many of us.
Thank you.
Abinette.
Okay. So you see me along with accomplished women. I cannot say I am as accomplished as they are, but I am as accomplished as who I am right now. So I'm happy to be with you. I'm happy for the chance. And before I go on into answering your questions, I would love to mention how I get here today and to speak before you. So post the Mandela Washington Fellowship, there are different opportunities, including the Speaker's Travel Grant. So Stuart was earlier saying, you know, we had to find out a way to get here, right? So I applied for the Speaker Travel Grant, and through the generous support from the USAID, through the IREX, I'm here, and also my organization supported me. But that would mean the money that goes to my travel is from each one of your pocket. You're the taxpayers, and I would love to thank you so much. Having said that, talking about why I am so much interested in women and girls, and women empowerment and girls empowerment, and where did it come from is a question, actually. So it came from my own experience, my mother's experience. So my mother was married at the age of 13, and she's not educated, so she's a victim of early marriage. She had to give birth to 4 daughters, including myself, and she had to struggle to raise us up. And in a patriarchal society where she was supposed to be a subordinate, it was very difficult for her to raise 4 kids. So I get to thinking, why is she not in school? Why was she sent to school? Why was she denied the right to education? And why would she decide to send me to school? Why am I here today and she's not? Isn't it because of my education? So I said to myself, I have to have a commitment to support young girls, young women to go to school so that they don't end up being, in the house and as wives and as women who are going to be destined to raise children, right? So my mother's story, and she used to tell me actually, so you are my way out from poverty, and the key is your education. So I managed to do that. I managed to provide for my mother because she gave me the education I really wanted to have, and she was denied that right. So for me, the key for women's success, women empowerment, is girls' education. We cannot just expect women to become leaders if we don't invest in their education. Currently, out of 5 girls, one will get married at the age of 15 in Ethiopia. So what does that tell you? Still, there is early marriage. There are harmful traditional practices that would keep women in the house. As we grow, there's a saying, as we grow, women grow roots in the domestic sphere and men grow wings so that they go ahead and explore the world. So education is good for them, and everything and anything else is, the enabling environment is there for boys and men, but not for girls and women. So that's why my inspiration, my dedication to empower women and work around gender equality, women's empowerment, came from my mother's own story. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a few questions for the panel, and I'm going to move down the panel, letting each one of you go first so that we're not always in the same order. So Maya, this first question will actually start with you. And I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit, amongst all of the priorities, what is your top priority right now for improving the health and education of women and girls?
Me.
Maya.
Maya.
Me. That's Maya. So, I look at the improvement of the lives of girls and young women on a spectrum. And for me, the priorities that I believe are absolutely critical are 3 things. One is that we have to get the education of girls at the secondary school level globally up. This is a very, the primary school, through the Sustainable Development Goals in the UN, they've really achieved great success in getting primary school admissions very high. But secondary school has to really be an emphasis. I think the second piece of this, and I may be a bit politically incorrect here, but what we're seeing, and through my research right now, is that in many parts of the world, you're seeing more girls in school than boys. There are more street children in the world who are boys than there are girls. And we're starting to see real pockets, and we can go into that a little later, about what's going on with boys and young men globally. And so part of improving the lot of girls and young women is improving the lot of boys and young men. So I carry that together in the same sort of discussion. And then the third piece is that I really look to a group of young women around the world who are in high school and in university, who are dreaming and want to become doctors, want to become scientists, they want to become researchers and engineers. How do we make that playing field equal for those young women to become the next generation of scientists and engineers, really to solve the world's most intractable problems, because that discrepancy is very big and it needs to close.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up question. In the secondary education, what is the gap? Are girls falling off at that point, or are there not enough secondary schools?
It's a combination of things. One is not enough schools. 2, girls drop out. 3, they have to work or become caretakers of their siblings at home. It's a whole host of reasons. And also the secondary school systems in many parts of the world just isn't up to par. It needs to be improved. So I think there's a great deal of work that needs to be done on the secondary school system, and in this country as well.
Thank you. Dr. Penn, I'll pass to you.
Well, I think I can pick up on what you just said, because I actually just finished, will finish next month, a many-year term on the Committee on Women in Science, Engineering, and Medicine of the National Academy of Science, National Academy of Engineering, and National Academy of Medicine, where we've looked at many of these same issues, not just in the U.S., but globally. And I can support much of what you've said. I mean, in addition to our efforts to stress and provide opportunities for girls and women to enter in biomedical careers, for research, science, dentistry, healthcare careers across the board, looking at engineering and looking at just fields of science, that we see the pipeline issue, and I hate that term pipeline, but it's sort of there, but pipeline issues we've dealt with much better with role modeling and mentoring, but where we have lost really is when women get into these fields, and our major thrust these days is looking at what happens in terms of sustained success, sustained leadership, and dealing with some of the issues that are coming forward. And she hits another, probably people get surprised because here I've been talking women's health, women's careers for all my life, and then especially the last 25 years, everything is women's. Well, that's what my office was about. But you're right, for medicine in this country, for example, the crisis is that of black males. We're seeing more women come into medical school. The number of males still exceeds that of females. But if you look at black males, it's being called a crisis. We have a conference coming up at the National Academies in next week after next, to look at that crisis, which means that when we're looking at both girls and boys at the early stage, that there has to be educational intervention at the very early stages and a follow through with both men and support and encouragement, as well as the financial burden that we see going forward. But just to back up a little bit, again, another point that she made, which I would concur with strongly, that is looking at careers and the effects on careers of women who do research, careers of women who are involved in science or healthcare careers, that dual responsibility of being a professional outside of the home or in the home, and then those family responsibilities. And while we've seen an improvement, I think, in the sharing of these responsibilities, and we've gotten away from talking about women-friendly policies for things like flex time for promotion or sharing time at work to be able to do these things, we really need to think more about these in terms of family-friendly policies for sharing among both. If you look at what have been barriers to women getting ahead over the years, many of them fall back into what, I mean, we can talk about the dual responsibilities, but what I now sort of categorize as historical and traditional stereotypical attitudes. When we talk about unconscious bias, we talk about sexism, racism. If you think about it, it's really based in sort of the traditional stereotypes that we grow up with and become accustomed to. And I think that's the area that we really have to change. And without going more and more on what we've done, I think really I can support and concur what you've said, and I think we see it not just in the U.S., but in the global community.
Thank you. And Abhinav, does that resonate? Do those comments resonate with you?
Very much. Yes, very much. So I would love to talk about my priorities in twofold. The first one is my professional engagement with CARE Ethiopia. I work for CARE Ethiopia as a gender and nutrition advisor. And my personal mission of empowering girls through enhancing especially secondary education. So I would start from that since it really highly resonates with what Maya said earlier. So for me, coming to the US this past summer and attending the Mandela Washington Fellowship Program at the Presidential Precinct really pressed me into thinking what I need to do before, I die. So I want to do this before I die thing was at the back of my head. So getting at the Presidential Precinct, they would really seriously force you into thinking, what is this essential question that you would really want to answer? So, I told myself, this essential question I have at the back of my head should stay there until some time. I mean, I cannot do it now. It's a huge thing. I want to do something bigger than myself, so it should stay there. And after they ask you to think about your essential question, they'll just go ahead and teach you so many topics, expose you to so many great individuals, women leaders, peer collaborators, and things like that. So you cannot stop thinking about your essential question. Then finally, it ended up to be my project idea. So I told myself, this is, the teaching process and everything would tell you, you can accomplish something through collaboration if you really want to do it. So you don't have to wait until you die or until you get older. While you are young and passionate, you can also think about pursuing your own, project agenda. And thanks to the Presidential Precinct, I made the before I die kind of question my project. So that would mean I would really want to build a school, secondary school. It's not going to be just a school, but it's going to be a leadership academy whereby I managed to bring rural young girls, who could not attend secondary schools to the city and give them, a boarding school whereby they're getting state-of-the-art secondary education and also leadership skills training, but not only for, women only or girls only. I am also thinking about expanding this project idea into incorporating fewer boys, also underprivileged boys from the rural area as a strategy to engage boys because, the problem is not only with our girls. We need support. We need to be creating an enabling environment for our girls to flourish. So that's one of the focus areas that I am working at currently, which is trying to collaborate with different individuals, including foundations. They're established here in the US. I'm trying to communicate with them so that I bring this school idea into life and help our girls get quality secondary education. And why secondary education? The AFA goal, Education for All goal, managed to make sure that at least primary education is covered, right? So everybody in trying to be politically correct or in trying to believe in the fact that girls should go to school, they're sending their girls to school. It's getting better every day. We're saying even if you see the reports, you learn that more girls are going to school now. So when you go higher in the educational ladder, it gets worse. So secondary education, when I did my research, I found out that for about 11 primary schools, you only have one secondary school in my country. What does that tell you? So that's one is access, right? And quality, well, we can talk about quality as well. And also, when we get higher to the tertiary level, while we have like almost 51% women in our population, enrollment rate is still like at 33% in my country at the tertiary level. And you can also talk about the academic staff proportionality to the male academic staff. Why is this happening? And if you go ahead and explore, the highest paying jobs, the leadership positions, and everything is taken by our good men, huh? What happened to our good women as well? Where are they? Because, we don't produce them. We have 33% enrollment, and the attrition rate is higher at the tertiary level, and you again expect equality in the workplace, in the parliament, and everywhere. You cannot have them unless you work in sending our girls to school. And by school, I'm referring to primary, secondary, and tertiary school level as a whole. So that's like my personal mission. I'm so enthusiastic about it. I would really love a support from anybody and everybody else. So my professional engagement, I work for CARE Ethiopia, as I told you, and I really love working for CARE because its mission is my mission. In CARE Ethiopia, the motto is defending dignity and fighting poverty. What does that mean? So if you want to fight poverty, who is the most affected by poverty? Isn't that clear? It's women and the girls, right? So CARE Ethiopia's mission is to women empowerment and girls empowerment. And we have different projects, including in health, agriculture, and nutrition. So as an advisor on gender, I get to consult with different project leaders on how they should be able to, support girls and support women in their respective projects. And one interesting framework for CARE Ethiopia is the the Gender Equality and Women's Voice framework. So this framework's theory of change states that if you want to bring change in women's and girls' life, you have to think about three things. One is building their agency. For example, you can talk about enhancing self-esteem of girls. Then girls cannot do it. You build their capacity, and when they go out, their relationship is subordinate in the society. Because it's like the patriarchal society wouldn't allow for girls to, experience that self-esteem you have been teaching them for a while now. So you have to think about their agency. Then also you have to think about their relationship. How are they, relating to their family members, men, and other women? So you have to, again, work on their relationship. And relationship alone cannot take you somewhere unless you also work on the structure and the policies and things like that. So the agency relations structure framework will highly support my thinking towards gender equality and women empowerment, and I focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abinet. Yeah. Dr. Binagwaho, are there issues that you'd like to amplify or introduce?
A little bit of everything is great, and put that in a global perspective. And I would like, if you look, it's cultural, it is social violence, structural violence, with all the things that is linked with that. And it starts at birth. Women breastfeed more their boys than their girls. What does it mean? Good question for research. Is it because men, the baby boys are the weak? They are weak. We are the strong biological sex. We all know that. They die more. Maybe it's a reaction for keep the boy alive because they know that through that little boy, if he became a strong man, the family will be safe. Cultural. So there are so many things to do. The girls are in primary school. Okay, but what do they learn? All the example of greatness are men in the books, and all the example of submission are female, isn't it? So, can we change that? Now they go to secondary school. Okay, there is not enough secondary school, and also, what is the necessity to go and be educated? You'll be a woman at home. And those women who are educated are so arrogant. They have a voice and an opinion on everything. They put trouble in the family, isn't it? So this also has to be changed. It's culture and structural violence, and it's across culture and across society. Now, the women who are finding their way and going there in the top, when they own more than the husband, problem at home. So what they do to compensate, they wash more the kids, they wash more the dish, and they are more tired. That also we need to change. And even when they are going there up, and they are even going to lead the world, now you have all the things that are against this, because even the good people start to be gender insensitive. So we need to change culture, structural violence at every level. Even the way we perceive, when a university in this country recruits more women than men, the value of that university go down. What the hell? Is it, is it how Wall Street is doing with value? No. So this also needs to change. So even when women find their way, Because they are there, the value of being there is less. We need to change that. So anthropologic studies are psychological, cultural, and that's true that little boys are sometime after breastfeeding period neglected, but we still see too many fake men there when we have fantastic women around there that never find their way just because they are women. So don't change the deal and the work too early. Still push girls to go up there. And the best way is equity.
Yes.
If we have more women in primary school because we have almost more girls at age to go to primary school than men. So it's good. And we should have 50% of female at all stage of the chain and the cycle of life. And share.
So I'm noticing that we do have some men in the audience today, and thank you so much for being here.
There are always some courageous ones.
Let's give them a round of applause. And I'd like to stay with you actually for just a moment, Dr. Benawaho. Your country has had such an incredible and really inspiring transformation. And I think it's a model for us all. And I'm wondering about how to build allies amongst all people, and particularly men, for the development of the kind of equity you're talking about. And perhaps the panel can also speak at different levels about how that might happen.
If we want to build equity, it has to be coming from everybody, because it's not a portion of the society that can bring equity to all the others. So, and it can only be by sitting together and say, okay, this group is disadvantaged. How can we give them a discriminative positive advantage for them to raise up to the other level? And think about that. But also provide to each and every one what they need. We have more than 65 or 68, I don't remember how much, parliament representative in a country where educated women are less in number than men. So imagine the huge positive advantage we give to women. And how it happened is just because the Constitution passed and the ruling party convinced people to vote that if 30% of women the 30% of positions are not occupied by women or men, elections are cancelled. You don't need Russian or anyone. Cancelled. Just because we didn't meet the number. Can you imagine? So all the party to be there has pushed the women. What happened is that the women that were pushed for the party to have a seat were not at task, didn't know what a law is, didn't know what to do. No problem. The country take a breath and take 1 year to educate them. What is a law? How do you do a law? What is the risk, etc. Now they are fantastic. You see. So give and this is coming together, decide to break to fill the gap. And see how in your setting, your environment, you can do that on the benefit of all, not women only, not men only, all. And also do things like, okay, the science proves us that major killer of women is cervical cancer. And there is a vaccine. What a criminal thing not to give that vaccine to the girl. And the problem in my country is women didn't know that they had a cervix. They didn't know what cancer is because our big problem was HIV, TB, malaria, infectious disease. So take a breath, go, they have a brain, a great brain, and explain. You know, we have an uterus, we have a cervix, etc. After that, they're all there. I want my kids to be vaccinated. 96% of the kids vaccinated first attempt. And today, age 12 to 20, 93% of the girls in Rwanda are vaccinated.
That's higher than the U.S.
Yeah. And you do that, of course, not only by convincing mothers. You convince father.
Yeah.
So what you do, you explain to the fathers that, your wife, she has a cervix. What is a cervix? Da, 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 da. And you go, you take a breath, you explain. So dialogue, cultural shift, respect, and also knowing how you can reach there. You reach there sometime by explaining to the pastor that women have a cervix. The religious, the press, the community leaders, all the people that those men and those women are trust, because they trust them more than they trust me. So it's an approach that has a philosophy behind that we teach in the University of Global Health Equity, equity first, meaning not for one or not for the other. And also leave nobody out. So the vulnerable are the first target. And to get 93%, target the most vulnerable girl. If you reach that girl, all the others will come there because they find their way. Their parents are educated, etc. So leave no one behind, respect, and target the vulnerable.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
I think she said it all.
I think she said it beautifully.
Anything else?
Well, yes, and I just was sitting here just gloating over what you were saying and take a particular interest in the HPV vaccine because I was at NIH then, and the original research developed that vaccine was by Doug Lowy and a couple of guys at the National Cancer Institute, and my office was able to fund when they came to us saying it's moving ahead in research faster than they had expected, and we're looking for some extra funds to start the clinical trials, most of which were early on in Costa Rica, and we were able to do that. And I remember saying that I expected one of the greatest advances in women's health research would be related to the vaccine, because really no one should be dying of cervical cancer. And yet we've been working for years trying to develop a vaccine for HIV and for other things, and that if this were to work, it would be the first vaccine ever that would prevent cancer, and it would be the first vaccine ever to prevent transmission of a sexually transmitted disease. And lo and behold, it went through the clinical trials faster, was expecting. They're still doing work on it. But as you described what happened and how you got such a high percentage of success in your country, when I think about here, when the vaccine was first introduced, there was such what I call sort of a socio-political reaction that I think much of the value of the scientific and medical value of that vaccine was lost for years in this country over what that socio-political approach, who should be determined, why is it being given to girls, is this going to increase their promiscuity, why should boys or why should boys not be, who should be determining this, the school board, the doctors, the politicians, and all of that came up, and for many, it was a long while before we're just beginning to see a real increase in rates. But if we had had that kind, and we're beginning to see a decline in cervical cancer, not just here but around the world, and probably more so around the world where it's a major problem. But it does show, and it demonstrated, especially to me, because even in my position, I tried to sit back and learn and watch what was happening, and it showed me that science in itself can't do it all. We have to deal with the circumstances, the cultures, and the politics, and all of those things that influence the recognition of science. And I think even today we're dealing with, fake science as opposed to what has been demonstrated or is demonstrated by science. Your original question was about working with men. And I must say that for the Office of Research on Women's Health, just as before, where you can imagine coming up in medicine, me and all the guys in my class, and very few guys, very few women after that, that it was natural to work with men and to understand that it was important. We have a conference on women, and they're only women. That doesn't help us deal with I mean, once you walk out of the room, the real world. I remember I went to speak at, I won't say which university, but a university in the Mid-South, and it was to talk on women's health. And one of my best friends was the chair of the PATH department there. And he picked me up at the airport and he said, well, I'd love to come hear you talk, but I'm told that no men are allowed at this talk on women's health. And I was just floored. So, of course, I changed my talk to talk about the importance of both men and women understanding about women's health and women's careers. We're seeing this. So I made sure that we had men as part of every discussion, every committee, sort of the reverse, because, you know, just as we're seeing that demands from on top that women be part of every committee, every program, every symposium, so that you've got that viewpoint of women. Obviously, we were going to have that in our office, so I made sure we had representation the other way. But just thinking about health, what you described for cervical cancer, we see that in many countries of the world still related to breast cancer, where women don't come in to be seen for breast cancer because they're afraid of how their husbands will view them or will not view them if they feel that other men have seen their breasts or feel they've got some lesion of the breast. And there are countries that I visited, and probably you all may know more of that than I do, but certainly we see that, and that takes me back to the 40s and 50s in this country, but we're slowly making progress. So the bottom line, short answer is, yes, it is important, and there are ways that we must involve both men and women. We would have a fit if men were doing something and excluding women, so why should we do the reverse and exclude men? And it just makes it easier when you walk out of the room, because we do need. Now, women, I agree, are strong, and we can be, and most often are, the agents of change, but it doesn't hurt to have our colleagues go along with it.
I think the debate are starting, but I talk about inclusiveness.
Yes.
Women will never do anything women please. Bring the men and convince them. I agree. And our HPV vaccine rate is just because I told you, we convince the mother, but the father, the religious leader, local leaders. So it's wider than the division man-woman. Put the kid in the center and see who is important in the society for this kid. Those are the people you need to convince. And then it's so easy.
So I would just say one quick thing is that we can create really innovative national policies, such as vaccinating girls, it's HPV. But I think the one missing ingredient that I think we have to do a better job on is how we communicate to the grassroots and the education at the grassroots. And I think there's been a real, I don't know if the word is mismatch or just not talking to each other, but we have to do more. The top down is just not going to work if you're going to create change. And I think we've had a very top-down mentality, and I truly believe that the change agents in this world are at the local level. They're the grassroots entrepreneurs, they're the innovators, they're your local politicians. They're the ones where resources really need to get put into, because I think they're starved. I think they've been starved in this country, but I see that starvation, in a lot of other countries. So I'm just going to put a plug for, if we're going to reach people, it's the grassroots.
Very important. And the best advocate of our HPV vaccine, this great innovation, was our community health workers, primary level education, the star of the world. You see, you can say so many things.
I know.
So we're not going to get through all my questions, but I'm going to ask one last one, and I'm going to direct it to you, Abinette. Dr. Penn, I'm skipping you because you're at home, so we'll give Abinette the chance to be the first to answer my final question. I also would like you all to prepare yourselves to ask questions. We're going to be passing mics around, and we'll have about 15 minutes for that. So as you're thinking, get ready to raise your hands. And I would ask you to keep your questions short so that we have time to answer as many as possible. Okay, so Abinette, I'm wondering, we're sitting here celebrating our bicentennial here at the University of Virginia and looking forward to our next 200 years. And I'm wondering, what advice would you offer to an institute of higher education here or anywhere in order to truly promote the health of women and girls? And I think, as we've just heard, of all people moving forward.
Okay, before I answer that question, I would love to comment on men engagement a little bit. And I would like to ask you all to take it to your home. I mean, ask yourselves, if you have kids in the house, and boys and girls, how are you raising them? How do you differentiate between the roles between girls and boys? So it should all start from raising feminist boys and girls in your houses. You know, you start by buying them toys. And you give a girl a kind of, cooking machines and things like that. You're ascribing her, to her role in the future. While you're buying your boys airplane, guns, and things like that. What are you trying to communicate to your kids? So it should all start from raising feminist boys and girls in the house and trying to lead by example as well. What kind of parents are you in the house? We're not going to change the world if we don't start from ourselves. And the personal is political and theoretical. If you detach yourself from what you do out there, and you're so different when you go to the house and at the podium, that's going to be a problem. So I say, raising feminist boys and girls is very important to engaging men. And yes, for the higher education institutions, I would really like to I have been working for Addis Ababa University, the oldest higher education institution in the country, for about 5 years. And I used to lead the gender office there too, and I used also to teach. So there were panel discussions like this regarding why we have less women academicians in the institute and not more men and things like that. And one time, I know of a couple who works for the university. They started while they were students. So the guy, he managed to become a professor. The woman, she struggled to hold her PhD. And I asked that person, what do you do? When you get home from teaching, what do you do? He said, I read, I watch the CNN, I correspond with international universities, I attend global workshops and things like that. And the woman, she should go home and cook for him. How do you expect a woman to become a professor in your institute while you don't even think about what happens to her when she goes home? So I would like to ask, institutions like UVA and others to take into consideration what women should live up to and their role in the society. It's not only limited to their career at your university. There are other factors involved for them to become professors. And, it's the saying goes, either you publish or perish for academicians, right? How do we make sure that they publish with all those, roles involved or expectations for them to become, the homemaker and also the perfect wife figure? So I would say we should be, the universities have different missions for their teaching and learning, for their research, and for the community service. So mainstreaming gender into all this would require, to stop and think, okay, how many women do I have? Let me share one story, if you allow me. So one time, there was a restructuring in the university. And the university really wanted to have women as leaders or as deans, as department heads and things like that. So it was advertised. It was advertised, but no women show up to apply. So as a gender office head, I was communicated by the university president, and he asked me, you know, we really want to have more women to the management now, and nobody's applying. Then nobody consulted my office when they set the criteria for application. I told him to his face, sir, you know, your criteria was discriminatory in the first place. Have you seen the academic staff profile that you have produced? There is a booklet, and it states most of the women are MA holders in that particular university. And the criteria was assistant professors and above. So you're expecting to see more women applying to your positions, which are already limiting. It didn't even take into consideration how many women professors, how many women. In its 50 years of history, before I leave Addis Ababa University, we only managed to get one female professor from Ethiopia. That should be troubling to a management of an academic institution. So just should stop and ask why.
That's what to do to change that.
Exactly.
I have a solution. Every pregnancy should be considered as a mentoring of a future Nobel Prize.
Yes.
An academic promotion. Isn't it? Thank you. That's, if you can do that, you will see the woman. And probably the Nobel Prize coming from here also.
I love it. Dr. Penn, do you have thoughts to share on this? Advice for us?
Well, I think it just gets into points of leadership and things, barriers. How do we overcome some of the barriers to women being seen? The idea of how do we deal with what comes into gender bias, if you will, and getting more women into not just academic promotions, but the CEOs or in industry, or as you say, getting Nobel Prize, or even getting elected to the national academies, international academies, where women are recognized. And part of that is that women can be agents of change. And as more women come in and exert and speak up, I like to ask when I'm speaking to, whether it's young students or to more professorial level folks, have you ever spoken up when you see an injustice or lack of gender equity for a colleague or for yourself? And it's much easier to do for a colleague, because sometimes when you're just speaking up for yourself, it's seen as sort of a narrow, selfish thing. But imagine if you have colleagues who speak up for you, that you can bring about change. I like what you said you did and that you pointed out. And yes, we refer to that as institutional transformation, that a lot of what has contributed to the lack of women progressing has been due to the fact that they are being judged or have to work with criteria that was set by men related to men's responsibilities. Do you have rounds on Saturday morning or in the evening? One of the best things, and I'll give you this example, then I'll be quiet, but in talking about leadership for women and roles of leadership, women so often don't take advantage of things that could help them with family responsibilities because they're afraid it will stigmatize them as to not being competitive or on equal par. And we were having a workshop once on women in biomedical careers, and as usual, as I said, always had men involved. And the conference was running a little over. And one of the men on the panel, who was one of our leaders at NIH, put his hand up and said, I hate to say this, but I have to leave because I have to pick my son up at daycare. I thought that was probably the most important thing that happened at that whole workshop. Because how many women would say, I've got to leave to pick my child up at daycare, because they'd be afraid that it would then reflect on them as being less professional.
Yeah.
But when the man did it, it set an example that I have quoted over, and every time I see him, I remind him, maybe in fact he reminded me that that kid that he had to pick up at daycare is now in college. That's how long it's been. But to me, it's something that I have not forgotten. And that's why I think, again, it comes down to that partnership for both men and women, and then getting institutions of higher learning to recognize that we do need to transform how institutions set up their criteria. I call it institutional gender equity based on transparency, transparency of requirements, transparency of criteria for whatever their roles are.
And I'll just piggyback on what everyone said, is that two things that I think are absolutely critical for women, young women and women in academic institutions or in companies, government, academia, whatever, is the issue of mentorship. Mentorship is absolutely critical for men and women to mentor women. The other piece that we don't talk about is sponsorship. And sponsorship is really putting your social capital on the line and to really push a woman you believe in that should be put on a corporate board, that should be put on the UVA board, that should be tenured at the department. That sponsorship is just not enough, and I think we have to do more to sponsor women. And there's people think, oh, well, that's mentorship. It's not. Mentorship is going out and having coffee with someone and giving great career advice. It's about having lunch. Sponsorship is truly about your social capital and putting that on the line.
Giving committee appointments, making sure they're visible, they're seen, they're promoted.
Just like what you're doing for me.
Oh, I cannot agree more. Because gender equity, it's even better than equality. And it is taking in account the biological function of a woman that we don't want to live. Imagine that all the women say, okay, to have a career, no more babies. Okay. Huh? Where are we going? We are dead, isn't it? So academic institutions need to take that in account. Give a breath to the woman to have family duty and do it well and with pleasure and with accomplishment, and push the men to go and take the kids at the daycare. But a discriminative advantage to compensate the great things the women are doing for the world. And this is, there is enough brain here to find the solution. An example that it is about willingness. The private sector in my country doesn't take off as it should do better for our future. And one of the problems we saw in gender is that they don't want to recruit bright young women. Why? Because they're going to get married, have babies, have absenteeism, etc. So we decided to break that, you know how? By creating an insurance, so that when the private sector have to recruit somebody to replace a woman, doesn't have to pay something. We all pay 0.003% of our whole salaries, so that any private sector can tap in, say, oh, this woman, CEO or sweeper, is on maternity leave or sick leave for the kids, this insurance compensates. So if we have done that, imagine the brain you have here. Find something for academic that can inspire the world. And even, it was funny, because even the religious that doesn't marry and say, should we pay too? Say yes, because the kids are Rwandan.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. And I'd like to turn now to the audience to see where the questions are. I see one in back.
Hi, thank you very much for the panel. My name is Danielle Hopkins. I'm the founder of Inclusive Finance Consulting, and I've done a lot of work with adolescent girls overseas, specifically with microfinance institutions and designing savings products and financial education programs for adolescent girls. And one of the things that we found was the importance of sensitization or raising awareness of parents. And a lot of times the girls would be going home to the parents, telling them about these savings accounts, and the parents wouldn't believe them. So I was wondering if you could talk, I think you guys have touched a little bit on parents, but just on kind of the role of parents and raising awareness and how that sort of factors in to getting buy-in of any particular program targeting adolescent girls. Thank you.
Maya?
So, you know, what I've seen work the best through some of the CBO partners that have worked at the grassroots, really changing cultural beliefs, you know, getting girls into school, making sure girls don't get married at an early age. I mean, savings accounts for adolescent girls when they work. I will tell you, again, it is face-to-face interaction. And it's someone who is considered respected from the community, who is working for your microfinance group on the grassroots, and getting them to come and speak to these parents door by door. You know, it's that simple. I've also seen where grassroots organizations have actually created parent councils where other parents will go speak to other parents, so it's peer-to-peer. And it's something as simple as that, but you have to find your champions within that community, and knowing that those parents are actually going to listen to that person, or at least give them a thoughtful hearing.
Thank you. Next question. I'll go in the center.
Thank you very much. My name is Buki Shonibare, and I'm the founder of Girl Child Africa. I'm from Nigeria. I work with girls that have been abducted by Boko Haram. And I'm also one of the founders of the Bring Back Our Girls movement, advocating for the girls that were abducted. Now, one of the challenges that we have, and I've heard us talk about it, but I just want us to speak more to it. So one of the challenges that we face, particularly in the northeastern part of Nigeria, currently in Nigeria, there are about 14 to 18 million children out of school. Over 60% of that population are actually girls. But I get the need for us to get boys and men on the table in terms of discussing issues affecting women generally, health, education, and all of that. But I want to hear practical ideas, or especially for we young leaders that work at the grassroots level, that do projects at the grassroots level. How do we practically get boys and girls? Because by the time we empower these girls, they go out into a world where they mix with boys, and we've so raised the bar with them that the boys find it difficult, and we see that trickle even into marriages. How sometimes when women get so empowered, it becomes a bit more difficult for the men to deal with that. So how do we get boys and men involved in this whole work around issues affecting girls and women? Practically, what ideas have you seen, or what have you worked on that can, you know, help us, particularly at that grassroots level? Thank you very much.
So we should talk after this, but can I just say one amazing group that's been working on this and is now replicating this work is a group called Promundo. It's founded out of Brazil, but it works with boys and working with how boys work with girls. And it's everything from inclusivity and equity to gender sensitivity. And how do they create partnership? And I think that's a really interesting model, and Promundo actually has an office in Washington, D.C. So you should take a look at them, but I'm happy to talk to you afterwards.
Right. And also don't forget what we said. Don't go for girls only. The world is bisexual and maybe more. At least consider those two sexes as a start.
We have time for one more question. Your smile got me.
Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I am from Uganda, and I'm so envious of Rwanda because we have all the nice policies, but implementation has become a big challenge. Although my question is about menstrual hygiene, because most of the girls that drop out in school, especially in Uganda, do not have access to menstrual hygiene materials or maybe like sanitary towels and all that. Is that an issue in Rwanda and Ethiopia, and how are you addressing that?
It is. And not only it is an issue of dropout of school, because during menstruation, girls doesn't go to school. First of all, the toilets are too ugly, and also there is no space for change. And when you change, there is no space to wash, because the one use is too expensive. So there is a promotion of doing something with banana, or even etc. So there are solutions that have to be local. Also, to have different type of toilet for girls, where there is a place for them, don't have mixed toilets. But the worst we don't talk about is absenteeism of women teachers during menstruation for the same reason. So the kids are not taught correctly. So it is crucial for as much as you create school, to create appropriate latrine for the users. Agree.
I would love to touch upon the first two questions as well while responding to your question, especially about engaging, it's about engaging men and boys and also parents. So that model I talked about, the framework that I talked about earlier, that we cannot do it only by focusing on building women's agency. We should really be concerned about their relationship. By relationship, I'm referring to the relationship that they have with their family members. For example, yours is access to finance, and it's easier, a bit easier to convince parents, to allow their kids to have some kind of bank book and things like that, financial literacy, because money is involved and money is a good thing, right? So families, you could get an easy buy-in from a family member when you talk about financial literacy for kids. But about social norm transformation, there is when it gets even a bit tricky. Because, the norm holders it will start from the parents. The agents of socialization, we are agents of socialization, all of us. It will start from the family, it goes to the school and also the media, right? So the family, they're like the strong norm holders, and breaking that chain is very difficult, I understand. So, but you cannot do it only by focusing on building agency of young men and women. You have to be able to also work on their relationships. By relationships, whether it's gonna take you to create awareness for their families, for their neighborhood, and things like that. And also about the structure, the laws. You may have the laws. We have the law, for example, in Ethiopia, that you're not gonna marry your child who is under 18 years old. But as I told you earlier, 1 in 5 girls get married at the age of 15. So what happens? You have a law, but it's still happening. The parents would just fake her age and send her to marriage. So that would mean we have to work hard to transform these gender norms that we have in our communities. And it takes more than building just agency of women and girls. It requires you to really think about how you transform those social norms that are being upheld for so long by agents of socialization, including the mother, the father, the structures, and everything. So about the menstrual hygiene, while I was working for the university, the dropout rates for female students, as I said earlier, is higher compared to men students. And one of the research from the Ministry of Education indicated that, among others, financial problems and also financial problems to provide for yourself, your needs, including menstrual hygiene, as a factor for female students dropout. So what we have done is we have developed a program whereby donors can provide, it could be in kind or in cash, so that we buy sanitary napkins, sanitary pads, and we distribute it for free for girls from rural areas. And I'm very happy now, currently I'm seeing young students running a campaign, running a movement, and demanding for free sanitary napkins for students. And I really support that idea, and yes, that's a problem, a challenge in Ethiopia as well.
And it's already a cultural shift, because who talked about menstruation? Black. So it's a change. But for your question, you want young adolescents to do saving, please bring the spiritual leaders and the local leaders there. If not, they are going to say, they want to be like those white kids, impolite, respecting nothing like in Europe. Don't go there. You understand? So before even talking to young girls, talk to the local leaders and transform them. So they will be your best support.
With that, I'm going to stand and begin the applause for this tremendous panel. Thank you all for your attention, and I hope you'll have a chance to follow up with them during the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
So, young woman, you just meant a future Nobel Prize.
That was marvelous. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite you all into the next room for lunch. We have such a full program.
Thank you so much for being here. Isn't she amazing? Are you okay?
Next part of our program in about 10 or 15 minutes. So thank you very much.
There we go.
Is that better?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tom Katsouleas, the Provost at University of Virginia, and I'd like to welcome everyone today to the third session of the Women's Global Leadership Forum, hosted by the University of Virginia as part of our bicentennial celebration. This session, entitled Economic Mobility and Equity for Women, will wrestle with issues at the very core of the ability of women to assume a fair and just role in 21st century democracies around the world. We have with us two remarkable leaders to help frame the conversation. Hatla Thomasdottir has a wealth of experience in both the corporate sector and the world of politics. After serving as the first woman CEO of the Iceland Chamber of Commerce, Hatla co-founded an investment firm in 2007 with the goal of integrating feminist values into the world of finance. The firm made global headlines when it survived Iceland's devastating economic collapse. Last year, Halla made history again as candidate for president of Iceland. She entered the race at 1% in the polls. When the final ballots were counted, she was the runner-up in a 9-person contest. What could be next? Halla has her own special connection to the University of Virginia as a former trustee of the Leifer Erickson Foundation, a graduate fellowship program administered by the UVA Foundation. So she's been here many times for foundation meetings. Welcome home. Our second speaker is Rick Goings, the chairman and CEO of Tupperware Brands, a prominent U.S. corporation with a household name and a multi-billion-dollar portfolio. As testimony to the important issues of economic equity, Mr. Goings served as steward of the World Economic Forum's Education, Gender, and Work Initiative. Rick is one of the 10 founding members of the UN Women's Private Sector Leadership Advisory Council, whose stated goal is to advance women's rights and empowerment. Our moderator is Megan Bayer, and the founder of Sister Republics, a U.S.-Swiss women's leaders project which reported on workplace gender issues in Switzerland. Back in the United States, she served as the external relations representative for Edge Gender Certification, a Swiss firm that certifies companies reaching a global standard in gender equality. Megan recently completed a White House assignment as executive director of the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. Megan is also a frequent guest lecturer for the Young African Leaders Program at Morven here in Charlottesville. We are fortunate to have with us such global thought leaders to address a critical topic. Halla, would you mind starting us off?
Not at all. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And, you know, this is the good news, the panelists. But for global women's achievement, this is sort of a watershed year. It's not very good news. Because 11 years ago, the World Economic Forum started to use all this great data and technology that we have in the world and came up with SAR and gender equality in countries across the country, across the world. 144 countries they looked at in health, in education, what we talked about in the last panel, and in economics and politics. I would argue the real power pieces of the puzzle. And for the first time in 11 years, the World Economic Forum had to report that women's equality is going backwards, not forwards, in the entire time they've done this study. So what a downer I am. But the first year it came out, 11 years ago, I remember looking up America and thinking, oh, we're going to do really well. Well, we were in the top 25 for the first couple of years. And this year we're 49. So I think technology and data is telling us what our intuition might have already told us. But the good news is we have two panelists here who represent change agents in women's equality and gender equality. We have one from each gender. Dr. Pin will be happy to hear that. And we know that with the programs we're going to be hearing about these 3 days, with the sense of activism in this room, that we are able to change. And through this panel, I hope we'll get some good ideas on how we can change. So first I want to give a decent introduction to Halla Thomasdottir, who you heard her story of just suddenly deciding she's going to run for president. She had already very much shown herself to be a leader in the economy and in education in Iceland and around the world. And she went very far in a very short period of time. But she has been cited as one of the women leaders in the global scene. The New Yorker calls her a live emoji of sincerity. So Halla, tell us your story. Tell us how you decided and why you decided to run for president.
Well, thank you. This is, of course, a hard one to follow, but let's be sincere. I really believe in that. I was called a living emoji of sincerity, and in all sincerity, I didn't know what an emoji was. My kids had to explain that to me when this appeared in a New Yorker article right after the elections in Iceland. But for me, the story is very personal of why I do what I do. And I am so lucky to be born in a country that is #1 in closing the gender gap and has been for 8 years running. And that didn't come about easily. So it took a lot of hard work from the women who came before me. And I always share this story, so I'm going to do that today. And if those of you who've seen my TED Talk may be tired of that story, or you may have heard it from lots of places now because it's become quite famous. But that's the story of when I was 7 years old and women in Iceland decided to go on strike. It happened to be on my mom's birthday, so it was October 24th, 1975, and all women decided to do no work that day, whether they held professional jobs or worked at home. And what happened? They brought the country to its knees. Nothing worked in Iceland that day because nothing works when women are not at work. And so I am so lucky, I'm so grateful for these women who had the courage and the solidarity to pave the way. And it's taken this time, so for the last 9 years we've been #1 in the world, but it started in '75 with the courage of these women. And 5 years later, Iceland was the first country in the world to democratically elect a woman as president. And I believe it happened because of what these women did before. Now, fast forward, we've done a lot of different things in Iceland to get us into this position, and part of that journey has definitely been including men. And thinking not just about this as a women's movement, but as a movement towards a stronger economy and towards social progress and social cohesion. We still have work to do. I'm still at it because of that, but we've gone there because of the women who came before me.
And I am so glad that you brought up men, because it really is in all of our interests to have this gender equality. The World Economic Forum has shown that just on one metric that they look at, if we just got women up to the same economic participation as men globally, by 2025, we would increase the global GDP by $5.3 billion. So clearly it is an imperative for the world. So that's a wonderful segue into our next panelist. Rick Goings is really a internationally known feminist. I mean, he was one of the people who began this He for She movement at UN Women, and he has been working at the World Economic Forum to make sure that this data that you'll find actually in your program is available every year, and that we get down to the bottom line. What does this mean for our society if we don't have gender equality, and who's doing the best job? Rick, how did this become such a passion for you?
Well, it started firstly, I was thrown into a business situation. I became president of Avon, and I have always, I believe in steward leadership, and so all of a sudden, I'm working for 3 million women, and that was my job, to really improve their opportunity. And then 25 years ago, serving public CEO, I am happy to report that our president and COO is a woman. I hope to be able to name her CEO next year. And interesting, I was reading in one of your brochures here about Women First. The first woman ever on the cover of Business Week was Brownie Wise in the mid-50s selling Tupperware. So I initially got involved, and then I became infected with that. It started out with the social justice reason that this is not fair. And I am pleased to say I have moved beyond that. And as a matter of fact, one of the big points I keep making is stop talking about the social justice piece, because what you do is you make victims of women. I said, talk about the opportunity piece of this, because that is really the power behind it. So, became outspoken at Davos a dozen years ago. I never will forget, I thought I would tell my wife Susan, I said, I was on one of the TV broadcasts across the world complaining that there wasn't a single discussion on women's issues a dozen years ago in Davos. And I said, Klaus is never going to invite me back again. There were more than a dozen this last year now. Now it's one of the 10 initiatives. So I'm impatient and I'm an activist on it. And And perhaps what we can talk about today is some of the ways we can move this forward, because it still is, the range is between 88 years and 120 years before gender parity is going to be achieved at its current rate. And so I think one of the things we need to also do is, we make the mistake of it in this country particularly. I mean, America has a wonderful culture, but an arrogant culture. And you see this in Western Europe. So you see the gender parity issues in this country. Clearly, I believe in glass ceilings and boards. Hey, 50% of our board are women. 44% of our officers are women. But when you get outside the US, which is 5% of the world's population, in Europe, ditto, almost all the women in the world live in these other countries who aren't like Iceland. And her basic challenge is not a seat at the boardroom table, it's a seat in the classroom, or not getting raped before she walks home from her village. I mean, so we have chosen to, we've got to bifurcate this, and when we really deal with women's issues, we've got to start talking about in which markets and what are the issues.
And I think, Hatla, because you moved from business to politics, was there something in what Rick is saying now that led you to believe that having women in leadership would address some of these social issues, some of these issues in society that may not be in our immediate sphere?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with Rick that the situation varies a great deal, and I spend a lot of my time now trying to inspire and empower and hopefully equip women and men to embrace this issue, because it is an equity issue, but it is definitely an economic and social progress issue. And I honestly don't think we'll be around if I think the latest report says 216 years before we close the gender gap, because we went backwards. And that's just not okay. And I don't think any of us can be responsible and leave a world like that for our children. So in my opinion, it's both. We need to work at the grassroots level. We need to do all of the things we heard this morning. It's about education. It's about safety and security for women and the respect that we don't have in so many countries. But it's also about changing the power balance in the world and changing how we do power. And so if you think about October 24th, when these women gathered and refused to do work at home and at work, they went to downtown. There were demonstrations, but there was no violence. It was peaceful. It was a different way of doing power. So I am a big proponent of getting to gender balance in the boardroom and in positions of power, and particularly in terms of heads of states, because we get together, whether it's in Davos or at the G20 or anywhere where we discuss climate change, changing technologies, peace, and it is mostly men talking with men.
Has any other country done this before?
It is.
It is.
Has any other country done this before? Have the women, the Lysistrata approach where women say, I'm out?
Well, in a way, the women's marches here, I believe, in the US were partly inspired by the strike in Iceland, and it's gotten a lot of recognition as of late. But I think that was the right thing to do at the time, and it accelerated speed, and there might be I've seen boycotts. I've seen, certain cities and states and countries say, let's not buy any products from companies that don't do gender balance or don't do social responsibility or sustainability. So there's different ways that activism is actually bringing this about. But to me, it's just, why would any leader not want to tap into all the available talent to address the complicated complicated issues we have to solve in this world? Why?
Now, Rick, in 2012, you had that big report from Credit Suisse, a longitudinal study, 2,400 companies. Bottom line was, on every economic metric, you did better if you had women in leadership. What do you sense when, you're one of the guys at WEF, so you're probably hearing more than I am when I'm there. But, I mean, is there a sense among CEOs that, this is an opportunity and we're missing out? I mean, has that gotten through?
It's beginning to change, but I often talk about, you've got two different, firstly, 94% of all the CEOs of big companies are men. The heads of most universities are men. I know this was first here. So that's why we created at the UN, he for she, because we said, if you're going to leverage influence, you better get him in front of the parade. I very much support all the she for she movements, But if she isn't controlling the company, the state, or the university, it's harder to have leverage. So you look at it as pure strategic approaches, go for leverage.
So tell me
and
what you
that's
did.
the problem in Davos. Davos, 15% of the people that come, and you and I know this, you were telling me that 15% of the people that come to Davos are women. Remember what they did? Comment on what?
A few years ago at Davos, they decided, well, we are going to put together some kind of quota so that if you're bringing 5 people, one of them has to be a woman. And they sent a very stern letter to all these companies, you have to bring a woman. So Rick and I can only deduce that people started bringing 4 people instead of 5.
And it's still 15%. Yeah. But that's what you had. Back to your question again. You have 2 categories of he's on this. You have those that, and you find this with regard to any kind of cause related, they check the box. I'm doing it. I'm doing performance reviews. But then you get groups that they really do believe this. They understand that even if they don't care about the social justice side of it, they say, well, this is business opportunity, and let's focus on self-interest.
Well, I wonder how much the whole competitive spirit might help. You know, have you heard of the 30% Club? I'm sure you have.
Yes.
Tell us how that has worked. And I know it's worked a little better in Europe than it's worked here, I think.
Yeah, and I think 30% Club is basically a voluntary organization that's about CEOs and chairmen coming together and volunteering to get at least 30% women into the boardroom. And it's primarily from the UK. But I'm more familiar with the story, and I would rather share the story perhaps of what we did in Iceland. I don't know if you know, but Norway was the first country to introduce a gender quota in the boardroom. And then shortly thereafter, we did so in Iceland. And I was actually part of that movement. And what we decided to do, which after the fact was kind of a clever way to do it, is we came to sort of about progressive companies, so let's get it done. And I was lucky enough to be in a leadership position with a lot of the male leaders at the time, and I asked, how long do you need, speaking of competition? And I said, do you need 10 years? And they looked at me, no, you're fast, you probably can do it faster. And I allowed them to eventually tell themselves and the world in a news conference that they could get there in 5 years. And we went from 12% women in the boardroom to 25% in those 5 years. But right before we signed that publicly, we agreed that if we couldn't get to true balance, which we defined as 40%, either gender, because often you're not in even numbers in the boardroom, we would get gender quota law passed. So 2013 we did. And the interesting part about this experience from my country is that before we passed the gender quota, 2/3 of women directors liked it, but less than half of the male directors liked it. After it was in place for only 2 years, 2/3 of male directors like it, and 90% of female directors like it. So the experience has been overwhelmingly positive.
Try it, you'll like it.
Because inclusive boardrooms, exactly, inclusive boardrooms, they work better, not just for women, they work better for all of us. All of a sudden, men came to the board meetings better prepared, I'm not kidding, and so they improved their performance, and that the research shows that, and also the dialogue changed, and we were no longer just talking about the balance sheets or the income statement, we were talking about our responsibility to the world, social responsibility, things like environmental impact, things that really do matter. The bottom line became bigger when both women and men sat around the table.
What is your response to that?
Amen. Great, and I'm a Buddhist. And I've got to say on this, because I've had some tension over the last couple of years with a number of board members on this whole statement, shareholder value. And I have fought it. And I've got to say, I'm proud of our performance since we've been a public company, but it's stakeholder value. It's, there are, you've got a young professor here, Bala, we were talking about, it's these 2 bottom lines. You can make the world a better place by doing this. And I'll tell you where it's really incumbent upon us to make these changes. Millennials today care more about it. I mean, we went from autocratic leadership styles to next styles were rules-based. I mean, that was the United Airlines deal of get him out of his seat, this is the rule. to now heart is part of it, and it is connecting with people. And frankly, you've got to do these kinds of things if you're going to attract, engage, and retain those kinds of people. Let me tell you a sidebar story.
Okay.
One of our biggest countries in the world is Indonesia. Fourth largest population in the world. Largest Muslim population in the world. You can change men's attitude if you share it with them in a non-defensive way. We had a big meeting, and I had all of our women distributors come, but for her to come, and we have women that are making $1 million, $1.5 million US per year, very successful, okay? She had to bring her husband, and I don't speak Bahasa. I sat on the edge of a stage, on the stairs. I had simultaneous translation, and I did 90 minutes with slides of the difference between men and women, and I had fun with it with them. It started out with a man's brain, a woman's brain, and here's a man's brain, and we talked about how many more cells, and it was bigger. And then you could see them sitting up, and then I said, however, she scores 4% higher on all IQ tests. And then I started to take apart the brain. Corpus callosum, she's got 30% more. She can multitask. He can't. Talk to him sometimes when he's watching television. He doesn't answer you because he can't hear. You know, I went through this in a fun, really non-confrontational way. That company, over 7 years, 35% compound annual growth. And I saw him move from being really non-supportive to carrying her luggage. I mean, it was just a change. That's why education is so much a part of this, that there's something in it for you if you understand the power of women.
And so it takes change makers like you.
Yeah. Thanks.
And Dr. Penn was so right. I mean, you are in the power structure as a birthright. And thank you for doing what you've done. Do you have a great mother or children, or you obviously have a great wife? I've met her. But I mean, how come you are the outlier here?
I do think I had I'm Austrian by that. This was a hug by my mom. I said, Mom, that doesn't even feel good. I had a mom that I knew was strong. Nobody crumbled. And so I was raised with that kind of an environment. And I'm finding there's a lot of guys out there. The leaders right now are in touch with the heart leaders today. Yeah, I can be tough. I'm ex-military. I know how to do this, okay? But to keep people together, you just need to be able to not only communicate with their heads, but with their hearts. And there's a lot of people interested in doing this. It's interesting. I have a friend, he's the new chairman of PricewaterhouseCoopers, Bob Moritz. And he's a guy that's now getting in front of this. He's one of these 10, he for she. And Bob's not doing it because it's check the box. He's doing it because he says, look our best candidates out there are women, and I need to get better at this and even sensitize myself more. So that's where I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I was always hopeful after all those studies came out, McKinsey, Bain, Credit Suisse, that would be the epiphany, that I really believe that all they needed were the facts. I mean, maybe they just didn't have them, and now they do. Is there something about having all this ability to data mine and the technology today that could be an upside for propelling equality rather than what we found this year anyway?
What do you?
Well, I mean, I just want to say how incredibly grateful I am for leaders like Rick and the CEO of PricewaterhouseCoopers, the male leaders out there. Paul Polman of Unilever is another one who decided when he came in, I'm going for the long term, I'm going for gender and sustainability as my two levers of success. Because I believe we're moving into where it will be a license to operate, to do what I call the triple bottom line, which is profit, people, planet, and it's an equal balance.
That's a great way to look at it.
But 10 years ago, when I founded my investment firm, it was a very alienating concept. So we came together, 2 women initially, and then built this investment firm in the infamous year 2007. And I don't know how that sort of year resonates with you, but in Iceland it means the height of the financial bubble. Things were crazy. And some of us lost faith in this being a sustainable way of doing business. And we decided to come together and found an investment firm based on putting feminine values into finance.
So it wasn't a gender lens fund?
Yes, it was. We founded a private equity fund and wealth management and corporate advisory, so like a small investment bank in a way.
But investing in women-owned and women?
No, not at all. And this is the point that I want to make. And this is, so I've been at this for 20 years altogether very actively, but it started really when I was 7. But I've been actively out there for 20 years talking about this and increasingly all over the world. And I honestly believe that maybe the next era or the next phase in this is, if we want to change culture, is to make this conversation less divisive. So the reason we introduced it as feminine values into finance, note, not female values, not feminist values, but feminine values into finance, is that we believe that the best leaders and the best principles at the heart of any organizations are in gender balance. So men can have feminine values, women can have masculine values. As a matter of fact, research shows that if we are able to embrace both sides well inside of us, we are going to be more effective leaders. So I'm really hoping that the next phase, and I'm always a little bit ahead of myself and the rest of the world when it comes to these ideas, but I really hope the next phase is about leadership and about what does good leadership look like. And good leadership is going to draw from both the feminine and masculine, and it's going to be available for men and women.
And you know, here in Virginia, we just had an election, and there were a lot of women like you, Hatla, who had never run before, and they said, I'm running. And we weren't supposed to win many seats on the, there weren't supposed to be many turnovers for districts, because we have this gerrymandering thing, and
that's the right word.
It's another story, but we won.
There are barriers.
11 out of the 15 winners were women.
I know.
And so, do you see this happening in a lot of places?
Well, yeah. I mean, I have to say this, and I can say this, I guess, because I'm not a citizen of this country, and it is not a political statement. I just want to be very clear of that. But some of the leadership we've seen as of late is not what I would call good leadership. And I'm not just talking about the White House. I'm also talking about some of the things that we see around the world, where we see leaders stepping up, thinking they know it all, they can do it all, they have all the answers, they are the heroes that can save us from ourselves. I don't believe or prescribe to this definition of leadership. It's not good leadership because it doesn't really empower others. Good leadership is about helping people find the leader within, which you do in your organization. Good leadership is about telling everybody, you have a reason to be here, and you have something to offer. Offer the best version of yourself to make a difference. And so I want to say that the silver lining in this cloud of not seeing good leadership is probably that we have woken up. And now we're talking about what does good leadership look like. And more women have signed up and trained and won offices. It's great news. So I'm a firm believer in us entering this new phase. It's going to take a while, and those who hold power aren't going to give it up easily. They're going to put up a decent fight. I think, yes. But I don't think that should ever be a reason for us not to offer ourselves up for leadership and to do it truly from those values from within. And so each one of us, and my message to any of you, especially you young people, and especially you who are coming from all these different countries and can change, do it as you. Don't let anybody else tell you that you need to learn leadership from those who defined it decades ago and got it wrong.
And as important as it is to listen, listen to her. Now, Rick, this is not foreign to you because it's preaching to the choir in a way.
Yeah.
But do you think that your fellow male CEOs see what Hatla clearly sees? And I think we're beginning to intuit that this is going to happen. There's going to be a greater feminine leadership in the economy and politics, and we're on the verge of it at this low point. What is your reaction?
Yes, I do think it's happening. But that's the concern. It's not happening fast enough. It is just not happening. And again, you've got to bifurcate the world between the higher GDP markets of the world and the rest of the world. In the emerging markets of the world, it's not happening hardly at all on that. And we have got to find, that's why we'll get into this discussion, well, how do you make it happen faster in these markets. And it's interesting, we're talking about women when they get into those roles. Well, what happens? A Bain study. Bain basically found that when recruiting people in, male and female, they had about the same attitude coming in at who would make it to the C-suite. Within 2 years, women dropped 50% on her belief that she'd make it to C-suite. Why? And that's even in established markets of the world, high GDP markets. Why? Number one reason, the good old boy network, he felt supported, he felt sponsored, and she felt alone mostly, which comes up to an interesting sidebar issue that, and Sheryl Sandberg and I have had this conversation, that women have got to work on. We have held, gosh, Eleanor, we've held them in Italy and Paris, and Eleanor's head of global women's initiatives for Tupperware brands. But over the years, women's forums, 25 women at a time, 5 days. And what we find out, generally, most women in the 30 to 45-year-old bracket haven't been really brought up in business to support one another. Whereas he would have a support network, she wouldn't have a support network. And we started sitting there saying, you got to start helping each other here. I mean, I was the only guy, and they would see me 4 days commit CEO time to there, so this mattered. And we started to walk or talk about procedures so women could start really helping one another rather than competing.
Right. Well, you referenced the age of 7, because I also think you have to be sort of a special person, because not in Tupperware, but in many corporations, it's not your imagination that you're not getting supported, that you know, the other women think, well, there are only a few of us. If I help her, what does that mean for, you know, there's a zero-sum game thing happening. And you have to be a special person. What happened to you at 7?
Well, I mean, I asked so my mom is normally, you know, unlike me, she was very good in the household, and she would normally bake a lot. I can't bake to save my life. My husband is a chef, that's how I saved my life. But honestly, she wasn't doing anything that day, and she was one of 8 sisters and 2 brothers, and they were all gathering in the home, and the husbands were supposed to be cleaning up, the brothers and the husbands. And the women weren't doing anything. So I asked her, but she was too busy talking. You know, they were on a strike. There was sort of the spirit in my house before going into the city. And my mom's sister answered when I asked, why are you on the strike? And she answered with a simple sentence that I've never forgotten, but I fully didn't understand the power of it until later. And that was, because we want to show that we matter. And you know what? They showed. In a big way. Nothing worked that day. And I decided that day that I would matter. I'm not sure I understood what it meant, but I decided that day. And it's so important for each one of us to think that way. To not think that the solutions come from somebody else, but to think, I can matter. I can make this society, this world, the way I want it to be.
You know, I think Title IX did that for women in America. And the young women probably don't even know what that means, but you know, I grew up cheering from the sidelines by design, because there was no sports program for the women, for the girls in school. And we were there always cheering on the guys. And so the message you got from that, as you know, many hugs as you got from your mother and your father, and kudos you got for this and that, was you really weren't as good, and you didn't matter as much, because you couldn't be out there on the field. So I do think all of those things that say to you overtly or insidiously that you don't matter, you know, that.
And I think there are issues we need to talk about that we don't talk about enough, Megan, to be honest. And one of them is unconscious bias. The other one is impression management or self-doubt. And maybe I can give one example of that. When I was encouraged to run for president of Iceland, my initial thought was, who am I to run for president? And I actually believe most good people, because humility tends to be a cornerstone of a good leader, would think that initially. Those who think immediately, I'm the right person for this, might have a problem.
There are some living examples.
There are some living examples. But I want to say this because I don't think we talk enough about this. So often when we want to raise women's confidence, we try to do that by just be confident and be strong. I mean, be like a man and lower your voice and, dress in black. I'm still doing the black thing. I was trained in corporate America. And sort of, don't show your personality too much and sort of try to fit in. Don't stand out. And so I think this question is something that comes up whether you're asked to run for the school board or president or offer yourself up for the CEO suite or the board. And I struggled a lot, and I tried to sort of figure out what's my biggest doubt, in addition to this imposter syndrome, who am I, or the self-doubts. And that was actually the negative dialogue and the potential impact on my children. I worried so much about how my daughter and son, who were teenagers, would fare through what is inevitably a challenge to be, a public person and have a public life. So to me, I decided to, in order to get over my imposter syndrome, I first tried to figure out why would I do this? Is there a reason? And I discovered there was a reason that was far bigger than my own ego. So how I fared throughout this campaign was not why I ran. I ran because I wanted to be part of the dialogue about the future and the principles and values I want to be at the heart of that future for my country, for my children, and for all the other children. So the reason I ran was bigger than myself. And I think that is a helpful way to get over self-doubt. Find a reason that's bigger than, your own vulnerable ego. The other thing I did was I became very clear on what my own principles for running were and what my definition of success would be. And my definition of success was not that I had to win to feel successful. And my campaign was incredibly successful because I went from being unknown to politics, having 1% in the polls 45 days before the election day, and I came in as a runner-up, and most people thought I needed another week to win. So to me, that was the numbers. That's Excel. And yes, I was proud to have not given in when everybody thought I should.
Well,
everybody asked me if I wanted to quit.
Has anyone suggested that?
Well, yes, of course. But my success definition was this. My children came through it stronger. So did I. So did my husband. And we made an impact on how the dialogue about the future of Iceland was. And we talked about the principles and values of transparency, honesty, equality, sustainability, and more care in our society. All of these things changed. What happened? So success can mean so many different things. So I also want to say to you, running or offering yourself up for leadership, and so many of you here have done that repeatedly, it doesn't have to always be about winning. It can be about the how of how you do things. The how can matter so much more than the what in leadership.
Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, has anyone here thought of running for office? Who has thought of running for office? Okay. All right, so this is a great opportunity for you. So get your questions ready. We're going to open it up to you. Actually, there are people with microphones, so if anyone has a question, raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you. And before we get to questions, have you ever thought of running?
Yes, it was a fleeting thought. My wife has thought of it for me more than me. But you know what?
That's a sign of a good leader.
Yeah.
When other people call you.
I want to add to what you were saying on something, because this is the global women's. And again, I want to get your help, because most of us live in the US or Western Europe, and the 90% that don't. And the issues with regard are so different. And I get it, that I go to a session in this country and a lot of conversation about STEM. I get that, okay? Yeah. And, but I will tell you, the 90% of the women that live in these emerging markets of the world, they're not gonna have a chance to go to college. And I keep on my cell phone, I've had it for probably 5 years, on my, I keep on, other than picture, Susan, looks good. Okay. Anyway, I keep a little list. This reminds me of qualities not measured by cognitive tests. Because I'm out there often with I'm in Kalimantan, which is Borneo, and she never had a chance to even have high school. She didn't, or in Southern Africa or these other places. Would you hire a woman who had these qualities, but she didn't have a degree? And these are the qualities not measured. Firstly, the selves. Self-discipline, self-leadership, persistence, courage, resilience, enthusiasm, reliability, empathy, civic-mindedness, endurance, resourcefulness. And so when somebody, if you went to chainofconfidence.com, you would see my wife, or yeah, I'd see and hear my wife, who used to be with ABC Television, interviewing women from around the world, sometimes fourth grade education, who has 1,000 people who work for her. And what I've been so proud about, even at Davos, they started to call it the Tupperware effect, that and I kidded Mohammed Yunus, I said, why in the hell did you get the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah.
Anyway, and he's a good guy. Yeah. But we microfinance him, we give him a template. She goes out there, she tastes success, and when she tastes success, she feels confident. Almost like you running for office, what it did to you and what it does to the family, etc. And then when she has confidence, she has influence. And we did studies at Georgetown University on this whole impact of confidence in people. We found out that you can cultivate it, you can measure it, you can, in fact, with it, you can drive it forward, and that, interesting, confidence disempowers failure, because even when you don't become president, the effort of going through that was winning. Winning. And that's what, I just don't want to forget the other 90% on this whole dialogue on women's global leadership. We've got to start with those places too.
And what impresses me is that business is really playing a role. And I do see that evolution, particularly talking to Rick, into this three kind of pronged approach: sustainability and kind of giving back and to the globe. Do you think that businesses, you've obviously had a positive effect in third world countries and others, and we've seen with the United States pulling out of some of the environmental groups that the CEOs of these multinationals are saying, no, we're going to continue to do it. Even if we are in America, we're going to continue to do it. Is there a moment here where maybe corporations are getting a little bit ahead of nation states on some of this stuff?
Oh, I think it happened long ago. Even you saw, Europe after the Second World War, the Marshall Plan, it moved mostly socialist, and then they ran out of money in Europe. If corporations don't stand up to do some of this stuff, or we at least come up with some of the templates to engage individuals out there, I don't know where the solution is, because we've done the studies at Davos. Not going to be enough jobs to go around. The corporation, is a product of the industrial age, 1840s. Okay, biggest employer in the world, the most valuable company 50 years ago was AT&T. Had 750,000 jobs. Most valuable is Apple. Has 100,000 jobs. We have got to, I believe, it's our responsibility to come up with templates to, in fact, engage people. Interesting sidebar example, then I'll shut up, maybe. Uber's had its problems, but about a year ago, I'm in Orlando, Susan was out of town, and Simon Hemus, dear friend, we're going out to dinner, and I said, Simon, Italian restaurant, we're gonna drink wine. Let me see if Uber works in Orlando. Louise shows up. Not a new SUV, but a nice one. Probably 60 years old, African American, little girl sitting in the front seat. So we go to the restaurant. Almost just a little conversation. On the way back, I interviewed her. And I said, Louise, how long have you been doing this? And the little girl was gone. She said, oh, I've been doing this 6 months. I said, how do you like it? She said, fabulous. I said, what were you doing before? She said, cleaning houses. Now, the story here is about building templates. And I said, are you making more money? Much more money. And I can drop her off at school in the morning and pick her up later. And I said, what'd you have to learn? And I'm thinking of my list.
Yeah.
And I found out she had ninth grade education. She said, well, I knew how to drive. Okay. What about Orlando? Oh, I've lived here all my life. Great. How about social skills? And then she says, what do you think, honey? And I'm like, shut up, okay? But what happened, by the way, you want to talk about empathy too? The little girl wasn't her, I found out wasn't her daughter. It was a homeless girl she found 3 years before and she was raising. I mean, God, I mean, so then I'm sitting there saying, make me come up with more templates to, and even if the CEO of Uber was a jerk, they've got another one in now, come up with templates where I can use skills she already has. And there's not enough of them, because I always say this in Southern Africa, they think tech, the cavalry is coming. The cavalry's not coming, okay? We got to find ways to do
We're
it.
going to get some questions. What do you think, honey? Anybody have any questions? Okay, can we get a mic over here?
Hello.
And just say your name.
Okay. I'm Leah Abseto. I'm a third year at UVA. And I have a question particularly for Mr. Goings. Is that how you say it? Okay. And obviously anyone can answer, like, if you want to. So earlier you mentioned along the lines of, like, not necessarily mentioning, like, social justice because you make a victim out of women and focus more on, like, economic opportunities. But, like, when I think social justice, I think, like, you know, thinking about the intersectionalities of gender equality, so including race, sex, gender identity, sexuality, and everything like that. So how do you incorporate that into your fight for gender equality? And could you elaborate what you meant by that?
I missed the last part of that. 2 years on a naval destroyer next to big guns. What was that? Yeah.
What part did you miss? You said
the intersectionality description.
She wants to know if you can explain how you incorporate, you know, gender, race, even.
Yeah, all, like, the intersectionalities of gender issues. So, like, advocating for women of all races, class, economic backgrounds, abilities, sexualities, things like that. Like, how do you incorporate that in?
I hope I understand the question the right way, but we start talking about as we grow people in our organization, again, not from the social justice side, we talk about the richness of diversity. And you start inculcating leadership as they're young, understanding these are the things that are of value. You were talking about what women bring to it. And we really start to see, because you start to look at the different skills and the different approaches, and we find out you're going to do better career-wise, and you're going to be a better person if you include these kinds of people. So we do performance appraisals somebody becomes a manager, and we start to say, how are they doing with mentoring? Who are they mentoring out there? And then we start to look at it, the diversity basis of it, not to check the U.S. guidelines on that, but because we know it's what gives us competitive advantage. And I'll tell you, we've had to change people because they wouldn't get aboard on these kinds of.
So change, it has to be kind of structural, and there needs to be a little
Oh.
infrastructure in their appraisals and their evaluations.
You try to bring them with you.
Yeah. And so there were some other questions, I think, over here. We can get a mic over here.
He's got a mic.
Oh, here we go. Good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph. I'm from Mozambique, and I'm a CSP fellow. My question is directed not only to the panelists, but everybody in the room. So how would we engage youths, specifically young men and women, to run for office in a setup where violence is dominating the political sphere? Just to give you a few details about my country specifically. People who represent moral values in politics get killed, specifically when we go for elections. On the 4th of October, a town mayor from Nampula was killed in front of his gate. And right now I was reading news and I was being told that the security detail for another town mayor has been removed, and there are no reasons why the security detail was removed. So when you get out to young men and women and try to mobilize them to participate in politics, the first barrier they face is this of political violence. So how do we maneuver ourselves around this barrier so that we can rise in office, and specifically women, because when you tell them about politics, the only challenge that they state to you is that they are afraid of the violence that is involved around politics. Thank you.
And even in Iceland, those women must have been afraid.
Yes. Thank you for that question. I think it's incredibly profound. And it saddens me to say that I know a female former head of state who has said in private that she regrets running because of the cost that decision has come at. And so that I emphasize with that situation, and I think it's incredibly challenging. But I think maybe if I may offer a little bit of a philosophy about what's going on here. When it comes to peace, which I think ultimately we all want, 97% of those working in peace are men. And I don't know if you know this, but peace workers rape as much as the warriors or the warring. I mean, it blew my mind when I learned that. So there's something incredibly wrong there. So I'm going to go with gender balance. I'm going to go with that we need to get women involved in peace and peace negotiations.
And there's actually a UN 1325, it was an order maybe 8 or 9 years ago, that there needed to be, Stephanie Foster's here, she'd know about that. Yeah, 15 years ago, but we've made very little progress.
Very
Stephanie,
little
am I
progress.
Right? I think we've made no progress on 15. Very little.
But I want to add something to that. So I think it's about who's involved in peace, because I really think we need to become a lot more serious about that. This is another reason why I think it matters to have women heads of states in the Western world as well, because they get together all the time, and I really do think different issues are going to get onto the table and going to be discussed differently if we have more women heads of states and leaders in all aspects. But I'm also going to get at the heart of the business side of this, because I come from business. And I honestly think there is something incredibly wrong in a world where we are all celebrating rises in the stock market that are perhaps driven by more production of military equipment. You know, so there's a commercial side of this, there's a peace side of this. So I could get very political on this, but I actually think that all of us need to start thinking really seriously. And we have a country called Norway that has a very big oil fund called the Norwegian Oil Fund that is starting to negatively screen out those who produce and sell weapons. And I actually think this is coming. So I think there's a commercial side to this. Last but not least, I want to cite the case of Rwanda, because Rwanda is on the top 10 list. It's 40-something places ahead of America on the list when it comes to closing the gender gap. And it was what I would call a sisterhood. And to me, that made that happen, what happened in Rwanda, and ended incredibly challenging times and changed everything for that country. I know there are still challenges, but everything changed. And they did it with sisterhood. And just so I'm clear, sisterhood, unlike brotherhood, can include men.
Inclusive.
It's inclusive. And I actually have a lot of honorary sisters who are men like Rick.
Yeah.
I hope he will become one now that we've met.
Yeah.
Who are men who really think this is not about women. It is about win for all of us. So I think if we can create more sisterhood-like organizations that support and truly support those who are willing to risk offering themselves up for leadership and risking their human security along with it, that would be helpful.
Let me weigh into this too. One of the wonderful women that's on our board was Kathy Bertini. Kathy was Undersecretary General of the UN, she was in charge of all security. We've had many, many discussions on this, and this is in parallel what you're talking about. This just isn't a staffing thing, although that is a huge problem. There is a commercial side of this. I mean, interesting, it was probably 30 years ago, Jacques Attali used to have to go through his office to get to Mitterrand, and he wrote a book called Millennium and the Change in Order. But one of the things he talked about was one of the number 1 or 2 things we would be dealing with in this new millennium is violence. And he said it was going to be mostly driven by the gap between have and have-nots. Yeah. Okay? You cannot have, go online if you want to see something interesting. If the world were 100 people, it'll take you 3 minutes to watch it. You will be shocked to see the lack of balance, not only gender balance, but just with regard to resources in the world. It basically depicts one person has half the money, but go take a look at it. But it gets down to the point that we've got to figure out ways for peace. It isn't going to be solved just by governments. We did a study with the Global Fairness Initiative. We funded it. We did it in Mexico, and we did it in Indonesia. And we wanted to see the impact if you put her in a structure, a template. We even said, so her husband wouldn't beat her. In a world where 1 out of 3 women is abused sometime in her life, what we found out is if she was engaged with us for 3 years, she went from, firstly, thinking I'm not good enough to I am good enough, and 1/3 even said, I'm a leader. Second, she became connected to other women. And when women are connected, they're stronger, and they won't put up with some of this crap. Okay, she stops it, okay? Third, she moved from lower class to middle class. And lastly, her husband went from abusing her to helping her.
And seeing her as an asset.
Yeah, and so it goes back, and you don't solve it on one front, this whole thing of violence. When she becomes respected, you treat her differently.
Now, I want to talk about this idea of the gender lens funds that are, my husband's in Congress and he's head of this thing called the Men for Women Caucus. Yeah. And one of the things he's been pushing is trying to allow
How many people are in that? Because I heard there's 150 in wine and 20 in decency.
I think they need more wine in the he for she, or the Men for Women Caucus. Yeah. I think it's something like 12, because he's trying to build
Maybe it needs to be men for wine and women.
He'd like to try to get it evenly, so he's trying to build 1 Democrat, 1 Republican. It's a little hard to do that, but he's going to do it. But one of the things they're promoting is this idea of letting federal workers allocate a part of their 401k to a gender lens mutual fund, like the one Joe Keefe has, the PACS fund that he has. And someday this may happen. But the thinking behind that is, if you have a fund that rewards companies like Tupperware that have met this threshold of women in the C-suites, that we could, through the way the market is supposed to work, people would be investing in companies that are going to make more money because they have women in their C-suites, but you're also encouraging other companies to do the same. Is there much evidence that that's working?
Well, it's interesting that 3% of the institutional capital in this country, last time I checked, goes to women managers and 3%. And men of ethnic, not of white descent. So that's, or it's 2.7% actually to be exact, so it's less than 3%. Which is crazy because half of it approximately is at least soon going to be owned by women, approximately. Right. So the institutional funds are our pension funds.
California has already done this. California has...
Some of them have started these gender lens funds, but it's kind of to what one of these ladies whose name I can't pronounce, but is sitting there in the beautiful orange, thank you, said this morning, that sometimes we build barriers. So because I started a fund, or in our company, we started this first fund that invested with a gender lens probably in the world as a private equity fund. It was a $30 million fund, which is not very big, but at the time it was very foreign. And we invested on sort of 3 levels, in women who either owned their companies, women where, we have gender balanced management, or where you have products that appeal particularly to the female market. And we outperformed, at least at the time. We were the only fund, and our company was the only one that survived Iceland's economic meltdown. So after that, I started looking at this, and women who managed hedge funds, they outperform. Yeah. And I don't think that is because women are better than men at doing this. I think it is because the ones who make it through all the barriers, they are so incredibly good that you would be wise to choose them to manage your money. It's something to think about. So we see now there are about 50 of them in the world now. In 10 years, a lot has happened who use gender lens in some way. And I think we need more time before we really know how they perform. But money talks. And I went into finance not because of my interest in that sector, which I frankly felt and still feel is rather soulless. I went in there because I thought it was worthwhile to try to build an organizational DNA unlike the rest of the sector and see if that resonated with people, and it turned out to do so.
Well, you know, I do think there's great hope in that, and Rick talking about how, you know, the inequity in the world, and just intuitively to me, it feels like democratic governments should really be embracing this idea of equality globally, and that maybe we're seeing companies and multinationals that are based in democratic countries doing that, but I can't say that right now I'm feeling this great sense of trying to export these values of equality from some of the big democratic countries right now. Do you have any?
Yeah, do you know what? I would have, 20 years ago, before I lived in China, in Europe, and elsewhere, I would have cut it given much more power to a political ideology or structure. I don't right now. I will take, we had our president of our Chinese business, which is a very big business for us. And they've done a wonderful job, by the way, with regard to, starting with the Gang of Four, of women having influential roles. As a matter of fact, speaking at the Beijing, honey, you remember this, Beijing Business School, which is a premier business school, their greatest problem is it's merit entrance, and 80% of the students are women. So they said, well, how are we going to get some men in here? But here's where the point I'm getting to.
Meritocracy.
China, look at China 30 years ago, and look at India 30 years ago. India's pretty much where it was, and look at what's happened to China since then. They have, now there are more billionaires in China. And yeah, you'll say it's communist. Well, it's actually kind of a socialist, but I mean, so I get away from the political labels of it. All I can tell you is there were 850 poor people in China who couldn't eat 20 years ago, and I see these cities changing. Shanghai's, it's just incredible what they're doing. So I'm in favor of using whatever means possible for a political structure. Yes, you didn't have to go through the Cultural Revolution. There were some millions killed there, but that wasn't on Deng Xiaoping's watch or the government today. It isn't our system, but let me tell you, the system is working. India's still not working. We've been in India the same amount of time. I mean, too much democracy. Too much democracy, so you can't get any template that you can scale up in India because every neighborhood wants to do a different thing. And then we sit there and look at the populist elections in Latin America. Let's take Venezuela, largest oil reserves in the world. Look what's happening in Venezuela.
But
start picking them. So it is not so much the political system. You generally need to be able to figure out a model that works for individuals and scale it up. And I'm still searching to find out where that works with culture the right way.
And it might have to work differently in every culture.
It does.
Well, I would like to go out on a limb here and say that, because I come from the Nordic region, and say that I think we have figured out a pretty good model of living in
From here,
Scandinavia.
it looks like it. Tell us.
No, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, so we used to be called, I lived in the US for 10 years, and I did my education here and worked in corporate America, so I have some experience of both worlds. And so I feel like I can say with some certainty that we are more inclusive as societies. We have a higher work participation of both men and women than most other countries. We have built infrastructure to allow us to also have families. We don't have the same enormous wage spreads between the highest paid and the lowest paid, and we are the happiest nations in the world. And I think that should be measured. I'm a big proponent of measuring happiness and not just GDP. And I think just like in companies, just looking at GDP, we need to look at social progress and happiness and wellness.
Well-being.
So I think the Nordics and the Chinese, interestingly, I've only had one sort of official visit there, but they kept saying to me, the CEO of the chamber, when I was in that role, and I met him in Shanghai, he kept saying, we want to be harmonious societies like the Nordics. So I don't know if they are copying the Nordic way of living, but they believe that harmony matters. And now this is the limb, really. I feel that today, because I lived here for so long, that I'm coming back as I visit today to America that is so divided. And I don't think America can be strong again so divided. I think united you will be. And so I really do think that there's something about that social deal that has broken, and it's being responded to not in a way to unite us, but in a way to divide us further in this country and in many other countries, unfortunately. And so politics aside, I do believe that we are only sustainable if we can all become the best version of ourselves.
So, implicit in all this is change. I mean, I think we all recognize that the World Economic Forum shows that we're going back, not forward. If we have discussed today how women have this eye for sustainability, for sustaining the environment, for adding to the wealth of experience and a different point of view in our leadership.
And changing the definition of success.
And that is changing the definition of success. Tell me your definition.
Well, to me, my definition, because this question came this morning, I can already feel yours, but to me, my definition of, and I love it, but my definition of success is being able to go through life and work and live in line with my authentic values and myself. Whatever I do, if I'm an entrepreneur, investor, or leader in business, or I'm running for president, it's about being true to yourself and your real values and principles. And I think that's also what leadership is all about.
Okay, I've got to read.
It's
almost like we just met, but I keep in my pocket what our purpose is and our values are. And this almost sounds like okay.
Can I run for president of Tupperware?
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Okay.
I think you have as many people as my country.
The purpose, why we exist, to inspire women to cultivate the confidence they need to enrich their lives, nourish their families, and fuel communities around the world. And one other thing I've read, because then it gets to, and how we'll do this, to ignite a global community, especially women, to realize their best selves through opportunity, enrichment, celebration, and above all, uplifting relationships.
Ah, I love it.
So you just said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
You just said that.
When is your presidential election?
Yeah. It's not an election. Yeah.
Okay, no more questions? Okay, one more. Am I running out of time? How am I doing?
I have about 5 minutes.
Okay, good.
Let's take a couple of.
Okay, let's take a couple more questions.
So this was not my original question, which I will get to in a few seconds, but I wanted to push back against the idea that India hasn't changed in 30 years as someone who spent many years of my life in India. That is absolutely not true. Unlike other countries, India's current defense minister and foreign minister are women. We've actually had a woman prime minister, unlike this country. But
keep going.
But what I really wanted to say was build on the first question on the idea of intersectionality, because diversity is an idea that I'm increasingly uncomfortable with, because it's something that exists to make corporations and universities feel good about themselves and to tell everyone about how many women they have. And that doesn't help me. I don't want to be someone's diversity hire. I want women to be, women deserve to be everywhere. We deserve to be the president, we deserve to be on the boards of communities, and especially when organizations emphasize diversity in the hiring of women, what that usually means in this country is hiring white women, and women of color are always erased and left out of the conversation in the United States. And so I think that is something that you simply cannot ignore, and you just cannot say that, oh, let's ignore social justice and tell companies they need to hire women. I don't think that works for most women.
I love your passion for it. I might add that we started a program about, how many years ago did the Department of State ask us to go to Iraq?
It was in 2011.
2011. So we go to Iraq. This leads to India. And they said, all these women, Colin Powell, who's been such a support to me over the years, he always said the Bed Bath & Beyond, if you break it, you own it. And that's clearly what we've done with Iraq. And they wanted us to look at what could we do for women. So we created a program called Global Links that we had a whole room full of bright young women getting out of school. They didn't know how to start businesses or what to do. So we said, we'll create a learn and return program. And then the next place we did it was India, and we've done it now twice with India. And I'm very hopeful. The young people coming out of India, their brains, their passion, their heart is just incredible. The infrastructure is the blockage. There. And you have 1.3 billion people. It's harder to do. It's the reason that why now, remember Ericsson and Nokia? Remember, they did telephones. And then what happened is Steve came up with the iPhone. By one approval by the FCC, he could have a market of over 350 million people. In Europe, you needed 46 different approvals to sell a smartphone. And therefore, all of a sudden, they're gobbled up and they can't compete anymore. That's kind of the infrastructure problem in India. Whereas China, they smooth it for the people who want to scale up businesses. So I'm hopeful, but it's going to take a long time.
Do you want to respond to that at all?
I don't have my microphone.
Oh.
But so democracies are messy. The United States is messy. We have a messy democracy, but in the long run, I'm still hopeful enough to believe that democracy will win out, and an inclusive, multicultural democracy is more sustainable in the long run. And not everything is about making it easy for businesses. It's also about, I have a lot of problems with the democratic system in India. I can't vote in India because I'm a US citizen. But I don't believe that everything should be set up to make life easy for businesses. It's also about what is best for the citizens, and citizens are who can best speak up for ourselves. It's not a bunch of bureaucrats like they have in China. China is a great country. I have many friends from China, but you cannot run a country with a bunch of unelected bureaucrats. That's just not sustainable in the long run. And I think you should also look at what best benefits the women of the country.
And do you know of any programs now that you would want to tell us about in India for women?
No.
Oh.
I'm an astrophysicist. This is not my
well, good for you.
I'm impressed by that. But it's very important to say to what you raised earlier, it's not about the numbers, it's about making the numbers count. What I mean by that is, and we've been too focused on the numbers, I think, when it comes to women in leadership, and not focused enough on, that's why I talk more about principles or values, because it really is about building inclusive cultures. That can never be just about what sex we are. It has to be about building a culture where everybody can really bring out themselves, their authentic self, and really do well, whoever they are.
On that note, thank you, Hatla.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
You're refreshing. Thank you.
No,
this
thank
was really
you. It was
nice.
so nice
This was
talking.
fun.
I'm a fan of yours now.
Okay,
officially,
ditto.
so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, muscle, yeah. Knock on the door.
Yeah, and it's people helping.
Thank you, that was fantastic. I just wanted to say hello because I've been listening to you for years and a huge fan. Yes, heard you at CGI years ago.
Really?
Adored you. I heard you at Ten Women. And then, yeah, we were so inspired by you. We went to Iceland for New Year's.
Really?
This past year.
Do you enjoy it?
I love it. In fact, we're already thinking like, in fact, things don't get better here.
I can't tell you how many of my American friends have asked if they can move. But I'm like, we have our problems.
I
Right
know.
now, women lost in our last election.
That's what I wanted to ask you. When are you running? You must run.
Well, I was asked to run now, and then we had so president is the only one where you can democratically choose a person, not a party.
Yeah.
So I was opposed to joining a party. I ran as an independent. And he might sit in office, our last one sat in office for 20 years. So I'm not banking on that being my only direction in life, because there's not a custom in my country to run against the sitting president. It's not the law, but there's no term limit in our constitution. So I don't know if that's my role, or if my role is to try to help more women and good men to run. You know, so I spend a lot of time right now trying to share the story that it isn't a bad journey. Yes, it's challenging, but you grow from it. It's worth it even if you don't win. To try to sort of lower these barriers, and also talk about the self-doubt that I think holds so many people, not just women, from running for leadership.
Well, so I was going to ask a question, but I ran out of time. I was the next one up with the mic. But my question was, so I've often thought about running for office. My husband's a political science professor, and in order to live in the United States and support a family, you have to have 2 incomes.
Yes.
So I've often thought, well, I won't be able to do it until I get my son through college. He's only 3 years old. And, you know, I just think because it's so expensive, how does and this is what's preventing so many women, the research shows, you know, from running. What solutions
And
are
it's
there?
so hard for us to go out and ask people. I can raise money for other organizations like crazy. I'm very good at raising money, but
It's hard to tell because it's so instant. You know, here on here.
Yeah, there's some killing us. Folks that need them. But you know, that's a thought I should see. Or I should see if he wants to improve.
Yeah, we go into this PA. We just have one discussion. But that's what they use. Like this, True, yeah. Well, they have probably much more separated. Yep.
Third for CHR.
Well, and they probably don't get the story. I don't think that's all those things put together. Fewer about speakers in a different place from that. Right. They have all that.
Something, I don't know where Steve went, one of the panelists who's up here, something happened with her mic, she needs help, do you know where Steve went? Not sure.
me.
So you're
I
from
did.
South
Oh, wow.
Africa,
So you're being a very... person in charge is kind of drives me a little bit.
That's a bit.
I'll go find it.
Right after.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 Well, I mean, I've been there several times. So where are you from?
Dinner tonight. You can go down and grab another one if you want. I didn't want to presume that on you, but if you guys want to get another one, they're going to be getting rid of them.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, we're going to get started.
Yes.
Take charge here.
I was just going to say, just go, Stephanie. Whoosh. I probably have my mic on.
It's not.
That was a long,
Yeah.
That was.
Well, we're lucky to have you. Hi there, everyone. Should we just get started?
I think we should, Yeah, I think we should, because that'll get people
we're
back.
going to get started with the next panel. So if everyone who would like to come on in from the coffee break, come in, that would be great. We'll get started.
I know she is. She's doing a good job. It's better than me. I'd be like, hey, get in here. But I just said that.
Okay. Well, welcome back. My name is Stephanie Foster, and I'll be the moderator for this panel. And I'm going to start by saying this is a panel about measuring progress, where we are, from where we've come, and where we want to go. So I also want to say we all want to live in a world that's prosperous. We all want to live in a world that's secure. And unless we involve women across the board in the economy, in politics, in education, in health, and in the community, we won't be able to do that. And so one of the most important things we can do to understand where we need to go is to understand where we are today. As we see from the people who've spoken already today, there's a tremendous amount of talent out there. There are a lot of women with great ideas who have a lot of entrepreneurial, innovative thoughts, skills, vision, and who need to be part of any conversation as we move forward in this world. If we don't do that, as a community globally, we're cutting ourselves off from a large amount of the talent that we need to really solve the challenges that we have today. And so that's what we're going to talk about today on this panel. We are going to look at where we are, where we want to go. I do want to start by saying you heard a little bit earlier on the panel this morning about the fact that progress has stalled for women across the board in both politics and in the economy most particularly. I do also want to say, because it was alluded to earlier, we know in each of those sectors and in every sector that when women participate, progress goes more quickly, we jumpstart it, and that we really see a much broader and inclusive way of dealing with problems. And so that's the backdrop for what we're here to talk about today. The numbers are pretty stark when it comes to political participation. As you heard about economic participation, based on what the Global Women's Economic Forum Gender Gap Report said that just came out, is that we are now at a point where it will take 217 years for there to be parity between men and women in the economic sphere. In politics, it's actually even more grim, I should say. And so we have about 22 heads of state that are women, 23% of parliamentarians worldwide are women. We do know, though, that when women are in those positions in public life, they tend to bring different issues to the public debate. They tend to have different perspectives on issues because we all live different lives. And not every woman lives the same life. Not every person does. So the more diverse and inclusive these populations are who help make decisions, the more broad-based those policy solutions will be. We know that when women are engaged in peace talks, peace agreements are 64% less likely to fail and 35% more likely to last 15 years. And if you've ever lived in a conflict country, that's a really important statistic. So we are going to, again, look at these questions. We are joined by 3 really amazing panelists, and I will introduce them very briefly. Their bios are, 2 of their bios are in your program, 1 is not, so I will spend a little more time on our 3rd panelist. Our first panelist is Gwen Young, who I've known for several years. She's director of the Global Women's Leadership Initiative at the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C., also the Women in Public Service Project, which was a program that was formed out of the State Department when Secretary Clinton was secretary, and I actually worked at the department then. Our second panelist is from UVA, so many of you may know her. It's Associate Professor of Politics, Women, Gender, and Sexuality, Denise Walsh. Our 3rd speaker was gracious enough to join us when a speaker couldn't get here, so our 3rd speaker is Catherine Constantinides from South Africa. She is an Archbishop Tutu Africa Oxford Fellow. She's a climate activist, an entrepreneur, and engaged in social justice issues in Africa. She has been just named one of the 100 most influential young leaders in Africa and one of South Africa's 21 icons. So thank you for joining us and really for your graciousness in coming. So with that, I'm going to start with one question to all the panelists that I'd really like you to focus on. We've spent a lot of time talking about, in this morning and for the rest of the conversation, about women, the need for there to be more women in leadership, the need for us to really showcase the women who are there. But I'm curious, and I'll start with you, Gwen, and then ask all of you, what are the goals of this work really fundamentally? Is it to get more women? Is it to change policy? Is it both? How do you see us balancing those goals? Because sometimes you can have women in office who may not be, and that's fine, and it may not be in their ideology to promote what we would consider sort of feminist goals or feminist foreign policy. How do you balance what the goals are of this kind of work to increase women's participation?
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you all. Happy to be here. I think in terms of women in policy and political leadership, focus on this panel, I think the goal is definitely more women, but with the overall goal is better governance, an inclusive society that has policies and services that look like what a country or a community experiences. And I'm hearkening back to the previous panel about talking about, we don't know what women's leadership is until you get 50% or more at the table. So it is about having more women at the table, but it's a more inclusive government, it's better policies, and it's better systems that are actually working to be inclusive of everybody and not just women and not just the typical power structure across the table. So we have a target, and I'll end on that is 50% of women's leadership in governments across the globe by 2050. So we have a target. We're going to talk about measuring progress. And part of it is we need to get women and a variety of women at the table to see what the community looks like, to see what good governance looks like, and to get a variety of perspectives in the policy world and in the political world.
Thanks, Stephanie. Thank you all for being here, not only to hear what we have to say and engage in this conversation, but to help those of us who are actually, this is our home, UVA is our home, put women and women's leadership on the agenda. As an institution, there are some of us in this room, I see Catherine over there, who've been working on this issue for a long time, and so you're helping us, and I really appreciate your being here. In terms of women in politics, what I'd like to talk about a little bit is the research on women in politics, which is what I work on. So there's several reasons why we might want to have women's participation in formal politics as well as women's participation in civil society more broadly. And one reason, of course, is just a basic matter of justice, right? So we see lots of men occupying all of these positions of power. Why not women too? But there are some instrumental reasons why we might want to have women in politics. And those instrumental reasons have actually been at the forefront. And one of them is the one that Stephanie has mentioned in terms of public policy. But there's others as well. So we know when we see more women in leadership positions in politics, that more women in society are inspired to engage in politics, to be interested in it, to perhaps vote, to go out and knock on doors and try to convince people to become candidates or to advocate for their own candidates. So we do know that that symbolic effect is important. Even more, though, I think most of us are really interested in seeing more women in politics because we hope that it will change public policy, that somehow it will advance women's rights. And what we know from the literature is that that actually isn't the case. And it's not because women aren't good politicians. It's because institutions and structures really do shape what women are able to do once they get into positions of power. And I'd be happy to talk about that a little bit more later.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I agree with both of my fellow panelists and what they've already said. So not to reiterate what they have said, but just to add to that, I think that a fundamental goal for us as an organization, the work that I do specifically in South Africa and across the continent, is really to drive systematic change from behavior. How are we talking about gender issues in the home? This was briefly mentioned a little bit earlier, but it's critically important. How are we changing the value set? What does that value set look like within our societies, within our countries and our continent? And what does that global conversation then look like? It is really important, both from a policy perspective and from a political perspective, to have more women represented, absolutely. But we really need to understand that women are the center of our communities. I come from a continent where women they hold the home together. They are the ones that push community building, community social justice. They are the ones that are at the forefront of so much that is happening at a grassroots level. And therefore, it is so important that women are a part of the conversation. However, inclusivity is crucially important. I may be crucified for saying this, but even though this is a discussion on women and women empowerment, I'm a huge supporter of the boy child. And I do believe that part of these conversations need to make sure that we are addressing the inclusion of the boy child as an important part of our global development. Because coming from South Africa and coming from Africa, we cannot leave the boy child behind. And we will see a huge problem in 50 years' time, and we'll have a set of men sitting up here having the same discussion, but in the reverse. So we need to make sure that we're taking the boy child with us, and inclusivity has to be the ultimate goal. We need to get to a point where we're not discussing gender equality, because gender equality is a way that we live. It is part of our value set as a society and as communities, and within policy frameworks. It is not something that needs to be discussed. Our goal has to be that it is part of the framework we're working within.
And I think the issue of data helping us understand where we are and then where we want to go, if our goal is that there's equity or equality between men and women and boys and girls, is very important. So I want to turn to you, Gwen, and ask you, and I think that if either of you would like to comment, I think you obviously work at the Wilson Center, and there's a big project you have on collecting data around women and public life, participation in public life. So maybe talk a little bit about that, but also why did you feel at the Wilson Center that that was an important thing to do? There's a lot of data out there. And how did you pick this particular sort of index to put together? What gap were you filling, and what do you hope to use it for?
Thank you, Stephanie. So we just launched at the Wilson Center, in order to get to our goal of 50 by 50, for 50 countries at the moment, measuring where women are in political and public office. So where are they in civil service, national security, judiciary, the executive and the legislative branch, okay? Not just where are they in parliament or where are they in politics and elected office, but where are they across the government? What are the leadership positions, right? Where do you want them to be? So one stat we know, for example, is women make up 44% of civil services globally. They make up 29% of the leadership. So there's our kind of model. And we're also looking at how they got there. What does their economic empowerment look like? What is sexual harassment? What are protection laws? What are quota systems? What type of governance are they under? And finally, how much power they hold. Right? So how much power, budget power, veto power? Go into your thing. What's the perception? Do people view women as having the right to hold public office? So to come back to what Stephanie's talking about, why did we choose this index? We chose it as a framework, right? We live in an area, everyone talks about big data. I think when I went to university, there was not as much emphasis on stats and data as there is now. But one thing we know, it provides a framework where you can start to look at what are the levers to push for opportunities? What's the intersection between your access to public life and how much power you're going to hold? but also data can drive solutions and change. You can drive innovative ways. And so one thing when we looked at this project is we sort of said, I said, let's put the assumption there's plenty of qualified women out there on the side. What do we need to do to drive systemic institutional change and behavior change? What can we change system-wise? What can we change policy-wise? And how can they interact? And how can we adapt it on a country-by-country basis? And so I will end, it sounds a bit like a marketing. Our index is not ranking countries. So this isn't the best country and you're the worst country, right? People will use it for that, clearly. But it's to look at how a country progresses over time, and it's to look at these intersections between your pathway, your position, and how much power you hold to actually figure out what is holding women back. You know, is it just a family leave policy, or is there more? Is it unconscious bias? Is it how much, you know, what economic level you come from? And so I think having this data framework as a start, as a framework, as an online platform, to be able to shift the things around to figure out what policies and system change you can make is incredibly important.
And what challenges did you face? We don't have hours, so
where shall I begin? Exactly.
I'm assuming you did. In terms of the data, how did you? I'm assuming some countries were better than others. Maybe just a little bit about that, because given we have a global audience, I think that's a really important point.
So we ended up with 50 countries for the first iteration of the index, based on countries that had enough data to actually run a regression and run some numbers, right? So that was the 35 OECD countries, to be frank, and 15 additional countries that we based on population, how much data they have, and tried to get a geographical representation. One of the biggest challenges is the data gaps. And it's not just, you know, the countries in sub-Saharan Africa or Southeast Asia. If you call up the national court system in the United States and ask if they disaggregate judges by sex, they do not on a consistent and systemic basis, right? So certain states do, certain courts do, but not across. So there's huge data gaps. There's huge data gaps in national security based on things like confidentiality. You know, you can't have a peace negotiation while you're in peace negotiations necessarily mention everybody that's around the table. But there was an index just released 2 weeks ago about women in peace negotiations since 1990. But I would say data gaps are the biggest challenge. And the second challenge is that we're overcoming is countries that don't want this data transparent. And so one of the notions is that if we have this data and we put it out there and we have this index, is that hopefully that will encourage governments to be more transparent about who's in government, about what they do, about their progress, and that they can come out and say, this is who we are. This is what we look like as a society. So we're really going towards like transparency and open governance in a roundabout way, not to say that I and the Wilson Center and my 3-person team can do it all, but just, I think the challenges are the data gaps and then people's willingness to sort of make that data transparent so that we can start the analysis and the conversation.
Right. I mean, it's hard to say. People can easily say there's no pipeline if there's no statistics about how many women are coming up through these various job categories that would qualify them to take the leap to the next job.
Or you can say we have a female president and we're fine. Or you can say, to push back against Rwanda, frankly, is we have enough women in parliament, so the rest of the government's fine. Or the rest of the society is fine, right? So there's a little bit of just sort of, you know, what do the numbers look like to give us a sense of what it all looks like together to be able to make some conversations, discussions, and policy change.
And Denise, going to you, because you really are, you know, doing a lot of research into this, and sort of, you mentioned that obviously, but if you could talk to us about, in the research you've done, which I know you did in part for USAID and the U.S. government, talking about what you saw as the barriers to women's participation and how you kind of sorted that out and made sense of I mean, there are tremendous barriers that we all know about, violence and, you know, in some countries, lack of quota systems, and political parties are not the most welcoming of women, just as a point here. But how do you sort that out in a sort of a systemic way?
Right. So one of the things that we know is it's pretty easy to track individual behaviors that are really making it difficult for women to engage in participation, right? So women will report back either to reporters, journalists, or even to academics, some of the things that some of their male colleagues do once they are actually in a particular office, right? And we've actually seen a lot of this in the news lately, mansplaining, for instance, right? So there's a lot of individual individual behaviors that end up marginalizing women in their everyday interactions with colleagues. And then there's also various types of threats that women also experience, either when they're trying to get into politics or engaged in civil society, right, or formal politics. And those threats can be a variety of types, right? So we've seen threats of, individual men wanting to throw women out of their homes, for instance, to threat to ostracizing them from the community, threats to burning down their houses, threats to their reputation. And we also see, and not very often, but we still see it, is violence against women in politics. And there's a new group of people who are in politics and gender who are working on these issues right now, trying to understand the kind of violence that women experience. It's very difficult to tell whether they're experiencing that violence because they're in the opposition party, for instance, because they're women, right? Is it just that it's gendered violence and men experience a different type of politics or a different type of violence? Or are they experiencing that violence because they are specifically women in politics, right? So there's a number of things that we're just beginning to try to understand in terms of opposition, because frankly, over the past 20 years or so, what we've seen is this huge uptick, right, in women's participation in legislatures. So a lot of scholars have been so thrilled to see that we've been counting the numbers, right, trying to figure out how to get more women in, how to get quotas passed, how to get quotas implemented. And what we're now stepping back and seeing is a lot of these women face significant barriers at the individual level and then within institutions. So we know, for instance, the political parties tend to be very hostile to women. They're deeply hierarchical, right? And this is not a battle about ideology. So the data is really helpful for feminists. Right? It's really helpful for women's organizations because they know where the problems are, they can identify them then, and they can begin to attack and challenge those problems. But the data, at least in my experience and in my research, rarely convinces opponents, right? And that's because this is about political power. This is a battle for who is going to control the legislature, the political party, groups on the ground, the media. I mean, all of these institutions are places that are really significant in terms of shaping public opinion and public policy. And certain men, not all men, but certain men dominate those industries. And they're not going to just open the doors and let women walk in. And the women that they do let walk in are going to be women who they've trained, who are party lackeys, who are loyal to them. So you get those women into those positions of power, and you don't change the institutions, you don't transform the policies, so we don't see the kinds of feminist changes that many of us in this room, I think, are hoping for and looking for.
So Catherine, hearing both Gwen and Denise, who've worked on these issues, gathering data, doing research, how does this resonate with your experience on the ground? Working in South Africa, I know you work with a lot of community groups and people across the spectrum of sort of what they do in the country. So what's your perspective on what you've just heard?
I think the points made are really crucial. On the ground back at home, I'd like to share an example. We talk about policy and the importance for women in politics. Currently, we have a new ministry within our parliamentary portfolio, and we have a Minister of Women. And within that ministry, this woman specifically deals with, or this ministry specifically deals with women issues. Issues that in the last 20, nearly 25 years of our young democracy have never been addressed. This is an opportunity for a woman who understands these issues and is emotionally attached to these issues very differently to be able to drive policy, judicial change, making sure that there are certain legal processes for sexual abuse, harassment, etc. Things that have never been addressed with male-dominated ministers where these issues sat under him. So we see great examples. We have 40.5% of our parliamentarians being women, which is relatively progressive. It is important to ensure that we push that number or hold that number at least where it's at. We see countries like Rwanda who have taken the lead and really have amazing women in leadership roles who are doing a great amount of work. In communities across our country, we see women taking the lead and really driving home issues of importance, really spearheading so much of the grassroots level research, work being done. And I work in North Africa as well in a refugee camp. And in that refugee camp, it is a refugee camp of the Sahrawi people. That entire refugee camp is spearheaded by women. The strength of that camp relies on these women. Now, you also have other things at play, being culture, religion. This is a Muslim nation, yet the women spearhead the activity within those camps, holding that camp together and ensuring that everything that needs to happen is driven by women. So it's an amazing thing to see in a community that is culturally and religiously should be male-dominated. Women have taken the lead. Unfortunately, they have been there for 42 years, but women continue to strive to be leaders within that space. The other thing in South Africa, which is really an unfortunate thing, you mentioned quotas. What we have seen, and as a young country, and many of our countries across the continent, I mentioned Rwanda, but in South Africa, what we have seen is the quota system being put in, and women doing the greatest disservice to us, because women are then put into positions of power only because they're women and we get to tick a box. And I really believe that we have to make sure that we drive this agenda and make sure that we're getting more women into politics, more women into places of power and position of leadership. But it has to be because they deserve to be there. It has to be because they are good enough for that job. Because if they're not, and they fail at their basic duties in that position, they give us all a bad name. And we have seen this happen, where we have ministers who are ministers of portfolios that they're not suited for that job, they shouldn't be there. But because they know someone, they're politically connected, they're given an opportunity to be a minister. And what do we say? Oh, well, we have a woman minister. This for us is a huge challenge, because what happens? She is pointed out as that female minister that couldn't do her job. She's that woman minister that failed on the social grants. All of these kinds of things. And this is part of then the social discussion that is had. And it does the biggest disservice for these kinds of conversations. It does the biggest disservice for us to move the gender equality discussion forward. So I really believe that we need to also, as feminists and as activists on this topic, we need to also push this discussion forward, saying that we should be moving forward to be the best person for the job. I don't want to be the CEO of a company and be the female CEO of that company. I don't want to get the job because I'm a female. I want to get that job because I'm the best fitted person for that role. And that goes across all spectrums, be it in civil society. You could be the leader of a community church group. You must be the leader of that community church group because you're the best person for that job. Many of the great attributes that were discussed by Mr. Going from Tupperware earlier mentioned the kinds of things that we don't always measure. Because how do you measure empathy and attributes like that? How do you actually put a measurement to them? Yet, in communities on the ground, we see these attributes every single day by the women leaders who are not given titles and positions. They're the women leaders who are moving our communities forward, and they are the ones that give us hope. There are pockets of hope of unbelievable people across our society, women, who are driving all sorts of things, who are making changes, who are impacting development across the continent, yet they don't have leadership titles, they don't have positions, but they are at the forefront of change.
And there always are people like that. So I think that's in how we recognize them is so important. But I would say there's a disagreement probably. I'd be curious on this panel, and I know generally, I mean, there are people who would support quotas in terms of, quotas are considered to be, in the words of the Beijing platform, temporary special measures to give underrepresented groups, in this case women, access to seats of decision making. So most of them are in parliaments. We don't have one in the United States, which is not something I think we would probably ever have, but a lot of countries have them. And in fact, many countries that have more than 30% women in parliament do have quotas. So again, and I take your point because it goes both ways, but I'm curious about Denise and then Gwen, if you have thoughts about quotas, because I know this is a very hotly contested issue in this space.
Yeah, I think your points are really important because what they're really pointing to is this backlash, I think would say, against quotas. And this is one of the stories. Oh, that these women aren't qualified. So first of all, we all know there are plenty of unqualified men in public office. Right. So, I mean, as a point of justice, one would expect to see as many unqualified women as unqualified men if there was no such thing as gender inequality. That doesn't help with the kinds of issues that you're dealing with on the continent. I completely understand that. Another thing that I think is really important to know is that there's a ton of research out there on quotas because there's numbers that people can count, and it was exciting to see so many women move into politics. So what we know is overall from the global research on quotas is, first of all, when they're implemented, they work. And by what I mean by what they work is the fact that we actually do see women's numbers rising in these particular institutions, right? And we also know that the women who get into these positions tend to be more qualified than men. And that really isn't surprising at all. I mean, we're talking here about gender inequality. We're not talking here about special interests for women. We're talking about addressing the special interests that men have. And how can we break down those barriers to get women into these positions? So we often see women who are more qualified. However, they're also working in institutions that are highly masculinist, right? They reward the players in the system who play by the rules of the game and try to be like honorary men. And this is never going to work for women. There's always going to be limits. There's tons of research on this in terms of the psychology literature, but all I have to do is point out to you the stories that were around Hillary Clinton, right? The more she looked like an honorary man, the more she got punished, but then if she seemed feminine, she wasn't fit for the job, right? So we see these kinds of stories all over the world. We also know, I just have to share this with you because I think it's fun. In Sweden, there was actually research done on quotas, and they saw an improvement in competition that included an increase in the IQ of the legislators in the offices as a result of quotas. Right, so we know that quotas are actually making the system more competitive, not less. So the challenge that you're raising is how do feminists and how do people who support gender justice address these kinds of claims that she wasn't qualified? Because of course, men who are in positions of power are going to put women into positions who aren't going to threaten them or might not even be able to do their jobs.
But it's interesting because I want to agree with everything that's being said, but sort of take a different lens on it too. Because, you know, if you have a quota that's based on competition and a quota, then it shouldn't be somebody putting somebody into power. It should be somebody rising
like in the
up.
ministry, as she was talking about, right? Then that's an executive.
So because the way I think quotas work is if you think about either sort of from a hiring to recruitment and organizational change, is that you want to make sure that there's equal opportunities, right? So where the quotas have worked in both the public and the private sector, because Germany has quotas in the private sector. And how did they work? They didn't work by the quota alone. They worked by your performance bonus being tied to that. So there's got to be a sanction around it. You know, quotas worked in Norway and a lot of the Nordic countries, but it also worked because there was a trust in government, right? And so there is this need to break through the recruitment or the hiring and promotion things within both the public and private sector that will allow women that don't have the same networks, potentially don't have, and it's a lot of it's networking, but the same opportunities, the same access to present themselves, right? But it is important that you still have to deal with it. So Namibia has this zebra quota that's relatively new since 2014. They have a fantastic prime minister who is a minister of finance. But it's still interesting how that unconscious bias and cultural thing comes in. When the president's introducing her, and you can YouTube this, and he says, and I looked around and I found the most qualified, beautiful candidate that I could, kind of thing, right? And that's a cultural sort of the way we talk about things, right? But the quota is very important to getting those numbers, to getting the access to the competition, sort of raising that notion of meritocracy, and it doesn't always do that, right?
And
but you have to
what
have
a zebra
parties.
quota is.
Pardon?
Tell people what it is.
Yeah, so there can be a variety of quotas. So there are quotas in political parties that will say you have to have a certain percentage of the candidates that are in this party. There are other quotas, like in Uganda, there's a quota that says there's one seat for the man, there are women's seats in parliaments. There are other quotas that set a percentage, that we want a percentage of whatever body this is to be women. Right, and parties or the private sector will say, I won't interview any candidates unless you bring me a slate that is at least 50% women and qualified. And so I think when we look at quotas, you have to look at what the quota is exactly. You have to look at what the enforcement is, because if there is no enforcement, it's easy to come back and say we couldn't find those, or it's easy to present that slate and still take whomever you want off that slate.
right? Or you put the women on the back of the ballot and the men on the front of the ballot. And so for those voters that don't actually take the time, they just tick the top boxes. But that's what quotas are. So there's different types of them. And I think what's important is what is the enforcement mechanisms? And then going back to something you said, in most cases, quotas are temporary, coupled with enforcement. Meant to get a certain amount of numbers in so that the networking, so that the exposure, so that the unconscious bias or the prejudice can start to break down. You know, prejudice starts to break down if you work with 75% of people that don't look like you. There's studies on this, that just being forced in it happened in the US military. And so just getting numbers at the table does help. It doesn't necessarily always solve the sort of who's at the table necessarily helping the rest of the women, as we were talking about earlier. But it does help in changing the notion of who's a good leader, what's qualified, and who should be at the table.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one more quick question, and then I'm gonna throw it open. So please, it's hard for me, by the way, to see over here. So if you're on this side of the room and want to ask a question, I would encourage you to come this way, because I'm not gonna see you, because that light is very bright.
Really bright, yeah.
Or, you know, jump up and down or something. Just giving you fair warning. So I was going to ask this a little later, but I want to ask it now because I feel like I want to get us from, we know there are barriers and the numbers are problematic, to where we want to be. So if we were back in the same room in 10 years, what would you hope we would be talking about? What would be different? And I'll start with you, Catherine.
I think in 10 years' time, I hope that we would be in this room and we would have really progressed on many of the discussions around this topic. I said this earlier, but I would like to see that there are more men sitting here sharing the great stories of how they in their organizations, within their communities, within their countries, are spearheading women equality programs, he for she campaigns on a local level or within a structure of their own corporate initiatives, etc. I really think that part of the solution has to be, or part of the solution to the challenge is making sure that many of the role players in that challenge, being men holding women back, need to be a part of that conversation. The other thing that we haven't mentioned that I do think is really important is women supporting other women. You don't see that enough. And I think that that's also a really big problem. So even within the space of political participation, active citizenry participation, and women leaders within communities, they all work in silos in the communities that I work in. And this is not true for, for the whole world, but the communities I've worked in, the countries I've worked in, unfortunately, women are sometimes women's greatest challenges. We don't always help to lift another woman up. And I think that this narrative also needs to change. And I hope in 10 years' time, we would be sitting in a room where women are there supporting other women. Programs such as many of the fellows that are here in this room, where they nurture a sense, at Presidential Precinct, we have a group of women where we're leaders from across the continent. We're able to lean on each other. Buki and Lulu, who are in the audience specifically, and our wonderful, wonderful panelists from earlier, the ladies from Rwanda, Uganda, all of our ladies are able to connect with each other and lean on each other. There is a strength in that, and we need to cultivate more engagements that are personal and allow us to actually be authentically true about the challenges that we really, really battle with the most, those that are not spoken about in forums like this. And I hope that in 10 years' time, we in our small communities have done that over the next decade in order to allow us to have richer conversations with men sitting on this panel.
And in 10 years, will you be in elected office?
Absolutely. I think I do believe in the country that I live in, unfortunately, we see a collapse of leadership. And that is why you see people being put into quota positions that shouldn't be there. It is a matter of feeding a broken leadership system. And so I believe that our political arena and our country as such needs good people to stand up and to do good. And in order to affect change, you need to be a part of those systems. So absolutely, in 10 years' time, I hope to be here and to not only be a member of parliament or a minister, but to be running for office.
Okay. Great, very good.
Fabulous.
Denise.
Yeah, so I was actually going to build up what you're doing now, because the research tells us that that's the most important thing. So we discussed not all, of the barriers that women face when they move into participating in politics. And one of the things that we know is the most effective way to fight back against all of those barriers, the ones that we discussed and that we didn't get to, is to have women organize as women. So it's great to think about women's leadership, but what really matters is women in civil society. Women's movements are what change public policy. You need a few critical actors in that legislature, happy to have you there, right, who are feminists and who really care about the issues that so many women in the world face. But we need to focus not on the elite women in parliament, not elite white middle-class women like me in the United States. We need to focus on ordinary women who are fighting their everyday lives and battles. What can we do for them? And the answer is going to be women's movements in every institution, in the newsroom of the top media organizations, right? In political parties, in powerful trade union movements. In this university, I've founded women's caucuses. Wherever we can, we need to organize women and demand change, and include allies, include feminists who are also going to be men. So that's what I'd like to be talking about in 10 years.
Okay.
To add to that, I'd like to arrive, I guess, in saying that we have progress. The first thing I'd love to be doing is talking about a panel in terms of political and policy leadership that talks about leadership, that talks about whether that's transformative leadership, what makes a good leader, that's not driven on a gender discussion, that's not male leadership versus female leadership, that's really driven on what is a good leader today, what is good governance today, what do those structures look like. I'd also like to see where we're able to say, stop looking at the barriers and start looking at the accelerators. Start looking at what has happened, and not just for, as you were saying, sort of upper middle class white elite women, but sort of all of the women and all of the men across the society. That's looking at how are we being equal opportunity for all to public office, for those who are qualified, for those who want, and to see, I guess, the positive things. I'm an optimist, right? So I'd love to be at the table 10 years from now saying, not what are the barriers, but what are the best practices? What have we done? Yeah. What are the great things that are happening to make good governance and to make great leaders? And men and women in all aspects of society, young and old, wherever I lie in between those things, right? I haven't quite accepted it yet. But to be able to talk about that and to be able to come and just talk about leadership and not have it be gendered and have it be inclusive and have it be diverse and have it be positive. Is that too much to ask for?
No.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to all of you. Now, I think there's someone with a microphone around. Yes? Okay, if you have a question, raise your hand. Hopefully I'll see you. Okay, and please tell us your name and where you're from as well.
Hi, my name is Catherine Law, and I'm on faculty here at UVA. And Denise has touched a little bit on this, but I think in this time, in this place, it's becoming clear that gender violence, that harassment of women, that sexual exploitation of women has been a factor beyond anything even those of us in the field have really, truly understood. When powerful men in media are shaping the stories and keeping women out of roles in which they can shape the stories, when everything, entertainment, politics, and I'm feeling a little hopeless right now, because that seems almost so amorphous, it's hard to understand how to even get our arms around shaping that. I can't imagine the United States is unique in this, so it's a global problem. So I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about that issue.
Okay, I'm going to take two questions and then kind of have us 2 or 3 questions at once, because I think that can sometimes make the conversation sort of flow a bit. So are there others with?
There's one on the side.
There's somebody here. I don't know where. I can't see a darn thing.
I know, it's really
so sorry.
Hi, my name is Disha. I'm from India. My question is regarding the quota and the research that you guys were sharing. In Indian Parliament, we have we call it reservation. In Indian Parliament, we have a reservation of 33% for female. And that has been implemented to local governance level as well. And interestingly, last year, in a lot of areas which I saw was that there will be female candidates who will be running for local government, local elections, but it would be their husbands or their fathers who would be going for meetings. It would be their husbands who would be going for campaigning. It would be their husbands' faces which would be posted on the posters on the walls of the villages all around, right? So when the reservation was implemented, it was a matter of celebration for the entire feminist community in India. But do you think that, yeah, that's a start, that's a funny start, but do you think that may lead us somewhere? Do you feel there is some hope in it, or it's just a futile exercise altogether, like with this entire process of
great.
how it is being implemented?
Okay, and then let's take one more question. Again, I can't see anyone.
Way over there.
There's two.
Can someone see someone? There's some back here as well. We'll come to you if we have time, hopefully.
Hi, my name is Christine Switzer, and I'm a UVA alum, and now working at Fidelity Charitable. And I often will meet with women, including myself, this has crossed my mind, who are interested in running for politics someday. But as you know, research shows in this country that the salary is just insufficient for many women to run, unless you're wealthy or married to money or whatever it may be. And if you're raising a family, it's even harder, and it's especially difficult for women of color who are making even less money than white women. So just curious what your recommendations are to solve this really important problem.
Oh my God. Okay, so we have, right, okay. We'll be here for the rest of the day now.
How do you want to begin with that one?
The rest of you panelists, too bad. No. So we have 3 questions. I'm going to say something about one of them, but I'll just sort of recap them for the panel and then ask each panelist who'd like to respond to either 1 or 3, any of them quickly, of course, because we'd like to get over here. We have one about violence against women that's pervasive in the political sphere in general. One about quotas and issues with implementation of quotas, particularly in India, and one about sort of the economic imperatives that make it difficult and disincentives for anyone except for a certain group of people to really be able to run for office in an economically sustainable way. The one thing I want to say about the issue of violence against women in politics, I don't know if Sandra is here yet from NDI, but
She's right over there.
Okay. Sandra and the National Democratic Institute, Sandra Pepera, they've done a lot of work now on an initiative called Not the Cost, which has to do with how to decrease violence against women in politics that dissuades women from running. So I think if those of you who are really interested in that topic, please make sure to talk to Sandra. She is moderating the panel 2 panels from now.
Yeah.
And so she'll be around, I assume, but just so we know, we have a great resource in the room and an expert in the room on that particular issue. And I'll throw this over to you all on these 3 questions. Denise, why don't we start with you? So you're in the middle, we never start with you.
Okay, sure. So actually, I see these questions as somewhat connected. So one of the things I can say that's hopeful, Catherine, is actually we see a lot of media, we see a lot of attention put on violence against women in various spheres, but the research overwhelmingly shows us that what's most ubiquitous is this kind of marginalizing, or what some people call cultural imperialism, right? So that kind of mansplaining, the silencing of women, the not refusing to call on them when they raise their hands to speak. That's what's most ubiquitous, and what gets a lot of the media attention because it's physical, it's visible, is this kind of violence that you're thinking of, right? It's not to say that it doesn't happen, it does. And it does dissuade women from participating in politics. But the other stuff is what all women are experiencing. And I think that's part of the Me Too campaign, right? That we have this broad definition in the United States of sexual harassment. And my guess is there isn't a woman on the planet who hasn't experienced some of that, what fits in the definition of sexual harassment. And so thinking about it in a broader way like that, right? And being able to identify that, yes, this happens to me, and then talking about it, even though it's depressing to see that it's out there, I think is actually, for me, it's been really encouraging. I'm tired of the silence. I'm sure you are too. We're all tired of the silence and all of the ways in which each one of us, by being silent in some ways, and for some of us it's certainly more costly than others, has in some ways contributed to this kind of a problem. So for me, this has been incredibly hopeful, although I know for many people it can be re-traumatizing, and there's going to be a lot of denial, and we're always going to face backlash. That's just part of the way that this works. We can't really avoid it. So it's about organizing women, again, to come together and figure out what is the narrative. How are we going to shift this from a story about Me Too as a victim victim to instead him too as a perpetrator, and then how do we as a society try to stop this? And I think that's what we're starting to see, is actually a shift away from women as victims and liars, and men actually admitting that, yes, I've done this and it's wrong and we need to change. So for me, anyway, that's been really exciting. And this notion of, how do we get more women into politics, and once we get women in, are they just tokens? Or, they're not even tokens. We need a special word for what you've described, I think. And one of the reasons that they don't get involved, that you didn't mention in the back, but we can also think about in terms of structural barriers, right, that exist to preventing women from entering politics, which caretaking, right, the sexual division of labor is one of those structural barriers. So the violence against women is another one, right? So these are all connected, unfortunately. So actually addressing one in the media helps women in other institutions and in other spheres, like in politics, begin to address this. The money question actually affects men in this country too. I think that most of us would agree that money plays much too large a role in politics in the United States today. It affects women more, it affects black women more, simply because we don't all get paid the same, right? But it affects our democracy. So this is a horrible issue. And the narrative then, it seems to me, for women is to say, this affects me, but this affects our democracy, right? And hook into something that people really care about and make it a women's issue, but also build those coalitions that we're seeing to form now across groups who are interested and invested in social justice. And this connects to India, right? Men are heads of family. Kinship is how you move forward in a rural society in India, which is where I think you're primarily talking about, right? So the only way to get votes and to think that you're ever going to exercise power is to be the head of a household. And heads of household are automatically understood to be men. So again, thinking about the sexual division of labor and the ways that that creates structural barriers that then get multiplied in various institutions, and we see it playing out in this particular type of election. Do I think quotas still matter? Yes, I think they matter, because look at what we're talking about. We're actually talking about the problem, and you can, excuse me, you can give specific examples of how this is a farce. So what do we have to do? Or in India, what has to be done in order to make sure that women not only have access to power, right, but they have the voice, they have the capacity to actually speak, right, and be heard and challenge the rules of the game. And that's a much deeper way of measuring things than numbers, and much more challenging. Excuse me.
Catherine?
Just to touch on one or two things. Unfortunately, sexual violence in South Africa is a huge, huge problem. In South Africa this week, in fact, we start a campaign that happens every year. It's called 16 Days of
activism
against violence, and we really drive home this discussion around sexual violence. In South Africa, somebody is raped every 4 minutes in our country. The horrifying thing is those are the ones we know of. Those are the ones that are reported. It goes back to something I said earlier, and it touches on many of the things that have been asked. It really is about the value set we hold true in a society and as a nation. What are the things that we want to be known for? What are the values that we share in our home? Because those morals and those values would talk to us about allowing conversations around things that are really taboo, because culturally we don't talk about rape, we don't talk about sexual violence. If it happens, you don't talk about it. If in your home with your spouse, your husband or wife, because husbands are also abused, if that happens, we don't talk about it. So it's readdressing the narrative of how we actually address these systemic issues that are actually destroying our communities. And sexual violence and rape at a very community level is a huge issue that we face. So it's not even, within the workplace, just within the home. And most of the sexual violence happens by somebody that you know. The perpetrator is unfortunately often somebody that you know, and horrifyingly, possibly somebody that you're related to. And so this is a big problem that we're trying to address, because it opens up an opportunity to allow women to participate in community engagement once they have sort of let go of the stigma that is attached to them that they have inflicted upon themselves, the stigma, or the society has inflicted on them because of the taboo of not speaking about sexual violence. And then with regards to the question on taking public office, well, I must be honest, I don't think you take public office to make money. And I think that the important thing is that you need to drive what your purpose and your passion is. And once you drive that purpose and passion, you will find that you connect and you fit in and you're able to drive policy change. And you're able to be a driver within that space to make sure that you're part of changing that system, that policy, and making sure that women are able to be single moms and politicians at the same time. Because this is not a normal narrative. This is not traditionally what men have had to deal with. So how do we make sure that we're part of that discussion, we're around that table, and we're there to change that narrative? It's really important that we step up to the table and step up to the plate and make sure that we are engaging on those topics that people don't even think of. People don't even think about how does somebody in public office actually manage to have 2 or 3 children, and this is the case with many of our female politicians in South Africa, as single moms who work late hours, who have to drive very far, have to make sure that they're able to put their children into school, somebody driving them up and down, because your role and participation, you're stepping up to be part of building your community or your country. So you have to make sure that that is what your drive and passion is. And hopefully, we pray to God that the money will eventually follow and that you can pay the bills. But I don't think that that's something that we don't get into it to make money. Unfortunately, I think in Africa, we see too many politicians. People say they're businessmen because they know exactly how to do it. They're making lots of money. But that's not at the service of the people. That's at the service of self. And I think when you're in public office, service of the people must be your core value, because that is how we will drive change.
And Gwen.
Yeah, I don't want to speak too long because I think we covered a lot of it, but I think the hope that I have that ties to sort of the harassment and the quota is that we have to be able to talk about it. You have to be able to talk about it in the home, you have to be able to talk about it in the public setting, you have to be able to talk about it and sort of to overcome it. Whether that's domestic violence in the household or violence in the society, and I'm hoping that we can normalize that discussion. But also, as Denise said, that we separate out sort of what the media is saying, what's going on in the classroom and what's going on in the home. And as you know, I mean, I lived in various countries in Africa for 20 years, including Mozambique. And it starts in the home. It starts with how you talk to your kids. It starts with what the father says to both the daughter and son. Yeah. It starts with who eats first. And it starts, what do you talk about? What do you say? And normalizing that conversation, whether it's quotas or violence, so that you can find those solutions, right? So that you can find the reason for everybody to be at the table so that you can overcome and figure out how to reduce those levels of violence, because some of that is driven, and a lot of it is by this unconscious bias, cultural practices that people hold, right? That's where a lot of this comes from, whether it's the physical and emotional violence or it's the mansplaining. Right, sort of wherever it comes. But I'm hoping that by all of us standing up and saying, we have seen it to varying degrees, we can talk about it and we can figure out how to get past it. We can see what quotas work. We can look at, there are qualified women, we can see them, we can touch, we hear them on stage. And we can go, well, that was a useful tool to get us there. Yeah. And then just to final on the cost thing, I completely agree with you. I think sort of the salary of public office in a way is sort of like the salary of the teacher argument. But I'm completely with Stephanie on the sort of cost of running for office, because there are solutions and ways to do that, and looking at models of countries of how much it can actually cost to run your campaign. I think we're sitting in a country that has probably sort of the highest cost, but a lot of times you can't even run in Africa, for example, in various countries in Africa, if you don't have family members or you don't have a certain level of income, right? Or you're not married to the current president. But I'll leave that controversial statement out there.
All right, I think we've unfortunately, come to the end of our time. But I want to take, first of all, I want to thank our panelists. But before we do that, I want to just take sort of the privilege of the moderator to say, I find this conversation incredibly hopeful. I have had the privilege in my life of working for a phenomenal woman elected official, Senator Barbara Mikulski, and one of my colleagues who also worked for Senator Mikulski is here, Shannon Kula, over in the, we were both her chief of staff, and we saw, I think, how women in elected office make a difference in terms of policy, in terms of promoting women to be leaders themselves. Shannon and I were talking because this morning, the Women's Caucus that Senator Capito talked about of the women senators, Senator Mikulski helped start that, and she also was instrumental in helping found, along with Olympia Snow and others, the Women's Health Office at the National Institute of Health. So just in one person's life, I've seen one person who's forceful. She's not a wallflower, but really make a difference. And I think the more talent like that we can unleash in the world, whether it's women, men, from different age groups, different ethnic groups, I think we will be stronger. And this conversation makes me more hopeful that we do that, because the more we talk about the issues, the more we have experts like this just really honing in on the conversation, not agreeing with each other all the time, but like helping us all be better at how we make arguments and think about this issue. I think we will see progress in 10 years. So I hope to be back here in 10 years, not having a conversation maybe about gender, but about the impact that a woman president in the United States will have had, or a woman head of the UN, or some really phenomenal breakthrough that I think will also help us sort of push this progress forward. So I want to thank our panel. I want to thank you all for coming. I'm sorry we didn't get to answer more questions, but I'm glad that we were able to start this conversation, and I hope that we all continue it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie.
South African political content, but I had Mindiwe Masubuto at last.
Okay, team, let's come back. We got work to do. Sure. Not being shy at all. Yeah. I used to coach, so I'm going to give you 15 seconds to come back, and we're going to start. Hello, are you awake? You want me to do something to really rev you up, do something idiotic? I already made a fool of myself. Okay, I am just so glad to be here. My name is Alita Black, and I lobbied to have this job of introducing Madam President. But before I introduce you to Afete Yahya, I want to share with you why I think she's a rock star. For almost 7 years, I had the joy of spending a few weeks every summer with women leaders from Kosovo or Kosovo. And they regaled me with stories and examples of the strength and the courage and the determination that they picked up from their president. And so I am profoundly grateful to be here today. I want you to think about something before I give you, the brief formal academic introduction. I'm a recovering academic, so you have to forgive me. I want you to imagine that you're taking over a new country, a country that has been ravaged by war in ways that shocked the nation so much that America belatedly intervened. It was a war defined by sexual violence and ethnic cleansing. It was a war so horrific that it redefined international human rights law, goaded the UN to put teeth into Security Council resolutions 1888 and 1325, and out of the horror of that came a new nation with leadership that was not renowned the world over, but led by remarkable women who consistently kept the faith to help mitigate the ethnic cleansing and have the courage to come forward and prosecute violators and actually get a conviction in The Hague for war crimes, predominantly for atrocities committed against women. Now I want you to switch from that and think about the fourth president of this new nation, who happens to be a woman who rose from the ranks of the police department and had to help reassemble a new government that was profoundly divided by ethnic, political, and religious strife. This is Afete Yahya. Like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, there are few people in the world I admire more. And let me tell you why. During her tenure as president, she sought to strengthen new democratic institutions in ways that secured not only the support of her divided people, but a divided world who was betting that she would not succeed. She succeeded so well that in 13 and 14, they had free and fair and transparent elections, When the government deadlocked in 14, she indefatigably met with her fiercest critics, with political opponents, and with people who argued for her removal, as well as her supporters, to help keep the parliament open, develop new institutes of government, most especially the establishment of the the Special Court of Kosovo. I think this is a daunting achievement. She took a new government, a deadlocked government, a divided population, a population that was war-scarred and fearful, and built a new government. In the process of that, she set up 3 national councils, one tied to the academy, one tied to civil society organizations, and another for business communities. But she is here today because of her indefatigable work to bring women to the forefront of Kosovo's political, social, and economic life. In 2012, she hosted an international summit for women entitled Partnership for Change, Empowering Women. It was attended by 200 women leaders, not only from her country, but from Europe at large, Africa, and the Middle East. They provided cross-fertilizations for ideas, they had each other's back, and it led to the creation of the Pristina Principles, which affirm the rights of women to full political and economic social participation in the life of their nation. And finally, to piggyback on the conversation that we had before this started, she led the institutional efforts to reintegrate to integrate survivors of sexual assault back into the political and social lives of the nation. How did she do this? She created a national council for the survivors of sexual assault. And she helped create the necessary legal infrastructure and the strategy and the vision to help hold perpetrators accountable in ways that elevated women and gave them back their hope. She will be in conversation today with Alexandra, or Alex, Arriaga, who has a career that I covet. She has worked in Congress as a lead staffer and director for the Congressional Human Rights Caucus, or in my vocabulary, the Jim Moran, Tom Lantos Commission. She's worked in the White House as a special advisor to President Clinton to help promote trade policies throughout the Americas that foster democracy and human rights. She's worked with 2 of my favorite NGOs, the United Nations and Amnesty International. And last but not least, she was a leader of my most treasured part of the State Department, the Bureau, well now, a full Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. So you are in for a marvelous treat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is very exciting to be here today. It's a privilege. And with that kind of background, which really is extraordinary, I have the honor to be able to engage in this conversation. And wanted just to say that as we look at the world, and we talk this morning and this afternoon about women's leadership and leadership, period, whether you're a man or a woman, when we talk about making sure that we have the best leaders in place and what the obstacles are, frequently it may be gender. When we look around the world and we see the level of conflict that exists, the threats to security and to peace, and the threats to economic development and gender equality, it's wonderful to be able to speak to someone who has lived through a country situation that had faced enormous obstacles, that became an example for the world to change its human rights treaties and conventions,
so that the violence against women would be, in fact, addressed when it comes to war. And then who rose from the ranks of a country that had been mired in tensions and stress that were along ethnic lines for many, many years, become the leader of that nation and really be able to emerge as an example for the world. It's an enormous privilege. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Thank you.
So since we have such a variety of participants here today, it would be very nice to hear from you a little bit about your experience, first as a young woman in Kosovo, living in a country that had been mired by such ethnic tensions over so many, not just decades, but centuries. And whether or not that affected you, how that made the experience helped shape your life trajectory.
Well, Alexandra, thank you very much, and Madam Blake, thank you very much. It is my real honor and privilege to be here with you today. And I want to also congratulate the organizers for putting together such a wonderful event and this forum of bringing so many of the women leaders from around the world, and so much potential that I had a chance since the morning of being here to be able to meet with them. Well, in the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, when the rest of the Europe was celebrating the democracy and the fall of the repression and the regimes in part of the Western Balkans, on the part of the world where I was living, we have actually seen the start of the dark and bloody a new period which was starting for us. That time Kosovo was a part of the former Yugoslavia, which experienced the revival of the divisions that in the name of the ethnicity and in the name of the religious differences has turned the neighbors into the sworn enemies. And so it was a very difficult time, not only for me, but for every single citizen of the Kosovo Albania that was living in Kosovo. And during the whole time of the repression, during the whole time of the Milosevic regime, Kosovo has been stripped out of its autonomy. And we were getting more and more with the difficult times, particularly our families, particularly our parents, that they were struggling to find the ways how to keep their families together, how to even basically find the food from the day to day for their children and their families. And so being the child of one of the families of the Kosovar citizen and being one of the young people, I could not and I had to go through and experience on everything what the country was going through. And for us it was impossible not to live with the first hand what we were going through as the country during that time. Just because we are in the facility of this educational institution, I want also to point out that we as the Kosovar Albanian people, we have been banned from the rights of also the education just because we were the Kosovar Albanians. Our children have been segregated by the other ethnicity groups from the primary schools, and they had no right even to enter the facilities of the schools. Seeing that situation, many people and many of the leaders in the country has immediately taken the leadership to establish the parallel system of the education, so we could keep the country running no matter that we were facing with the enormous process of the repression towards the country, where many of the families, they have offered their houses to to be used as the improvised facilities for the school of our students. Many and hundreds of these families, they put their life into the risk by being the possible targets towards the paramilitary and military forces of Serbia to be able to, in order to be prosecuted for what they have been doing and what they have been offering. And for about 100,000 Kosovar students, they have been permanently moved in 3,200 houses, garages, and basements, which were turned into the improvised school facilities. And no matter what we were going through that period, no matter the challenges that we were going, there was nothing that could push back us from the process of learning. And I remember very vividly that time that I myself, together with another 47 classmates, we were sitting in a very small, little, tiny room in a house in the suburb of the capital city of Pristina. That room barely had, most of the time, the doors and the windows, because they were broken every time the paramilitary and military forces were coming and dragging us and putting out of these facilities, because we were not allowed to be there holding the classes. And most of the time during the winter time, the temperatures were going below minus 10, 20 Celsius, and most of the time even the snow and the rain was coming inside. But that was nothing that was able to push us back from our courage to move forward and to learn. We had also very limited access into the books to the Albanians, because the Albanians' books were banned from the circulation. And while for many of our peers in a neighboring country or the Europe, the routine of going to school and coming back to school, it was a normal routine. Actually for us, and especially for our parents, was the moment that they feared mostly, because we never knew it when we are going to be caught. Are we going to be beaten? Are we going to be tortured? Are we going to be prosecuted? Or are we going to be able to come back at home at the end of the day? And so 18 years ago, we have inherited a country which has been totally destroyed, not only from the infrastructure point of view, but also from the human point of view. We have inherited a country which has left behind over 10,000 people which have been killed and massacred. Till today's date, we have about 1,600 people missing in different massive graves within the territory of Kosovo and territory of Serbia, while Serbia still is refusing to share the statistics of the maps where these massive graves are, so for our family members to be able to find the remains of the bodies of their loved ones. And we have inherited a country which has left behind about 20,000 women, which has been raped as a tool of war during the war time. But I was also experienced to live in this past 18 years on building a new Kosovo, being able to set up the foundation that what happened to us, we would never ever allow to happen to anybody else, not within the country, in the region and globally.
So I have to admit and to share with you that when the war was going on in Yugoslavia and the Dayton Accords were happening, I was at the State Department, and my boss, John Shattuck, at the time, was able to get some of the initial satellite photographs that then went to Secretary Albright to be able to show to the United Nations that, in fact, mass graves could be seen. And one of the things that struck me at the time was that it really did finally shed international attention to a circumstance that had been going on, the violence that had been going on for so very long. And this is not unique, unfortunately, to that region of the world. Again, if we look to almost every continent, we can point to conflict, and particularly where violence against women is happening, and rape during war as well. But in this case, it did help shed a light. And it is striking that coming out of that at the birth of this new nation, that the attitude was, let's build. when it could have taken many directions. And at that time, if you could share with us how you came to go from your early childhood and really coveting education to joining the police force and then rising through the ranks of what most people would think is not an area where women would necessarily be rising. So if you could tell us a little bit about that experience and why the police force of all the directions you might have gone, and how you, whether or not gender was an obstacle at any time, or how you maneuvered that.
Alessandra, thank you very much. And before I answer to this, I have to make another remark because it is because of you people that you were sitting in that time administration within the White House and within the State Department. And it is because of the leadership of the President Clinton, of the First Lady Clinton, and of the Secretary Albright that I am literally sitting and with you as a living human beings. Because if they were not, if they were not for us at that time, I wouldn't be here with you today. Because of the exact reason that I have mentioned earlier, that what we have seen happen in Kosovo, that 1 million people were made to leave by force the country for the purpose of the ethnic cleansing. History never have seen that level of the genocide taking place in the doorstep of the European Union at the end of the 20th century. So yes, join the police organization. After the war has been brought to an end with the help of the humanitarian intervention of the NATO, which is the first time in the history of the alliance which they conducted the operation for the purpose of the stopping the genocide and the ethnic cleansing which was taking place in the country, has opened the opportunities for our freedom, but also has opened the opportunities for building our country and building our institution. And the building of the Kosovo police has been also one of the processes that has been undertaken immediately after the end of the war in Kosovo. After the war, I was the graduated young lawyer which was working for the UN office, and that time it was one of the best and the safest job that somebody was able to get immediately after the end of the war in the country. And suddenly, at the end of 1999, I decided to quit that job and join to the Kosovo police. And I was quitting the job that was paid 20 times more than the job that I was about to take, which many people, starting from my family and my friends, thought that for a second it is one of my craziest ideas. But I have to tell you that they have said they have seen also some crazy other ideas for me taken before that. And but later on, they have become one of the greatest supporters on everything that I was doing and throughout my career. I have done that for the two reasons. The first reason is because for entire my life, I was in the search for the freedom and for the justice. And it was that momentum after the end of the war that I have said to myself, now is the time that I need to return back, and I need to give my contribution on the country, on building more safe and more secure environment for all of the citizens within my country. We were not only building the Kosovo police that time, but we were also building as the institution that time, but we were also building the trust of the people towards the institution. The reason why I'm mentioning that is that before the wartime and during the wartime, the police was not only seen there as an organization or as in the uniform, which is supposed to be helping the people and which is supposed to be serving to the people. It was the tool of the repression. It was the tool of state that the uniform during the wartime and before the war and during the repression time has been symbolizing the torture, has been symbolizing the brutality, and has been symbolizing the prosecution towards the people. And so for us it was important that time to be able to regain the trust of the people in their eyes about what the uniform was representing in order, and we were able to do that immediately after the end of the war by recruiting excellent boys and girls within the police organization, by offering the security services and the quality of services towards all the citizens, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their religion, and regardless of their political differences and the backgrounds on that. As the second reason there, it is to introduce the role of the women within the police organization, because there were no women in the police organization before the wartime and for the decades. Kosovo is a very male-dominated society. It is a very patriarchal society, which is no different from any other country in the southeastern part of the Europe, where men are seen to be leading and the women are expected to follow. And so for me it was important to introduce the role of the women within the police organization, but not only within the police organization itself, but to introduce the role of the women throughout the rank, starting from the patrol officer and all the way down to the most highest rank within the police organization. And that was actually very challenging, because the male mentality in the country was kind of like able to accept that, okay, we probably need the women to have in the police organization, but why to hell we need them as the supervisor and as the commanders? And so I had faced with many of the very strange questions from my own colleagues that time, that, well, no matter what kind of the rank I was, the general or the colonel or the major, I said like, well, do we really need to have that percentage that you are really pushing forward? And because in the beginning, from the very beginning, I have introduced, and I have been one of the greatest lobbyists of introducing the quota system, which that time started with 15% of the women within Kosovo police organization throughout the ranks, because I was very much focused on establishing the sustainable mechanisms in place which will guarantee the sustainability of the role of the women even after the time that the people will be moving from one position to another position. And it was exactly the role of the women that has contributed in increasing the level of the trust of the people towards the police organization. Kosovo Police has been and continues to be one of the most trusted institutions out of all of the governmental institutions in the country since the end of the war. And I consider myself to be privileged, and I feel very proud that I was able to contribute towards this organization. I was a part of this organization, and it has followed me exactly the same principle as it did while I was in the police organization, also as the President of the Republic of Kosovo, to serving the country and serving to the people of my country.
And then you moved from the police force and became president as an independent. And in a situation where you really received an enormous mandate, unlike anyone else had actually received previously in your election. And at the time, not only were you the first woman president of Kosovo, but also one of the youngest ever to be elected. And you came in with an enormous mandate and were able to effect change. So it would be, if you could please talk to us a little bit about not only were you able to transform the police force and build that trust, but then arriving at the presidency, seeing very clearly what the mission needed to be. What were some of the primary issues that you felt needed to be addressed in order to move your agenda forward? You had already identified the important role of women in the police force. What was the next step?
Yeah. Well, Alexandra, I was elected in 2011, where the country was in a very deep political crisis. We just came out that time out of the 2 rounds of the parliamentary elections, which were that time followed by a major criticism by the international community at that level that they were held. And the Constitutional Court at that time ruled down 2 former presidents and obliged them to the resignation for the violation of the Constitution. And that time we were experienced to see a very polarized atmosphere among all political parties in the country. And that time, seeing the situation that we were facing as the country, none of the candidates at that time, the names that were circulating for the position of the president, was able to get the majority of the votes to be elected as the president, as the head of the state. And 3 main political parties in the country at that time, they came up with a proposal to nominate a consensual candidate, and that's why how my name came forward, based into my clean background, based on the high integrity and the years served within the public service. And I was elected in the first round of the election ever in the history of the Republic of Kosovo with 80% of the votes. I was also elected as the very first woman president in the history of my country, but also in this history of the southeastern part of the Europe. And that time when I was elected, I cannot say it for now, I was only 35 years of age, and I was the youngest head of state ever to be democratically elected. And so it took 3 men to choose a woman to come and fix the mess that they have created. And so I was very conscious in the very beginning, Alessandra, that what would be my major challenges and obstacles, because I did not only have the constitutional obligations to fulfill as the president of the Kosovo, but I had also some, and most of the time that has followed me throughout my career, I had to show maybe 3,000% more in order to be accepted, up to maybe 1% by the male politicians within the country. No matter what I was doing, to them it sounded it is the wrong decision. It was always more of the news, what I was wearing that day, or what kind of the bags I'm having, or what kind of the shoes, than what kind of the policy exactly I was setting up or I was unfolding to the job and the task that has been given to me. But I was also very much conscious, something that has followed me throughout my mandate, that I was not only the president of Kosovo, but I also had paid a special attention that I was the first woman ever to be elected in the country, and also belonging to the younger generation of the leaders. So I had it added burning on my shoulder that I had to leave a legacy behind for the other women to follow and other younger generation to follow for my country and the region and the globally as well.
Can we just stop for a second?
And so throughout my mandate, I had to rally, and you were very much right when you said that I was independent. I had no political party which I belonged to, and which was supporting me. I had many of them, tens of them, that they were in daily basis against me. So I had to rally the political support on all of the policies, decision, and the support that I needed, and the change that I wanted to make in order to fulfill my constitutional obligation as the president of Kosovo. I want to mention something that I have started immediately after I've taken over my office as the president of Kosovo. That has been a turning point, not only on me personally, but also for the new history of my country. That is dealing with the survivors of the sexual violence during the wartime in Kosovo. To my surprise, one of the very first weeks being in the office, I have been contacted by one of the survivors of the sexual violence within one part of the country. After I met her, and I met 35 other women survivors of the sexual violence. It was a turning point for me, for my presidency, and the way that I wanted to use my time as the president to serve to my country and to my people. I could not believe to myself, first of all, that me, as the president of that country, as the citizen of that country, I was not aware up to that level that we have about 20,000 women and men of my country that has been sexually abused, used as a tool of war in the country, that they have been left for the continuous 15 years after the end of the war under the mercy of no one. It was a taboo topic. It was the topic that the people simply, in the symbol of their mentality, did not speak about that. And they have been majorly stigmatized by the general public by pointing the finger towards the victims and not towards the perpetrators who had done this horrendous crime. It was at that moment that I said to myself, this is enough, and this will never be allowed anymore in my country, under my leadership, that these survivors will continue to be the victims and to be suffering with the consequences of this horrendous crime and the war. So that time I established the National Council for the Survivors of the Sexual Violence, where I brought around the same decision-making table. The main players in the country included the government, parliament, ministries, civil society, medias, and the international community, in order to establish the proper system which will contribute on the reintegration, resocialization, and rehabilitation of all the victims of the sexual violence. And today, as we speak, 4 years after of the intensive work of the National Council, the survivors of the sexual violence, they do enjoy their legal status as the civilian victims of the war. We have managed also to tackle the stigma, though we still have a lot of work to do when we speak about the stigma within our society toward the survivors of the sexual violence. I have been their strongest voice, because at the end of the day, what these victims they wanted from immediately after the end of the war was an ear that they can listen to their requirement and their demands, and the voice that they can speak on their behalf. And I offered my ear and my voice to be able to speak on their behalf, not only inside the country, but internationally as well. Since the end of the war, Alexandra, we don't have not even a single person, not a single perpetrator which has been put forward or has been prosecuted and tried fairly for the crimes that they have done towards the innocent citizens of Kosovo, because the bodies of those victims has been turned into the battlefield for the paramilitary and military forces of Serbia. And all of these criminals that fled, and they are within the country of Serbia, and the Serbia simply does not cooperate with Kosovo to hand over these perpetrators and to contribute on tackling this culture of impunity. So still for us has been and continues to remain a struggle on tackling the phenomena of the survivors of the sexual violence inside the country, but particularly in the regard of the access of the justice, and bringing in front of the justice whoever done this horrendous crime towards the innocent citizens of my country.
So it's hard to go from there, and it is, I'd like to ask you a little bit, taking that to the next level on the global stage. As we look now, I know that you have been very active in calling for Kosovo to be part of the European Union. You also have been very active on another global phenomenon right now, which is the attention that is being paid to issues of violent extremism. And those are two issues that are very much on the global stage. And if you could comment a little bit about your work in that area, both in terms of why it is important to be at the table with the European Union, but also your work specifically in combating violent extremism and what you have found to be the approach that is most effective. As a part of that, I know that in our previous conversations you talked about the gender component of that work. And so if you could also just tell us a little bit and share with us as we are thinking about the mandate going forward, where we go from there.
Yeah. Alexandra, thank you very much. When we speak about the EU agenda and the EU perspective, Kosovo belongs historically and naturally towards the European Union. And the future of Kosovo, like is the future of the entire region of the southeastern part of the Europe, or as we refer, the Western Balkan, has been and continues to be within the European Union. And we have no other alternative than the EU integration. But we do know that, and you have seen that the Europe has been facing with some significant difficulty in this past few months or the past few years that somehow put on hold the enlargement policy towards the rest of the region. But now is the momentum that we have no time to lose when we speak about the EU integration. Even in the past, we have seen when the European Union and the EU policy, it is not unified or it is not united. When we speak or speaking in one voice about the southeastern part of the Europe, the Western Balkans, other competing agenda will come into the surface, which are not necessarily in the interest of our countries individually or collectively in the entire region of the Western Balkans. And we do know that the process of the integration, it is an individual process, is a contractual relation between the European Union in itself, the aspiring country. Though the European integration process, it's a very long process. It is a process that as soon as you start, take from 20 up to 25 years of the process of the integration, which starts from the reform in the public administration and all the way down to the fight against organized crime, corruption, and other reforms which are necessary for the well-being and improvement the daily life of our citizens. But something that which has been very crucial for us during and for all of the countries aspiring towards the EU integration, it is the good neighborhood relations. And we as the region, we still have a lot of the things in the question mark when we speak about our past, that we will not be able to move on the EU integration process before we solve all of the unsolved issues. That's why we as the Kosovo, we started the political dialogue under the facilitation of the European Union with the former foe, the Republic of Serbia. Many agreement has been reached so far in the 6 years of the dialogue, but we are not so much pleased with the pace of the implementation of this agreement. But one thing it is sure, that Kosovo's independence is a irreversible process. It is a red line, and the issue of the borders and redrafting the borders in that part of the Europe, it is a closed chapter, and that closed chapter has been done back in 1999 after the end of the war in Kosovo. So on the regard of the extremism, on the violent extremism and the foreign fighters, well, Alexandra, neither Kosovo, neither US, neither any country, being small or being big, can be immune towards this negative phenomena that we are facing. We as a country, we have been very effective on tackling this threat, which was posing a threat not only to our democracy, but also to the daily life of our citizens when we deal with the violent extremism and the foreign fighters. But this fight has to be seen from 3 levels, or in the 3 phases. First of all, for us was important to see it from the ground, actually what was happening, who were the foreign fighters, what was the reason that they became violent, what was the drive that was moving them towards the radicalization cooperation. And also for us it was important, and it is always very much important, to remove the myths, particularly on making the clear line of the dividing between the religion and between the terrorism, and especially removing the continuous stigma that relies among the Muslim community. As a first. As a second, it was very much important for us to contribute on the increase in the partnership and the cooperation and the collaboration, first of all with our neighboring countries, then with the European Union, and then with the United States. And as a result of the regional cooperation, we have several people which have been arrested for the support of the regional recruitment and incitement of the foreign fighters. Then Kosovo being one of the very first countries in the region, part of the global coalition against the fight against the ISIS. We have arrested tens of the Kosovar citizens, which has been going towards Iraq or Syria as a part of the ISIS, Al-Nusra, and other organizations. Then we have shut down the illegal mosque. We have shut down the NGOs, which has operated as the front organization for the recruitment and incitement of the Kosovar citizens. But Kosovo has never been a cell of the ISIS. Usually the recruitment has been done, and we have started to have this problem in 2014, but back in 2016 we totally eliminated this global challenge that was facing in Kosovo. And mainly this recruitment has taken place by the individuals which has they supported the ideas of the ISIS individuals within the country. And so for that was a second step. Third step, and the most important, that sometimes we, especially institutions, they don't pay attention in the very beginning, is that they think that after the rule of law, after the security mechanism take place, that has been actually finished. No, actually it is another start, because it is about follow-up. What you do with the foreign fighters which are in the process of the prosecution. What you do when, for example, you have the foreign fighters returning to the country and you don't have the enough evidences to prosecute them. And so how you are going to reintegrate and resocialize them within the country. And we should never forget that they are the citizens of your own country, and they have to be treated fairly and equally like all other citizens throughout the process, because no matter what has happened, they are the citizens of your own country. And in your question, is it there a gender element? Absolutely, that there is a gender element into that, because there are different criteria, even starting from the recruitment process, which targets the women and which targets the men as well. And so the strategist has to be carefully thought and carefully managed from the very beginning, which has to be gender oriented from the very beginning. And most of the time we do forget, and we have tendency on forgetting, that in most of the war zones, when the foreign fighters goes, they bring together women and children. And what you do with them when they return to the country, and how you are going to reintegrate. So the gender element on the effective fight against the violent extremism and the foreign fighter, it is very important.
Great, thank you so much. Before we close, and I know we do need to close, I just wanted to give you the last word. If there's anything that you wanted to say to those participants who are here today, who are interested in these topics, and about the value of having this kind of a forum as they go forward.
Well, something that I always say to the young people, to the young women and young men, it is that you should always believe in yourself, believe in your potential, always aim high and dream high, and don't you never ever make a compromise with your principles and for what you stand for. Because I never done that, and it brought to me where I am now.
Madam President, thank you so much. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you all.
Have questions?
I think
we have questions.
Do we have time for questions, or we don't? Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
state your name. I get to meet everybody beforehand.
When to start? So, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think it'd be quite cool to close those doors. Yeah. So it's my pleasure and privilege to actually welcome you to the most important panel of the day for three very good reasons. First of all, these are the voices of the next generation. So, of course, we've given them the least amount of time to speak. Second of all, we're going to be talking right now about the political realm, because I'm going to challenge you all to think about whether or not it's possible to hold on to rights or to achieve gender equality without political action. And the third reason why this is the best panel today is because it is the most diverse for geography, race, ethnicity, sex, and age. And the age bit is because they're all very young, okay? So, my name is Sandra Pepper, and I'm the Director for Gender, Women and Democracy at the National Democratic Institute, and you can read about me in the brochure. NDI has worked in many of the countries that have been represented on this stage today, and in fact, I think there's even a statue to the chairman of our board, Secretary Madeleine Albright, in Pristina, in Kosovo, for the work that she's done there. But I'm going to introduce you to my illustrious panel, and do this quite quickly because, again, you can read about them in your brochures. To my immediate left is Genesis Luigi. She's a psychologist working on access and rights for young women and men, in particular, sexual and reproductive rights. Genesis is from Venezuela and works with children and adolescents in some of the most vulnerable and deprived communities, both rural and urban. To her left is Mirabel Ngong. She's a UVA alumna from Cameroon and the founder of a community empowerment program for young women and single mothers, particularly through keeping teen mothers in school. She has contributed to increasing the percentage of women elected to local councils in the northwest region of Cameroon by 10%, phenomenal figures, even for Virginia last week. Melvin Sharti, to her left, works on stopping gender-based and domestic violence against women and girls in Sierra Leone. He is doing this through a focus on advocacy and training at the community level, particularly targeting men and boys as agents of change. To his left is Madara Masjane from Latvia. She's an expert in non-formal education approaches, which she puts to work to raise awareness of gender equality and the prevention of gender-based violence among adolescents. Using non-violent communication techniques, she intends to help young women and young men to become change makers in their local communities. And last but not least, Deirdre Jones is a current third-year student here at the University of Virginia School of Law and a former president of the Black Law Students Association and vice president of Street Law. Deirdre has done pro bono work in Johannesburg, South Africa, so that should be Catherine, who from a previous panel, should be happy about that. And also interned in a Crimes Against Women and Children's unit in the DA's office in Fulton, Georgia. So that's the panel. Welcome them, please. So as we prepared for the panel, I did stress to them that they needed to speak freely and in their authentic voice, which is something that Hala Domas-Tortier talked about in terms of leadership. So let's get straight to the nitty-gritty, okay? Straight in there. So, as you've guessed, I'm slightly older than you all. I have never underestimated the creativity of the patriarchy, and I've always understood that I will achieve gender equality when I can be as equally mediocre as my male colleagues. So, starting from that position, this is my life too, huh? Starting from that position, I want to ask you all, what is gender equality in your generation? And I say this because I read a report recently on male attitudes to gender equality in the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa region. And there was lots in there, but one of the most disturbing conclusions was that the next generation is actually not more equitable than their last generation. So, let me start with Mirabel. Yeah. What does your generation really, really think about gender equality?
My generation, we have had something like a leap forward. We've progressed a lot with gender equality, where we look at it like, a society where both men and women have equal access, are treated like equal, not like men and women, like human beings who have access to education, access to resources, and every possibility that society has to give. And in Cameroon, from where I'm coming from, in this generation, we have moved a step forward because we have already a constitution that already streamlines that women and men have equal access and have equal rights. Despite all of this progress in law and everything, young people in my generation, we have moved forward. For instance, in your presentation, I've worked a lot to promote women in leadership politically and education-wise, and we've had, a huge number of young women who are stepping forward to stand in for parliament, for councils, which is something which we never heard before, and we've had like a 10% improvement in my area, of which I'm part of, and I'm really happy, I'm part of the change in my generation. And despite these movements, and young people and men even in my community, most of them send their girls or their women, their wives even to school. In my class at university, I actually had wives who are married, but their husbands sponsored them in class. That's not something we had 20 years ago in my society. That's a move, that's like a leap forward, it's an improvement. But despite the improvement, and the acceptance of gender equality, there is still a backlash, a serious backlash when it comes to cultural norms and traditions. Because, I, like an advocate, I've been confronted in society where I'm told, like, yeah, you bring this knowledge and these ideas, but we look at you like someone who is trying to abuse culture, taking women from their traditional positions, taking wives from their positions. But so it's been like a leap forward, but I think we still have a confrontation we're struggling with.
Okay. Madara from Latvia. What does gender equality look like to young Latvian people?
Well, first, it comes together with a bit of bitterness because equality in my generation is mostly perceived as a women issue or something what women should deal with. And a lot of people, young people in Latvia, they would consider that we are equal in our society. We're really lucky to have equal access to education, equal access to healthcare, and all of the other opportunities which I can hear in other countries are not something which is present. So I would say that it would be equality towards showing emotions, which is the thing we are struggling with, that there are this very strong bias regarding what men, specifically men, Latvian young men should or shouldn't show as emotion or as a behavior. So I would say that's our target regarding equality.
So getting in touch with their feminine side is a problem.
Sorry?
Getting in touch with their feminine side.
Yes, and celebrating it. Yes.
Cool. Genesis, what does gender equality look like in Venezuela?
Okay. To explain this, I'm going to use this approach that you guys seems to like here in the United States, like head, heart, and hands approach. Normally, people in Venezuela say like, hey, yes, we agree with gender equality, that's okay. From a heart perspective, it's like, well, if someone attacks my sister or my mom, I'm going to be really angry. And from a hands approach, the things we do, okay, gender equality is awesome. Let's do a women's empowerment program, and we are going to teach them how to bake cakes, how to be better housewives, how to, things that really, really reinforce the gender stereotype. And with that said, it's kind of superficial, I think, because, guys, women have rights not because they are your sisters or your mothers, because they are human beings. And saying that, okay, I'm okay with gender equality, but I think that there's a lack of critical analysis on what gender equality means and what gender equality implies in terms of my personal attitudes towards women. It doesn't matter if they are your sisters or your mothers, just women in general. And yes, until we don't get that conversation that is serious and that is analytical, we cannot say that, hey, we already achieved gender equality.
Melvin.
Yeah, hello everybody. And during the 18th century in Sierra Leone, the first school that was established in Sierra Leone was for boys. It was established for the sons of kings. You can imagine. And growing up in a country that has gone through a lot of, we all know the 11 years civil war, and women and girls were the most vulnerable. You look at maybe becoming slaves, their hands were cut off, they were used as prostitutes of war, and all of sort of things. And even during the Ebola crisis in Sierra Leone, we heard of how people died. And at the forefront of those deaths were women and girls. Quite recently, we heard of the mudsliding that took place in Sierra Leone. I could say closer to 600 people died. And to be honest with everybody, that the victims of those deaths were women and girls. Living in a society that has entrenched male dominance, and I coming from a family maybe we are closer to 9, and I am the only son that has maybe come out of college. Living in a country where 70% of the people are extremely poor, and there is this kind of, maybe everybody's trying to survive, we call survival of the fittest. And as a young man standing up and say, oh, I am working for the rights of women and girls, your colleagues will be saying, oh, what do you mean? When we are all trying to become successful, how can you just stand up and say, you want to talk for women and girls? And I think it is very challenging. I always say this, that we cannot achieve gender equality in the world, even from the poorest country to the most advanced nation in the world, if we fail to mobilize boys and men. And that is my priority.
Right. So a little bit of gender inequality there. You didn't clap any of the girls. See now? See how it plays? Understanding our own reactions to these things? Deirdre, she's giggling there. Tell us what does gender equality feel like in 2017 in America?
Well, I think that's, it feels different depending on, for me personally, where I am. It feels different for me as a woman here at UVA Law School, and then it feels completely different when I go back to my hometown in Georgia. I think in a more general aspect, it feels progressive, but more recently, you know, up until the last couple of years, gender equality looked like what we would define as the political and social and economic equality between two different sexes, male and female. And now we are starting to have more conversations about gender equality amongst all genders, and that's more than just male and female. So what I think it looks like in 2017, today as I sit here on this stage, is I think that there are progressive efforts and there are tools to challenge at least sexual discrimination in the employment context that provides, you know, resolve for things. But as we move forward, we still have a lot of work to do, and I think sometimes we take a few steps back the same way we do with racial inequality. We take steps forward and we take steps back, and we keep trying to keep the train moving forward. So that's basically how I think we are. We're in this state of flux, but I think the general mindset is that there isn't the same glass ceiling for specific genders as there was decades ago.
So we know that changing gender norms, there's a World Bank report that says changing gender norms is glacial. That's at the speed of a glacier, which, as you know, is thousands of years for half an inch. So if changing gender norms is glacial, what sorts of things have you tried that you think have actually moved the needle on this piece? At NDI, when we look at changing gender norms, our end goal is always to end persistent discrimination. To end persistent discrimination. And we do that because, and it takes me back to a conversation earlier this afternoon, this business about, you know, the crisis of boys and men. From my point of view, the least privileged boy in any community is more privileged than his sister. That's the reality. So yes, there are issues around boys and men, but there are deeper, persistent issues around girls and women. And the other thing we look at this for is to stop the backlash, because we're seeing that as women step forward, there's an increasing resistance to it, and that's about the zero-sum nature of how this thing is portrayed. Okay. So what have you done to change gender norms? Let me start with you, Genesis.
So what I have done in my particular area of work, it has been education, but not, you know, sitting in front of a blackboard and say, like, you have to embrace gender equality, blah, blah, blah. No, it's just engage in a dialogue with young men, young women, but that's on the really, really small scale. And another thing that I have done is been involved in advocacy initiatives, because, to be honest, 200,000 grant project is not going to change an entire world and an entire structure of gender norms. We have to invest. Big challenges, big change comes with big investment. And I'm talking about money, I mean budget allocation to the programs that deserve it, and high-skilled personnel, people that know what they are talking about when they are talking about gender equality, that they have gender perspective, gender sensitivity, and that not only see gender in a binary way, and that they can also see and be sensitive to other intersectional identities of people. And we also need to be aware that we are citizens and we have the right to make our governments and states accountable. That's the only way we can lead to public policies that are sustainable in time, that do not change with the next president and the next president and the next president, that can guarantee high-quality education in the formal sector and in the informal sector. We need to pay attention to the educational curriculum, what is explicit, what textbooks say about what women should do, what men should do, but also in the implicit curricula in our schools and non-formal settings of education. Like, for example, asking the most hard questions to boys and asking the artsy questions to women, right? And yes, I think it takes a lot of political will and a lot of investment in terms of money.
Mirabel, you've just raised the number of local women in your region by 10%. So that's a big shift in gender. One practical thing that you did to achieve that.
First of all, in the More Women in Councils campaign, one of the approach we use was what we call the pink heart campaign. We have like the pink heart campaign where it signifies women working together. Because we've had this slogan where men are like, why are you wasting your time? You know, a woman is a woman's enemy. Women don't even work together. But we had to bring women together and we told ourselves, see, guys, if we have to move, we have to learn to work as a team. And that was one of the techniques we used, like the strategies, coming together as women and now getting into men and, you know, making them understand we can do leadership together. Women and men working together equals development. So it was very vital that the Pink Heart, it's a campaign that really gave us a leap ahead. And then when we finally achieved the improvements with women participation, some of these women get into leadership like what we've just heard in the previous panels, and you find that we are struggling to achieve a quota. But achieving a quota, we are not asking ourselves, how competent are these women? Or are we just creating teams to push them up there? So you finally find that, yes, you get up there and some women are prepared for leadership and some women are not adequately prepared. And you find men asking you, these are the women you guys push up here, and they can't deliver, and you don't know what to say. So we kind of now, at the moment, we are strategizing and getting back to these women and seeing how we could bring some women who are making a landmark up there to be like mentors to these women, from a mentoring network, or see how they could get more education to, you know, such that when they get up to these positions, they are not faced with this kind of, you know, challenge. And coming back to another level of, we asked ourselves, why in the first place are women not in leadership? One of the things is education. At some point before our generation, women never had this privilege of, you know, quality education as men. And what I'm carrying on at the moment as a project is doing this, promoting girls' education. And we do this by reaching down to communities and making the custodians and families understand that we will not do this as a society. We will start with households, and it begins with you and me. So it's about pushing your girl child out there, getting her adequate education, building her self-confidence. I think I am one of the fortunate girls in my society who my role model was my father. He told us, like, yes, I have 4 girls in this house and 3 boys, but you are all 7 Cameroonians who have full potential to deliver out there. And it was a challenge. So he told me, Maribel, you're never coming out to say, Dad, I'm just a girl. No. So we all had to work hard. So we pushed it, like mentoring these young girls, going to their households. And at one point, we bring their mothers together to start small business schemes, especially the single mothers. In as much as you want to get into leadership, you have to also not just deliver in society, but deliver in your households. So we do like the Impact Young Women, where we get these young women, these mothers to engage in agricultural income-generating activities like commercial gardening, which is lucrative in my area. They are trained, and you know they are supported to start their small schemes. That way, if the husband, you know, is in charge of other expenses in the house and other responsibilities, the woman can, you know, maximize on this commercial activity and be able to push all her kids in school. I'm not talking about just girls, boys and girls, because as Catherine said, we are kind of leaving boys behind. So we are like, let's go together. So that's basically what we are doing. And it's lots of work, but we are motivated.
And Melvin, you're the one pushing the rock uphill. So 2 or 3 practical steps you've taken to just change the gender norms in the work that you've been doing.
Yeah, and I think we are all aware of the data that 130 million girls are out of school. And in my community, that figure make part of the women and girls that are really out of school. And what we did in 2015, I led a project where, because what we realized because when I was the project officer for Nurse for Democracy and Human Rights, what we realized was that what has been really promoting the inequality in society is this kind of gross creep on religion. Because the societies where we are working, because we work in the rural communities, and the people are so connected to their religions and all sort of traditions, and they have this kind of secret society wherein women and girls are being put into those societies, wherein they undergo what they call the FGM for a couple of time. And you can imagine when those girls are into those societies, like as I'm speaking to you now, there is a period for those girls to be into those societies. And it is kind of intercept with the school period at the same time. So what we did, we did a baseline survey and we realized that religion has been one of the things that has been pushing, maybe trying to support those practices. So what we did as a project I led, we empowered closer to 200 and traditional religious leaders, maybe trying to empower them and teach them how they too can play a role in trying to stop those harmful practices. And I think we were really successful in our intervention, and a lot has been going on, but I think there is more work needed to be done.
Right.
Yeah.
Madara, I'm going to switch a question on you, because I know that you've been leading movements, and you've got a big interest in women's movements and organization. And what we know internationally is that women's movements or women in movements do 3 things. They make the movement more stable, they make the movement more successful, they also make the movement less violent. So what have you learned about women's movements through the work you've been doing?
Well, I think my case may be a bit weird because I'm leading a movement which is targeting mostly young boys and men.
Okay.
And we are calling it Dare to Care. And what we are practically doing is we are creating a safe space and time for boys to come together and talk, which in Latvia, it's like, okay, boys don't talk. And especially they don't talk about their feelings, they don't talk about their emotions, because we believe that exactly this something with this hold inside causes the person to become violent. Because if you're happy, you don't hurt others, right? So this is what we do, and we create space once a week for 2 hours. There are trainers who are trained in this specific methodology, which actually comes from Promundo, and which was mentioned here before. And please find out the people who are here connected with them. They're having awesome resources, and this really works. But change takes time. So we have been doing that for already 5 or 6 years. And just now we see that, yes, in those regions where we have worked, that what I think is the best signal that it works is that boys are coming to us and saying, we want it more. Can you find ways how we can make it happen in our school, in our youth center, we have also these kind of groups in orphan houses. So I think that's what works in our society.
Deirdre, social movements, have you been working with them?
In its most systematic way, no. I think that the platform that I took to affect change in that way was during my time. Like before I went to law school, before I was in Johannesburg, before all of that, I don't know if this is in my biography, but I taught middle schools, and one of the first things I realized within my first year of teaching was that misogynistic mindsets were already ingrained in my 12 and 13-year-olds. So one of the things, and I'm thinking, okay, now I got to teach these kids that aren't on grade level mathematics, and now I have this social, movement that I also cannot allow to persist and manifest in my classroom. So some of the things that I did is I formed really close relationships with my girls that were very distinct and very unique, that I still hold today, and very unique and distinct relationships with my boys that I still hold today. And with the girls, I continue to encourage them. I continue to tell them to put themselves and allow themselves to put themselves in uncomfortable positions and get out of their comfort zone. With the boys, it was different, because when I noticed these mindsets of misogyny were already ingrained in 12 and 13-year-olds, I realized, well, it was ingrained by somebody, and I would only assume that it was the adults that did that. And what I said, and I was in a very rural place in North Carolina at this time, so I would start checking the adults in the building, especially the male adults, about perpetrating some of these mindsets, knowingly or unknowingly, in front of the period, and especially in front of the children, because that stuff does not go away. So that was the first platform that I used to try to affect some type of change when it came to gender equality. And then the second time that I did it in its most, I guess, influential way wasn't in the U.S., so I can't speak to the U.S. perspective as far as my involvement with movements in that sense. I was actually in Zambia researching early child marriages, and I helped NGOs increase their outreach to rural areas where the NGOs created community schools to combat early child marriages, specifically young girls who were married off at very young ages, and I did that this past January. I spent 3 weeks there doing that, so that's been the basis of my involvement with the movement.
There's a huge Pew report out recently. Some of you will have seen it. It's a survey of values and perceptions on democracy around the world. Massive report, very good. Go to the Pew website and take a look at it. And if I caricature it a bit, the narrative thread basically said, most people in the world want to live in a democracy. They quite like the elections bit, and they would actually even like to be asked more often between elections what they thought about something. So referenda is also quite popular. They answered the question on technocratic leadership in a way that suggested they their leaders to be more competent. I mean, seriously, just be more competent. And then they also said that every now and again, this is going to get you, every now and again, a strong man at the top is okay. So, but earlier on this afternoon, actually through the day, we've had some very varied thoughts about that sort of democratic space and political institutions and what they should look like, from representatives from the African developmental state situation. We've also had the excellent, oh, there she is, she's still there. The excellent intervention from the student from University of Virginia talking about messy democracies. And also others who thought that actually looking at the market and perhaps even the triple bottom line was important. From your point of view, what political systems are the best? I mean, how do you envisage the political structures that you want to be working in order to achieve the goals that you've set for yourself? I'm going to start with Detra this time.
So to make sure I understand the question correctly, you want to know structurally what the political system would look like.
Yeah. Do you believe in democracy?
It's democratic to a certain point. There's a ceiling on that. It's funny that you mentioned that because my professor actually gave a speech when we were in Lusaka, Zambia, to a college group, and they were so confused on the U.S. political system. It's really, and it has a troubled past on, how it came about, specifically the Electoral College. I personally would love to live in a democratic country that was purely democratic in all of its senses. Practically speaking, I don't think the U.S. would be the U.S. if it didn't have its current structure. If you look at the history on how we came about and how its political structure came about, I think it was the only way we all 50 states were coming together at that time. So it's a hard question because it's a hard question because I would love to live in a country where everybody had a voice and everybody could vote. I would love for certain changes to happen in the criminal justice system where more people could vote. I would love for there not to be certain. I would love there to be not so much systematic discrimination in people voting, specifically people that represent historically marginalized groups, including women. So, but how do we get there is the question, specifically the U.S. In this brave new world that we live in today.
So democracy is messy, Madara.
It is.
Latvia came into a democratic tradition relatively recently.
Yes.
Are you all still enthusiastic about this democracy?
No. Well, we are lucky to have peace to a certain level, but what I feel regarding, me personally, I need to admit, I'm not really into politics and all of this stuff. So I'm like a doer. Okay, so we have some issues, so we need to fix it. We need to work on it. But what is hurting me is that situation in Latvia, that there are decisions made for young people without asking them what they want, what they need, without taking them seriously. And it goes like a circle because they are not, the argument is, yeah, but we don't have anyone to ask because they're not attending the meetings, they're not socially or politically active, but they're not active because they don't believe that they can change something. So, and it goes round and round, and so that's what I can see there. So I would like to live in a country where politicians are taking us and even younger ones are taking them seriously and are asking for their opinions, because I think those who are working with young people know that they have awesome ideas, which might be crazy from the beginning, but impossible maybe. But once you start to work on that, and you see that, wow, I never thought that this might work out.
Melvin, Sierra Leone, you've had a rocky road on the democracy piece and conflict recently.
Yeah.
How does Sierra Leoneans feel about democracy these days?
Like, in 2007, the Gender Act laws was passed, and in that bill was to provide provisions for the protection of the rights of women and that of girls. And there was this movement that started with the call, the 50-50 group. And they advocated for a kind of 30% quota in parliament. And since then, women and other groups have been advocating for maybe their participation in the mainstream political system. I think this question is very important for me, and because I just believe in a free society where women, young boys, and young people have a role to play in the political system. And since my organization is the Movement for Democracy and Human Rights, and we are project-based and we work on a series of issues, I just have this interest that to make Sierra Leone a better place, then young people, not just male and female, have to be on top, and their voices have to be heard. And what I did, I designed a graphic where I started, the original purpose was for my passionate use. Little did I know the kind of effect it is making. Now, closer to 500 people, young people on social media in Sierra Leone, are now using that graphic to add their voices to peaceful election, to maybe non-partisan election. And you can imagine women are also part of that movement, and I think it is very important. When you raise the question, I just remember that we cannot create a better society without maybe giving women the platform to raise their voices. And I think social media has played a very key role in the 21st century. Ever before in the history of Sierra Leone, young people are coming to social media to talk. And I started that with this notion that it was kind of personal vision for myself, that this is what I want to see, not knowing that other people also are coming, want to really, other people are thinking of the same thing. When I did it, a colleague just saw it on my profile and said, man, where do you get this knowledge? I think this thing is good. Can you make one for me? And it started moving. More gears were asking, can you also make for me? Can I add my voice? And I think that is the kind of society we want. I believe that is why we are on this platform, to tell our world, because it has been a very long time. We have been living in communities that has gone through a lot of issues. And I believe it has to stop. And it's not going to stop with me. It's going to stop with everybody. We all going to be involved to ensure that we have a society that is free, that is peaceful, and that is healthy. Thank you.
Very well. Cameroon used to have.
Yeah. All right.
No. I wasn't saying that you used to have a democracy. No. What I was going to say is I used to know that Cameroon had one of the most ethnically diverse populations in the whole of Africa. And you are having to live and work together in a democratic culture. What does it look like?
More than 200 ethnic groups in one country, and bilingual, English and French. Wow. Yeah, but now we are living in a generation where our leaders tell us that, you're the leaders of tomorrow. And I'm like, when is this tomorrow? Yeah, we're doing it now. I need to do it now. So, and at the moment as we speak, Cameroon is bilingual, and there is a civil war in the English-speaking region of Cameroon at the moment. And part of the causes is because the younger generation is rising up in disapproval of the fact that we have had the same president for 35 years, which is wrong at every level. and the leadership kind of, responds to this not out of dialogue or out of trying to put the system together by a crackdown on these young people. And some of them have died. They have lost their life. Both men and women are involved in the struggle. And I've been so motivated because I've actually seen also women stand up with men, young women of my age, to stand up and speak their voices out. So it's challenging. And last week we were talking about a cabinet meeting at the Ministry of Youth Employment, where they talked about opportunities for young people and employment. And there was no young person in this room. Everybody was from 60 years and above. And I'm like, what do they know about us?
So it's challenging actually to work in like a diverse environment of that nature. So in as much as we have progressed in a way, I don't know how to call it democratically, I don't know. But I think I'm working towards working in an environment where the leaders actually have a succession plan. They work with the young generation, kind of grooming them. Because when they work in coordination with young people, it makes transition reasonable in as much as you know what you are taking, you know what you've worked, and you know what you are getting into. I would love to work in an environment or in a country where the system or the law gives like educational opportunities or involves young people such that young people don't have what we have, like the voter apathy. They don't want to vote. They find no need to participate in governance processes because they just like, the elections are going to be rigged, so whatever. I should spend my time doing something else. Like, let young people see the need to do it. Let them feel prepared into leadership. Let them have access to education and mentoring to be able to move into leadership positions and take responsibility and do the right things, because in that way they are prepared and they'll take the right choices and know how to manage their challenges in a better way. So we're working towards that. I don't know for how long, but I think we are moving.
Genesis.
Oh, democracy. I'm from Venezuela, so everyone that knows a little bit about Latin American politics know that that's kind of a mess. The thing with, like, okay, here we are talking about like big abstract things, gender equality, democracy. And democracy is made up by the people, but not like the people in a mass, like, hey, this is my people. It's made up by citizenship. And citizenship is, it takes that people have real access to education, because in order to make a conscious vote for a candidate, you need to set up priorities. I want my candidate to have a gender equality speech. I want my candidates that be interested in global warming. I want my candidates to, you know, be sensitive of social issues. But to get to that level, it takes that you had the real access to education. And by real access to education, I mean that it's not education in the public system. To go to school, it implies that you have to invest time. And coming from Venezuela is that time your parents are not being like evil parents that say, I don't want you to go to school, you gotta go to work. You gotta go to work because you have to eat. If you don't eat, you don't think. And if your basic needs are not met, the room you have to spend like 4 hours in school not working is a luxury. We are going to achieve real democracy when that is not a luxury. And we are going to achieve real democracy when we acknowledge ourselves as citizens, not just as a mass of people. And also, and this is sort of like really, really important, that people that are in the government and in state institutions, when they allocate a budget for social development programs, they are not being superheroes. They are doing their jobs. And it's not like, oh, wow, she or he is a great candidate and he's a great politician because he did this. Not like, yeah, he or she was doing what they were meant to be and were meant to do. And I think that we need to raise the bar on our expectations for politicians. And I know this is really hard because in the Venezuelan context, we tend to vote for the less bad of the candidates, which is awful, and it leads to messes that we are living now. But I think that in order to guarantee democracy, we have to move forward the discussion of, is democracy important, or what is democracy? We need to make we need to make that step forward to achieve democracy.
Okay. So I don't know, what's the time? Are we still?
I think we're about
one more question. Well, I can take one question, or we can take a question from the floor. Are you ready for a question from the floor? Yeah, let's take a couple of questions from the floor and see how we do. So, okay, I see 3 hands, because I can't see anybody over there. Anyway, lady in the white shirt, lady in the red, and then the lady next to her in the black. Please be brief, and then when they come to you, be brief. Cool.
Okay. Thanks. So, my name is Emily Lloyd. I work for the One Love Foundation. So I lead conversations every day with young people around healthy and unhealthy relationships in order to try to prevent gender violence. So I know a couple of you talked about working directly with young people and students, talking about these issues. Is there something specific that you found resonates with them, or whether it's like a phrase or a question or something that you've kind of seen the light bulb go off in young people, and especially maybe boys' heads, that you've noticed really makes a difference when talking about gender norms and misogyny and all that?
Great. So the lady in the red.
Hi, I'm Sara Tariq. I'm an Atlas Co-Fellow from Pakistan. Considering in Pakistan, we right now, our Prime Minister was brought down because of charges on corruption. When in a country where you're dealing with issues of being able to acquire basic needs, having basic infrastructure, having access to education and health sector, and I know we share that in common with a lot of other countries that you represent as well. How do you bring to attention focus on issues like gender equality when you are on the forefront fighting on basic issues on like basic rights to education, basic rights to normal healthcare, not having corrupt politicians? My question really is that as young leaders, how do you think you would want to contribute into focusing on that? Like you very rightly said that I'm a doer, I don't want to rely on the government. But what do you think? I would really want to hear your take on how you think we can contribute into bringing this into attention.
Great, thank you. And lastly?
Hi, my name is Zamani Osman. I'm also an Atlas Co-Fellow. My question is kind of taking into assumption that you've all worked with nonprofits or international organizations and local NGOs. To what extent, I mean, we talk about women's empowerment, we talk about all these women empowerment projects, and I say this coming from like experience of working on them, but to what extent do you think these organizations actually perpetuate the current gender roles that we have? Because you have women's empowerment projects that are in the field, for example, and I'm from Sudan and I've worked in the whole of the East Africa region. And you'll go to the field and this organization, which is a huge international NGO, will be spending, $250,000 on women's empowerment. And they're teaching the women how to make cheese from leftover milk and how to sew bags. And they're teaching the men, how to, whether it's plumbing skills or there's no business preparedness initiatives that are made for women. There's none of these things that are actually developed and directed at women. And education is important, but for the women who essentially feel they've already missed out on education, that already have their kids and are already working, to what extent do you feel that these organizations actually, they have their SDGs, but essentially they're creating the SDGs that they're trying to fix? Their projects are very directed and still gender orientated.
Okay, thank you. Right, 3 interesting questions there. So, as I understood them, somebody was asking, have you got any specific aha moments with the young people you work with, actually you all do, on gender and gender-based violence sort of issues, okay, to share an experience. Lady from Pakistan is basically saying when everything is desirable, how do you prioritize what is really, really necessary? How do you make the issue rise to the top? And the lady from Sudan is saying, how are we going to break the cycle around women's empowerment as economic integration or worse through better non-profits, better civil society organizations, national and international? Is that okay? All right. So what I suggest is everybody pick 2 to answer quickly. Yes? Who's ready?
Oh, okay. I'm ready. Okay. Aha moment when talking about gender equality with with the population we work with. As Sandra was saying, I used to be a peer sex educator in rural and non-urban zones of Caracas. And we used to have a box for anonymous questions that kids were too afraid to ask in public. And we had our sessions on sexual health, reproductive health, and at the end of the session, we responded to questions. So one day, I found a question that said, teacher, what do you do with a broken heart? This was a 10-year-old person, girl, boy, I don't know. And what caught my attention was the reaction of the teacher of the classroom. She was really pissed off about that question. She was like, you need to ask serious questions here. This is a serious environment. This is a classroom. And I was there like, okay, a broken heart, everyone here I think is relatable to that sentiment, is serious. And that moment was like, okay, we are so focused on teaching kids math, languages, physics, and forgetting the human side of education. I'm not saying that physics and math are boring. I totally love it. I'm all in. But we need to work towards the comprehensiveness of education. That was one aha moment where I was, okay, this girl is asking a really serious question, and she's being punished for asking. When this girl finds herself in a difficult situation in the future, she will be able to ask again without fear of being judged. That's the kind of questions we need to start asking from our spaces of action. Even if we are running a non-profit with 8 people on staff, we have a power position. People hear what we have to say, even if at least half of the original quorum here has left. But you are hearing what I'm saying, and you are saying, and that has a value. We as leaders have a power on what we are saying, and we also have an influence on others. And I think that's my aha moment. And the second question was...
when everything is necessary.
When everything is necessary. This is a tricky question, actually. And because we all have our own interests, we all have our own cause. Like, I'm fighting for sexual rights, but another people on this room maybe are for environmental causes, or another people in this room are fighting for education, or... and this is when movement building comes to the table. We are all in this together, like for social development. And another aha moment that I had with this was, I was talking with a colleague that she's running an initiative for mainstreaming menstrual cups in Africa, specifically in Uganda. And the thing with menstrual cups is that they are super cool for environmental initiatives because you make one purchase and that's it. You're not generating waste. But the thing is that for changing a menstrual cup, you need water, and you need a private toilet, and you need proper sanitary installations, placement. And that was like, okay, let's figure out what to do with this. And it was like, we are fighting here for access to menstrual hygiene products. We are fighting for reproductive health and rights. But we also are fighting for access to water and sanitation of a whole population. And that's something that one NGO cannot fight by themselves only. We need to make the state and the governments and the institutions accountable for that. Why this population, this village do not have access to water? And that's like an aha moment question, an aha moment.
I'm going to go to Deirdre.
I want to speak to your question about like the aha moment as far as connecting with young people. I think like the best thing that you can do is to try to find some common ground with them. I think with the most troubled youth that they only open up when they feel like they know something about you. So you've got to be an open book. I had to be an open book. And if it wasn't something about myself that I felt that I could connect with the kids about, I would tell them about like, hey, my best friend, and I would open it up first. Like, you don't have to tell me anything. I would, find moments to just get them, outside of the whatever context they're usually in or whatever big group. I would sometimes take them out like a PE or lunch. Come have lunch with me. Let's just chat and let's just form a relationship. It happens over time. It's not the first conversation. They pour their heart out to you and then we start building to this better society and stopping gender violence. But the types of the types of issues that you specifically deal with are so sensitive that it takes time to get those things out. And those were some of the things that, I think that I was able to have the closest relationship with all of my students out of all the teachers in the building, because I took that time to not only make sure they were going to pass the test at the end of the year, but also to get to know them and figure out what's really hindering them from learning. And the only way they're going to care to open up to you, you have your age on one hand, so there's like a closeness of age there. They'll see you like, oh, she's not that much older than me, and maybe we can talk. And if you've been through something similar, know someone else that's been through something similar, and you can tell them that before they tell you anything, it'll come out. And that's where I think it starts, is with that relationship building. But it has to feel authentic. It has to feel sincere. And it can't feel like they're listening to the what was your organization called? One Love? Yeah. It can't feel like the head of One Love is talking to me. It has to feel like this person that really cares about me and my situation is talking to me. Otherwise, you're not going to get anything out of them. And there's already, from my experience, a level of distrust that's there from the get-go. So you have to break that first. To the question about prioritizing different issues, I would say that issues they're all important, but they're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to pick one platform to pursue and only pursue that. I can't tell you how many people have asked me, like, 1 minute you're over here teaching, trying to close the education gap, and now you're here talking about gender equality. Then they ask me what type of law I want to practice, because I'm in my last year of law school, and I'll say labor and employment, which encompasses like national origin, religion, gender, race. And I just say, like, you don't have to just choose one issue to pursue. In the most colloquial sense, I'll say you get in where you fit in. When you see an opportunity, you go after it. When I went to Zambia to teach in community schools and to research early child marriages, I did that for a month. It's because I wasn't in law school at the time. I had a month off. I'm going to stay here and twiddle my thumbs. I might as well go make change in another thing that you're passionate about. And I think a lot of young people oftentimes are fooled by the fact that they need to pick their thing and just stick to that one thing. And I think that you can kind of dip your hands and you don't have to just be passionate about one thing. So you can, and as far as your level of involvement, that you do have to prioritize, because you can't be the president of everything. But, but you can affect change in all different realms in a relatively short amount of time. You don't have to spend 10 years doing this and then decide, I think I'm going to change this issue, because I didn't have time to think about it before. It gets tricky, though, when you do lead your own organization, but I think that you just be creative in that sense. And to the third question, I don't have an answer to that. I did see it as far as NGOs perpetrating the thing that they're supposedly fighting against. I did see it. But I didn't see it in the U.S., so I didn't know how to respond to that. I was kind of taken aback when I saw kind of those types of things. Okay, so I don't know about that. That's my answer for that.
Madara.
Yes, about aha moments. What we notice is that we so much focus on what we don't do, right? You don't hurt each other, you don't talk like this, or you don't act like that. And we teach young people to recognize violence and what actions you need to take if you're a bystander and so on and so on. And then it's like, but we are not talking what you do, how you show love, how you show affection, what is the healthy way of doing that, how you become sensitive towards other people's borders, and all of this kind of stuff. So this was a aha moment for us as an organization, and that's what we are going to focus as well now at the moment and see what's going on there. And regarding the question from that side, I cannot see because of the light. What we tried is that we were describing the situation among young people, and especially the abuse what's happening in Latvia among young people, not so much towards them from the adults. And also the gender equality questions, and what the response what we got is like, look, we need to take care of salaries of the doctors and retirement money and so on and so on. So what kind of gender? Like, you're fine. You know, it was like, no, we're not. And what if the front door is closed? Then we went on the back door, how you say? And what we did is that we got a grant. We wrote a project, and now we're going to do a research, and we're going to pilot this one specific methodology, and once we will get the data and the stories, and then we will go with this to our government and say, look, this is what is happening, and this is why we need these specific changes in our educational system. Because we are also in Latvia, we are in really huge lack of qualitative and quantitative data and surveys. So,
Yeah, I think I have to be very brief. And the sad moment, like for my own work, what we do in the case of domestic-based violence and maybe working on gender equality issue, we do what we call the primary prevention program. Because like we meet young people where they are. And what we have been doing over the years, and even in DC, because I'm doing my practicum with the Men Can Stop Rape, when we go to these young people, we create a space for conversation. And in those conversations, what we do, we have what we call check-in. In check-in, will allow young people to speak to us, because you cannot better understand what someone is going through without maybe understanding his own story. So we create a space where we allow them to tell their own story. So sometimes in telling your story, they will explain to you what they have been going through, maybe over the day. There was one instance where a young guy was going through abuse in his own home. So it was only within the space that we realized that the abuse he has been going through, it was by his own parents. So you cannot better understand maybe the issues of gender-based violence and sexual abuse or assault without listening to maybe the story of young people. And I think one of the strategies is primary prevention. We don't have to, because over the years we have been maybe using different ideas, methods, strategies to how best we can maybe promote gender equality. But the truth is, we have not been maybe meeting young people. And that is the bottom line. In order to better fight, or in order to better understand what are some of the things that young people are going through, we have to meet them, we have to check in with them, and to really understand what they are going through.
Great. And Mirabel?
My aha moments, we're running a mentoring club for girls. And at some point, we choose to bring in boys, you know, to help them work together as they grow up. And the first day the boys arrived the class, they play the African kings. And they sit in this corner, they cross their feet, and they have, you know, their corner, and the girls have their corner. And so when it comes to sharing material or lunch, they fold their arms and they wait. And so we're like, all right, we're going to call on 3 girls and 3 boys to help us share food, get our lunch together. And they're like, us? And we say, yes, you. Yeah. And in as much as they're shocked, we make them understand, yeah, that's how it works. This is how it's supposed to be. You are all true young people who are growing up to be, you know, responsible citizens. I tell her, Susan is not being brought up to be your wife. She might be your wife, but she's brought up to be your helper, you know, to work together with you. And with that mentality, we had like, this is how they came. And with that shock, they started working. And 6 months coming, we had like an evaluation. And we noticed that every time they come, the boys actually volunteer to do something. And even their interaction, we find them discussing with each other, not forming groups. They help each other, and the sitting position, every time they come, it's mingled. It's not a boys' corner and a girls' corner. So it was the, all right, now, so if we start from this younger age, from our homes, they're going to understand. And if this is what they have been seeing at home, they've learned something, and they will grow up to do something better. So that was our aha moment, and it helped a lot. And in talking about organizations and priorities, interventions in the community, we've battled a lot with interventions where people come, you know, do businesses and, you know, cheese and everything. And how does this, you know, develop what's the sustainability plan? So we're like, it's very essential, like what we are doing now. It's always important to get to a community. If you want to intervene, do a needs assessment. Get to the people, know what they actually need, know what works for their society. If it's an income-generating idea, what's a lucrative business idea that works in their area? And what about their passion? Do they have passion about this business? You can't tell me to go and do business in tomatoes when I don't love doing farming. I won't do it. So when you get their passion and they come out and they point it out to you, it's a step ahead. And training them or, supporting them is still a step, but we still need to be like, what is the sustainability plan? Are we going to put like mentoring? Are we going to put a program like to scale up this project in the next 5 years or in the next 2 years? So, having like a follow-up on this project. So those are some of the things, or even linking them up if it's farming, getting other farmers that are doing in this same scale to get involved with them, or involving or linking them with markets. Because most often when you link them with buyers, they're challenged to produce more when the market is good. So I think it's some of those things we have noticed, and we're seeing how to bridge the gap and to, as advocates, to pass forward as recommendations.
Ladies and gentlemen, young leaders of tomorrow.
I will receive my applause.
You were the only group that got a standing ovation. Thank you so much, and thank you, Sandra. We really appreciate it. I've learned so much. It's been a fabulous day. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock downstairs in the theater. We hope you will be back, and thank you for your participation, and have a lovely evening.